these devices. Going to be a little bit more vulnerable on this one because my computer, as you see behind me, is taking a hell of a time to boot up. So I don't normally do a show without the handy dandy computer so we can fact check and present information, but it's taking so long to boot up that I don't have a fucking night. I've been dealing with my computer for about a half hour, so um, we're gonna go ahead and do the show if we can, and hopefully the computer either boots up or we're gonna do it without the computer. So give me a moment to get the other stream up, and we're gonna go live. We're gonna do it without the computer, which is not the way I normally like to do it, but uh, give me a second here. And there's a lot to unpack to today's show. Obviously, many of you folks are aware that President Trump is deploying the National Guard again. Again, this isn't the first time. I think this is the third time Trump has deployed the National Guard in only 7 months. He's only been in office for 7 months, and he's deployed the National Guard three times. One being, I think we all are aware, when he did it in California, in Los Angeles, when they were protesting the ICE immigration raids happening all over that great city. Of course, he's deployed the National Guard to the southern border, and now they're deploying the National Guard to the nation's capital. So we're going to talk about all of that, but give me a minute because there's a lot more to unpack than just that. The National Guard is probably going to be one of the biggest stories because it's never happened in U.S. history where a president has deployed the National Guard so much so often. I mean, I've talked to my beloved MAGA in the comment as always how we do not favor big government, but for some reason, folks seem to be okay with Trump doing exactly that. So we're going to talk about that. And let me go ahead, and I think we should be able to get the live stream going momentarily and get the show on the road. When I get my other two live streams, we're going to be on Clapper. We're going to be on TikTok and, of course, YouTube. Those are going to be our live streams tonight. I'm having trouble with my computer, so we'll see if it comes up in the middle of the show, but it was taking so damn long to queue up that I just decided, or boot up rather, I just decided to go ahead and start the show. I mean, I do have a brand new machine. I just haven't brought it in the studio yet. I wish I had now because this other one is starting to really go slow and things like that. Let me make sure we're going to be open to all viewers. This is not going to be a sub-only chat at all. It's going to be open to everybody. So we'll go ahead and start that up on Clapper, TikTok, and YouTube. So what up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We are now live. For you folks that are just beginning to tune in, understand I don't have a reliable laptop at this time. So that's why you don't see anything on the screen behind me. My laptop has been trying to boot up for, I don't know, the last half hour. So if it does come up, we'll go ahead and start the show based on what we have there. But right now we're having trouble with the laptop, and we'll just continue on because we certainly have a lot to talk about. Starting out with President Trump not threatening to, but actually federalizing the U.S. government against its own citizens, federalizing the National Guard and sicking them, for lack of a better term, sicking them on the people of Washington, D.C. Now, make no mistake about it, there's a lot of crime in D.C. Washington, D.C. is one of the nation's largest cities, and along with large cities come a lot of crime. But keep in mind, did we get a computer back? Wow. Keep in mind that when it comes to the most crime-ridden cities in America, DC is not among the top 5 or so. So if he's going to send in the National Guard, deploy the National Guard in DC based on the whole notion that, crime has gotten out of control, would it not be safe to assume, I'm going to ask you folks, would it not be safe to assume going to do this to other cities. Because when you hear folks talking about cities that are riddled with crime, DC doesn't normally come up. It's usually Chicago if you're listening to the right, New York, Baltimore. They don't bring up St. Louis and Memphis because they're in a Republican state, but St. Louis and Memphis are more crime riddled than even Chicago is. So if he's going to suggest that he is sending in the National Guard to bring down crime, would it not be safe to assume that this is going to happen to other U.S. cities? Because D.C. is not the worst. D.C. is by far not the worst, not the most crime-riddled city in America. So do keep that in mind. Now, in addition to federalizing the city of Washington, D.C., I want to know from you folks, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you think this is a good thing? Make no mistake about it, there is a high crime rate in D.C. Yes or no? How many of you folks think sending in the National Guard to D.C. is a good thing? I believe they're talking right now about 100 National Guardsmen being sent there, but they're also going to have the FBI, federal agents working in tandem with local police. So you might get a traffic stop and have some dude pull out a gold fucking badge on you. You know, the FBI tends to carry gold badges. So you're going to have FBI and the National Guard roaming around DC interacting with the public. So we'll certainly talk about that. And do you think it's a good thing? Whole lot to unpack it before we continue. Also, how do you think this is going to improve or reduce, make it better or make it worse, the relationship between the public and law enforcement? Do you see any notion that this would improve or reduce the relationship with police from the public? There are going to be cops every damn where based on what Trump is trying to do. I got a clip that I really want to play for you guys that I can't right now because my fucking computer's not booted up. But Trump talked about the notion that people are spitting on cops and the cops not having the ability to do anything in regards to them spitting on them. You know, they're face to face doing these protests, and some people do spit on the police. Trump stated that he's going to give them power so they can do whatever the hell they want. So I don't know what that means. I want to ask you folks, I do want to see if I can eventually bring up the clip of Trump saying that, because I want you to give me your humble opinion on what do you think he means by suggesting the police can do whatever the hell they want. And that's an actual quote. So if you spit on a cop, the cop can do whatever the hell they want. I want to know what you guys think about that. Now, I got three topics. All of this is in relation to just federalizing D.C. All of this is based on the first topic. In addition to that, he's talking about getting rid of the homeless in D.C. How do you do that? You're not going to give them jobs because you're firing everybody in D.C. You're not a big fan of social or entitlement programs. So how are you going to get rid of the homeless? Do you make a huge proverbial rug and just kind of sweep them under? When Trump says he's going to get rid of the homeless in D.C., how do you think that's going to work when he is the head of a pull yourself up by your bootstraps, self-reliant party? Not necessarily known as the party that helps out the downtrodden. So what is he going to do in regards to getting rid of the homeless? That's what he stated he's going to do. Last but not least, should lead to a lot of folks in D.C. fighting to get D.C. statehood. I don't know if there's any chance of that happening, but you're going to have a whole lot of folks in that state, in that district, because that's what it is, District of Columbia. You're going to have a whole lot of people in that district saying, we need representation. You just can't have this dude just sitting in the National Guard at whim. We don't have a governor. Obviously, Washington, D.C., very progressive. Trump leans fairly far to the right. So he is not, if they had a governor, they'd have somebody who would have some pushback. But without a governor, Trump is essentially acting in that role. And he does not represent by any fashion or form the political ideology of the people of D.C. D.C. is a progressive city, and they got Trump essentially acting as the governor. He's not. I mean, that would literally be like putting Al Sharpton over Alabama. Doesn't work very well. So you might start seeing people in D.C. Begging for some kind of statehood or something like that. No doubt. No idea if that'll ever happen. But you may see that. Also, I want to ask you guys something else. Now Trump deployed the National Guard in California. You know, during the idea that they were protesting downtown California, he sent in the National Guard. He also sent the National Guard to the border to secure the border from, as he says, bad hombres getting into the country. I want to ask you guys a simple question. Why do you think he did not deploy the National Guard on January 6th? Why did he not do that? I want to hear from you folks because obviously he's proven that he could have done it. I mean, I don't think we're even up for debate anymore whether or not he could have deported the. Okay, I'm having a biting moment. I don't think it's up for debate whether he could have deployed the National Guard on January 6th. Why did he not do it? Period. Want to ask that? Want to hear that from you folks because he's deploying the National Guard over and over and over again. All of a sudden now. but during that time, there was some kind of claim that it had to come from Nancy Pelosi or something. Do you hear Speaker of the House Johnson being mentioned in any of these deployments? Do you hear them saying anything at all about the Speaker of the House? But for some reason on January 6th, it was the Speaker of the House's job. So I'm asking, why did he not deploy the National Guard on January 6th? There has to be a reason for that. And at this point, unless there was some huge legislation passed during the Biden administration that changes how it was deployed, that I don't know of, maybe you guys do, it appears clearly that he could have done it and simply chose not to do it. So we're going to talk about that. Last but not least, Trump is scheduled to meet with Vladimir Putin on Friday. Now remember, he originally gave Putin 50 days. He gave him 50 days to end the war with the Ukraine. Putin did not do that, and Trump bumped it up to 10 days, which Putin didn't make any changes at all with that either. So the 10 days expired on Friday. Trump did not follow through with any of his threats on Friday. Instead, Putin got to meet with him the following Friday. So 7 days later, Trump will get to meet with Putin. Putin hasn't done anything Trump has asked for. He's still attacking Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think will come out of that meeting? We're going to talk about that as well. What do you think will come out of that meeting? And they're having it without Zelensky present. So they're going to negotiate what to do with Ukraine without the leadership of Ukraine present at the meeting. How do you think this is going to end? My humble opinion, it could be a hell of a lot like what you've seen with J.D. Vance telling him he didn't say thank you and all of that shit. My guess is that Putin will do what it takes to speak favorably to Trump. Trump will come out of that meeting basically accusing Zelensky of not wanting to end the war. I mean, Russia's going to make an offer. Trump's probably going to go to Zelensky with that offer, saying it's a good offer. And if Zelensky doesn't agree, that's going to be our new enemy. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, real quick, we'll go ahead and go straight to the box. Yes, and Trump will say to Putin, please say that I'm not, I'm old KGB. Russians say Trump will say, okay, I don't get what you're saying there, but another one-on-one private meeting, yeah. I don't know what the purpose is with meeting with Putin at this point. I don't see anything coming out of it, but we'll see. I want to go straight to the box. Federalizing D.C., do you think that's a good thing? Do you think it will benefit the people of Washington, D.C.? Good evening. Welcome to the program, Jeremy.
How you been?
I've been good, Good to have you back on. So what do you think? They're sending the National Guard to D.C.
That's perfectly fine with me. I don't care about that. I don't see that it should have its own city police in the first place.
Wait, say that again?
I don't think that they should have their own city police in the first place. They're a federal city. That's the point.
Okay, so you believe they should always be covered by the federal government?
Yes, that's the point of DC. The point of DC is that it's not supposed to be a state in the first place, or a city within a state.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that we separate it from all the other states instead of making DC its own state, because then you have all sorts of other government entanglements, and it gives disproportionate power to one particular state. That's not a good thing.
Well, don't you see where perhaps they might say what Trump is doing is giving disproportionate power to him?
That's because he was elected into office. He's going to have that disproportionate power. He was elected into a federal office. DC is a federal city.
Right.
That's the point.
But
he might as well be the king of DC at this point.
Yeah, and that's where the issue is. I mean, that city has politics. The people in that city are going to lean left or right. Trump is the actual opposite of what most of the folks in that city lean politically.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's literally in control of a city that did not vote for him.
That's okay. It's not supposed to be a city that's supposed to represent its city people the same way. It's supposed to be a representative of the entire country.
Well, to me, based on what you're saying, they should almost, because when you look on the map, there's this little, diamond that represents DC or whatever the case may be. They should actually just have the White House in that type of predicament you're talking about, in the actual surrounding city where people live at and things like that, the taxpayers. They should have actual mayors and governors. I mean, because
that's dumb.
So why would it be dumb for people who are paying? Hold on. For a working American that's paying taxes and actually able to vote, why would it be dumb to tell them they should not have representation like everybody else in the country?
No. Oh wait, sorry. Can you say what you said? And again, because I think you might have said something differently than originally what I thought you said.
I'm saying.
Are you saying should the White House be like in a suburban neighborhood? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I don't see why the White House is controlling the residential areas of DC. I mean, give them like some sort of business district where all of the main federal buildings are, and let them control that. But the average guy that's working for the post office or opening up his own local Ace Hardware or something, he shouldn't be involved in that. I mean, because he has no representation based on that.
Well, his representation is the federal government, not a local government, not a state government, but a federal government.
Right. He has representation that
to be a federal city.
Right. It's representation that he cannot control. The federal government focuses on the country. They don't care about little local politics.
Yeah, I know, but again, that's the point I'm trying to make here is that as overall, it's not supposed to be about the local politics. They don't matter as much.
Yeah, but if you live in a city, you're a voter, you're a taxpayer, you care about local politics. You want a library open in your neighborhood. You want funding for a swimming pool. You care about that. So you want your own local politician just like everybody else has one.
I understand and what you're saying. Maybe like on some level, but when it comes to policing, no. The president of the United States and some of the most powerful people that affect everybody are in DC. When it comes to the policing, I have no problem with it being federalized.
Yeah. You and I kind of disagree on it. I mean, I'm okay with federalizing it in terms of, I would shrink Washington, D.C. down to the actual federal government that operates in that city. There's a whole lot of federal buildings and things like that. But yeah, to me, if you're living out in the residential area, you're going to your house or you're in some local shopping mall that's got JCPenney's and shit like that, the federal police don't have any play in that, in my opinion. They should not be dealing with that.
That would be a compromise I wouldn't have a problem with, because at least that's consistent. At least on some level that's consistent. So it could be kind of similar to the Forbidden City in China. Although I don't want China's politics, at least it made sense because because only certain people were ever allowed in there in the first place. Yeah. And it could be smaller than Vatican City itself. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But the reality that we have is we have DC that's bigger than just that district for DC. Okay, now you made the argument that you have no problem with federalizing DC because the fact of how it's set up is not a state. What about the notion that Trump has indicated that he may try this in other cities like Chicago and Los Angeles? No, that's an overcorrection. That's an overcorrection.
What do you mean it's an overcorrection?
Because again, DC is not Chicago. DC is not supposed to function like Chicago.
Okay.
So, like, I'm fine with the idea of sending in and other troops in there, or if like to enforce to beef up like federal agents when they are doing their job. Like, for instance, like if the FBI needs like if local law enforcement.
Yeah, I get all that, but you do realize Trump has stated that he may try this in other areas. He actually said that.
Yeah, that's dumb. That I don't agree with him on. I agree with him on one thing, but not the other. And this would definitely be where I say he's going too far.
Okay. And now, would it be far enough for you to suggest he should not be in office if he starts federalizing other cities?
I'm already okay with him being out of office, even if he didn't do this, because he didn't keep his promises. He lied.
Damn. You consistent on this. I've been trying to catch you on this shit. Now, as a Trump voter, you are really consistent on this. So in your eyes, Trump is already fucked up.
Yeah, he already did. Yeah, release the Epstein files, motherfucker.
You're not getting the Epstein files. You are not going to get those.
I know I'm not, but I'm still going to say it.
Yeah, you're not going to get the Epstein files. In fact, you're going to keep getting shit like this that it literally diverts our conversation away from the Epstein files, because obviously this is huge. This is, let me ask it to you this way: considering that they haven't had police or federal police roaming around DC like this, do you think this could actually improve or worsen the relationship between that public in DC and law enforcement?
Initially, it's going to lessen the positive relationships, but as I think like the generation gets older, it'll only be one generation away from it actually helping out, because there'll be more security, it'll be a safer city, and people will just kind of grow up just knowing like, yeah, this is just how it is. As long
well, wait a minute, though. This is only hold on. This is only for 30 days. I mean, for him to make this permanent, Congress finally have to step up and do something. That's where a lot of these problems are. Is Congress ain't doing shit. Trump is doing all this stuff on his own. So for him to extend it past 30 days, he's got to get an act of Congress. But let's be clear, right now Congress is like a limp dick. If Trump wants Congress to do this for longer than 30 days, they're going to do it. So you think that?
Well,
go ahead.
Well, you got to know this, Tim. There's an old libertarian quote, and I don't agree with libertarians on everything, but they kind of got this right. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution.
Damn. I like that. I actually agree with that. So whatever happened to Trump not being a typical politician? I mean, he's sounding real typical nowadays, is he not?
Oh, he's definitely changed a lot. I liked the old Trump, it's kind of like the old Kanye, you know what I mean? Like when Kanye was decent, and except now Trump might as well put on the black hood with where he's fully blacked out and go on Alex Jones and talk about the Jews. Like that's the new Trump. Now he's the new Kanye.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know the people that are on Alex Jones saying that, many would say they're racist and bigoted to say something like that. You're not putting Trump in that category, are you?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying he's kind of lost it. I think he might be like suffering from Bidenism. I think he might be losing his fucking mind. I don't know. He ain't as snappy as he used to be. I'll tell you that much.
So definitely you're not looking at Trump 2028.
I might be open to Vance 2028 because Vance could be a dramatically different candidate from his.
I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think you're going to get that. As long as Trump is alive and MAGA has the love and adoration for Trump that they do, if you get J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or somebody in there, Trump is going to be running that from behind the scenes. If Marco or Vance do something that Trump does not like, and Trump takes to social media or does a few rallies insulting them, they're going to have to either change or they're going to start losing MAGA. I mean, there is no one in the Republican Party that can do something Trump does not like and still keep their support. So my guess is that applies to Rubio and Vance too.
The Republican Party as a whole, because a lot of people who are Republicans are starting to get pretty mad at him. But I think that it's just the MAGA side of the Republican Party that's like that.
That's the side with all the power.
Yeah, currently.
Yeah. So if you get Vance in there, who's going to be identifying as MAGA, that's who he can't win without MAGA. Neither can Rubio or whoever follows Trump up. They can't win without MAGA. So if Trump is in there and he's still about his wits, and they do something he don't like, and he starts attacking them, they're either going to have to back down on what they're doing or face the wrath of MAGA.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. I still like that he's still deporting illegals, so don't get me tripped up on that. But this is definitely a step too far. Like was trying to do this in other cities. DC, go ahead and do what you want there. It's a federal city. It doesn't operate like Chicago. It doesn't and to operate like Dallas or any other city in the United States, and it shouldn't.
Okay.
But it's with other cities. No, that's you have to have a clear dividing line.
Is it possible, with the liberals having these No Kings Day protests, are you starting to see any inclination that Trump may be starting to act like a king or like some kind of monarchy?
I think he's acting mad, but not like a king, quote unquote.
You said he's acting mad. What do you mean by mad?
Mad, like crazy.
Well, let me tell you when I say. Well, let me give you. Go ahead.
I think he might be losing it a little bit, but go ahead.
When I say king, I mean I'm talking about deporting American citizens. He's talked about that, obviously taking away citizenship from people like Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, I'm talking about doing things that are clearly illegal, period. You can't take away a citizen's citizenship, like what he's saying about Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, talking about doing things that are clearly illegal. Have you seen more and more of that coming from this guy?
I've seen that, but here's the thing. Here's the problem. So with the Rosie O'Donnell, I don't personally like that he said that because he shouldn't have said that in the first place. But here's the thing with Rosie, I feel like how petty Trump is. He would have, even if he had no plans to do that, he would have just said it anyway, just to piss her off because he's just that petty. So
that could be true, but that could be true. But you do have to understand. You can't fault people for taking.
Say that as the president.
Yeah, you can't fault people for hearing the president say something and taking it seriously. I mean, that's not something that people are going to just laugh at.
Yeah, because he's not a comedian; he's the president.
Right.
Right. So now, when it comes to like talking about like general citizens in general, I understand the hatred of birthright citizenship because like a lot of people are trying to get their citizenship for their kids without like being citizens themselves and escape the system.
But it is in the Constitution, though. It doesn't matter if you hate it or not. I mean, you got a lot of liberals that hate the Second Amendment, but it's in the Constitution. You can't just take away birthright citizenship. It's in the Constitution.
I know. That's why my solution is simple. Tell the illegals you can take your kid with you, or you can put them in foster care.
Damn.
Your choice.
Damn.
I know. But hey, you want to know what happens?
What?
9 times out of 10, they take their kids with them.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm okay with tackling the illegal immigration problem. I'm not a huge proponent of letting illegals stay. Look, if you're in the country illegally, I get it. Where you lose me at is the zero empathy. I don't care if you entered the country illegally yesterday or you did it 40 years ago and you have nothing but an upstanding record as a illegal citizen. I think it should be judged on a case-by-case basis like all American crimes are. I don't know why in this case everybody believes that only when it comes to illegal immigrants. We should never forgive it. We should take nothing else in consideration. You broke the law, you must be punished. We don't do any other crime like that.
Yeah, no, I'm not against going to court and saying like, let's have this person's in court not only to prove whether or not they are illegal, but also like what exactly the punishment should be. But I think there needs to still be a consequence. People learn from consequences.
A big ass fine. You can have a big ass fine. You can put them on probation. There's a whole bunch of consequences other than just we're gonna kick you out. In some cases, send you to Africa or some country you've never been to. I think it's the lack of empathy that people are really not liking.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I can understand that. Here's the issue. Let's look at legal immigration. So not someone sneaking in, not someone overstaying their visa. They're legally in the country, right?
Okay.
What do a lot of H-1B visas get used for?
That's the work visa, ain't it?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. And it's the one that Elon Musk wanted a lot of people to get. Okay. Do you want to know why?
Why?
because he could pay them way less than American citizens because they're used to like living in poor countries.
Well, let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear. If we could not exploit these folks, we wouldn't let anybody in. The only reason, the only reason we got an illegal immigration problem to begin with is because we want people to come in so we can exploit. We don't want to pay them as much as Americans, or whatever the case may be. Maybe they got drugs, maybe they're trafficking. But if by law, if we had to pay immigrants the exact same as Americans, we wouldn't be letting anybody in.
That's my point. Even legal immigrants are getting screwed. There are tons of people, especially from India and South and Far East Asia, that oftentimes come from poor countries like Vietnam or India or Laos or Cambodia, and these people get their degrees, but they fire a whole bunch of like Microsoft and Google both did this, where they fired a whole bunch of Americans who got out of college and paid a decent money for their college degrees, and of course said, yeah, I paid a lot for my degree, I want a decent job that pays well. And they hired a bunch of people from the third world who they knew that they could exploit and underpay and stuff because they're just cheaper.
Shit amounts to capitalism. I do got to move it on, but all of this shit amounts to capitalism and corporate greed. All of it does. The only reason we have an illegal immigration problem to begin with is that there are Americans that wanted to exploit these people. And now that there's too many of them here, we're going to pretend like the illegals just did it all by themselves. Jeremy, thanks for coming in here, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, anytime. Yeah, the only reason we have this shit is because there is a demand in America for what they supply. Illegal immigrants supply three things. Either they supply labor, so we can pay them less and exploit them in that way. They do supply narcotics. There's a hell of a lot of folks in America that want to get high, and they meet that demand by supplying that, whether it's the cartels or you name it. And then, of course, the trafficking aspect. They're engaged in trafficking. They're not forcing anybody in America to enjoy the whatever a child or a woman is being trafficked gives off, sex, you name it. Nobody in America is being forced to enjoy the output of somebody being trafficked. Americans want that shit. Americans want that. Americans want the people being trafficked. Americans want the narcotics, and Americans want the cheap labor, which is why I've stated many times that if you get rid of all the illegal immigrants, Americans are just going to find other people to give them what they want. They'll just find Americans to make the narcotics, or they'll create a subset of Americans to do the cheap labor. But they want that shit. It's not that the immigrants are forcing it. Nobody's forcing Americans to hire illegal immigrants. They want to hire them. So anyway, looking in the comments, by the way, tap the screen. We're talking about Trump federalizing the nation's capital, suggesting that it will bring down crime. Do you guys think it'll bring down crime if he does that? I got a take on that. We'll go ahead and discuss that in a minute. But looking in the comments, we'll go back to the box shortly here. Same thing is happening in Europe. Got balance sheet looks go because they import fully trained people. Well, we can import fully trained people, but we don't want to pay them the same amount. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000. When are you ever right with Trump? Somehow he becomes so right in time every time. Now, that's not true. And by the way, I am right with Trump when it comes to his ability to secure the border. I give him credit for his economy the first time he was president. I give him credit for the fact that gas prices are somewhat coming down right now. I give Trump credit. But there's a hell of a lot to criticize as well. I could go to a MAGA program and say, when are you ever wrong with Trump? I don't look at Trump as someone to always hit like a piñata or someone to get on my knees and suck his dick. I don't do either. Some folks do. So this is not the program for you if you only want to hear him praised or you only want to hear him criticized. You're going to hear it all here. We operate with zero censorship. I don't censor any of my guests. And I damn sure won't be censored either. Going back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go straight to Mike. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Hang on a second. There wasn't anything going on at the border when it was being overran. What do you mean not going on at the border? The fact that it was being overran is a problem in itself. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, Tim? Except for the fact that it wasn't being overran, but there's that fact.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. A large portion of the American constituents, even among Democrats, certainly independents, and an overwhelming amount of Republicans believed what was happening at the border was unacceptable. Too many people were coming in at once, and the Biden and Kamala Harris administration was not doing enough about it. I think they said about 70% of the people did not like what was going on with the border under Biden.
Okay, fine. There's a bunch of uneducated people. My point being this: Trump sat up there today and talked about crime in D.C. and he flat out lied. Crime is down in D.C. Is down across the board. But he didn't. But he lied. Homicide. Unalivings is down 12%. Sex abuse is down 50%.
You there, Mike? I don't know if he dropped.
20%.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, crime is coming down, but they use the scale from 2012 to now. It depends on how far. If you go from 2012 to now, I believe crime has went up. But if you squeeze it down 2015, 2016, it's on the down slope. But they're suggesting it's still too much crime in D.C.
But they're saying that to feed this narrative that he sat up there and spewed again today. So he did today to black folk. That's who he was targeting today. Now, let's be clear. That was about black people today.
You got wait a minute. I'm going to ask you. I clearly understand. You're as clear as day with me. But I want you to elaborate for the audience. What do you mean by he's targeting black folks?
The same rhetoric he used today, he used for the Haitians and for the Hispanics, the exact same tropes. And then he said, when he was talking about targeting where they stay, where they live, that's what he did today. And when people don't understand it, of the population of DC has been called Chocolate City for years for a reason.
I didn't know that until I saw all the posts today. I had no clue DC was ever called Chocolate City. I didn't know that until today.
Yeah. You remember Chocolate City Records back in the day? Cameo, a lot of those artists were on that label, Chocolate City. They were added.
I don't remember the record label. I'm a big Cameo fan, but I didn't know that.
Yeah. And so when you look at the crime stats, they're coming down. What he did today was demonize black folks in real time. He used all the same tropes. He used all the same
wait. And I see. I'm going to present it to you this way, because Baked Boss is in the comments saying, what? So only blacks commit crime? If you're bringing down crime in D.C., are you suggesting that only means black people? You're basically making it sound like only people committing crimes in D.C. are black.
No, I'm saying that Trump, framed it that way. And he's targeting Democratic cities. And why do you think you brought up Chicago, Tim? See, this is the games that people play. He's not bringing up Chicago because he's just targeting crime. He's targeting black people, just like he targeted Hispanic people with deportations. But this is what I was telling you before when you talked about perception. Another point. People believe what he says. If he can bring the National Guard in for this, he could have brought them in for J6.
That right there is a home run. I think what has transpired over Trump's 7 months he's been in office, with him deploying the National Guard to L.A., the border, and now D.C., it's pretty clear the whole notion that he couldn't do it on January 6th is a fucking lie. I don't think there's any denying that at this point, unless somebody can produce some legislation to show that some law changed who could do it on January 6th, 2021 till now. Otherwise, he lied. He clearly, definitely lied.
But how many people have come on this panel since we've been talking about this? Julio, Gen X, Jeremy.
They didn't know. Maybe they didn't know.
No, Tim. See, listen. This is my point. This is why I push back. They've been told that Nancy Pelosi wasn't in charge. They've been told to look at the statue there, that Nancy Pelosi's not in charge of the National Guard in D.C., that the president is. They've been told. They never bothered to look it up because it distorts their narrative. Yeah. And now that he's done it, they're okay with it. But now What is their excuse now? Nothing's changed. No laws have changed.
Well, they don't care because the folks on January 6th are considered as friends. The people he's deploying the National Guard now with LA and the border and in DC, these are foes. So they don't care that he deployed the National Guard to address friends. I mean, Trump has never said anything negative about the participants on January 6th, up to and including pardoning them and making songs on them. He's been favorable towards that crowd from literally January 6th, the day itself. He's never said anything negative about what happened there that day, other than the cop who shot Ashley Babbitt. That's about the only person he called, that cop who shot Ashley Babbitt, a thug. Everybody else was patriots. So it kind of makes sense, but yeah, he clearly lied about not being able to deploy the National Guard there that day.
Right, and he's also showed the fascism. He showed all the tendencies. He showed the racism. He sat up there today and monologued about people and deploying in the and getting them out of here and getting them out of their neighborhoods where they live. He was doing all of these things. You understand what I'm saying? And he did it in real time today.
But I don't know. Right? You're suggesting that Trump is, targeting black folks. There is room to push back on it because obviously there's plenty of Hispanics in Chicago and whites that commit crime. So saying he's going to go after Chicago next, I'm still not hearing with clarity how you're saying that he's targeting black folks. I need you to explain that a little bit more in detail.
Well, let me say it this way: who else is he targeted?
The criminals in the city is who he's targeting.
And again, Tim, who's being profiled? White folks are being racially profiled. White folks are just being stopped on the street by ICE.
No, but he's not. Wait, hold on. This is the National Guard. This is not ICE being deployed in these cities. So
I understand.
So I'm still trying to figure out. It sounds like you're making a leap to racism. I'm just trying to figure out where you're getting that from.
No, I'm not making a leap to racism at all. I'm paying attention. We can sit here and mince words all we want. That motherfucker that stood up there today and that's been standing up there has no intentions to do nothing but harm people of color and women. Period. Period.
Now, I want to say something that's probably along the lines of what you're saying and when you suggest that Trump is targeting blacks. Remember Biden in the crime bill, how everybody said that shows Biden was racist because the crime bill and they were locking up all kinds of black folks and they put it to Kamala Harris with her doing it in California. This is going to net a lot of black people. Regardless of how you feel about it, what he's doing, when he starts going to these cities that are overwhelmingly populated with black people, this is no different than when Biden decided to get tough on crime and came up with the Biden crime bill, and all of a sudden we're blaming, because the Biden crime bill wasn't specifically targeted to blacks either, yet it netted a lot of black people. What he is talking about is going to net a lot of black people.
And they know it. Here's the thing, Tim. They understand. See, the problem is these aren't dog whistles anymore. Those weren't dog whistles. Did you watch them today?
I watched a lot of it.
That wasn't a dog whistle. That was blatant racism. That was blatant. Here's what we're going to do. And he went on and on and on. And he was talking about black and brown folks.
How about this though? But how about we're talking about possibly netting black. Chris in the comments says, listen, if you're not committing crimes, you won't be in the net. So in other words, I hate to say it, but just comply and you'll be okay. How do you respond to that?
And Chris makes no fucking sense. Because if that way, here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing. And this is the crazy part about this shit. Oh, I've heard white people talk about just to secure their argument. White people get unalived by police all the time, but you say nothing about it. They say nothing about it. We're saying something about it.
Trump stated that too, that white people get killed. I never understood that because of the simple fact is, if white people are getting killed and all this stuff, why aren't you saying anything about it? I mean, obviously that would be wrong if the police are mistreating you. Why are you more focused on complaining that blacks are making it sound like they're the only victims when you're a victim and you should be on the side of these people? As opposed to your argument is against blacks for not phrasing it right, as opposed to cops that are actually doing it to you. That never made sense to me.
See, it makes perfect sense to me, and I've told you this since we've met. They are when you're dealing with racist people, they are willing to hurt their own to get to us. Well, we talked about it. Listen, didn't we have this conversation about Flood Alley in Texas? Yes or no?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Right?
Their own
Right,
funding.
right.
Yeah.
So again, I can substantiate everything I'm saying about the history of this country. They will sacrifice their own just to make sure we don't get shit. And the funny thing is, black people have just wanted to be left alone forever. Every time we go try to build something, they come tear that shit up. Every single fucking time. And listen, now they're trying to build their own white cities, and then we're like, we don't give a fuck. But if we try to go build something of our own, you know what they're going to do, right, Tim? What they've done every time. They burn it, flood it, take it, eminent domain, Central Park. Listen, see, a lot of people don't know. These are facts. Central Park was owned by black folks until white folks decided they wanted it. Lake Lanier in Georgia was an all-black community until they flooded it.
Mm.
Listen, a black Wall Street was fine until a white woman said a black man did something that he didn't do, and they unalived 300 people and burned it all down.
There's a lot of it. I mean, and the same thing applies to the Native Americans as well. We kept kicking them off, and then the minute we put them in another reservation and they find out there's gold or oil or something, it was the same thing. The minute we found out that their property was of value, we kicked them. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that has happened. There's no other way to deny that. I mean, that has happened over and over again.
And look, Sam, let me say this. And this is for the people in the comments that because I'm tired of hearing, well, isn't that history or isn't that history? If your child unalive from cancer, or your child or you got in an accident and you were disabled, so now you can't do the things that you used to do. Are you just saying get over it? You mean you can't tell your story? You mean you can't speak about your experience and how to avoid it? I mean, at the end of the day, they always lean into our experiences and want to tell us to get over it or this or that, but they never get out of the fucking way. They never just move out of the way. And here's the thing. And then they say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When has white America ever pulled themselves up by their bootstraps?
Explain. Okay, you got to explain that a little bit more in detail, because there's plenty of whites that are going to say, "Look, nobody did shit for me. I don't have any privilege. I worked. My parents were poor, farmers or whatever." You need to explain that.
If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But my point is, the history of this country. I mean, how much free labor, how much free slavery labor was used to build this country?
Yeah, but you do know most whites did not own slaves, and I see in the comments even Zach says caller is ignorant. So you got to detract her.
Listen. Yeah, I'm ignorant and it's propaganda. But here's the thing: you don't have to own slavery to use that same whiteness and those principles to engage in suppressing people. Listen, I don't have to trip you to put a hurdle in front of you. You understand? I don't even have to touch you to make it difficult. Redlining would be one of them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We have sundown towns, Tim. Still.
Well, when it comes to, and here's what I got to push back. I'm sure Gangsta Grandma ain't tuned in because she would be hammering me for this. But when you say the sundown towns, I've heard about these even as an over-the-road driver, but is there any examples in modern history where somebody went to a sundown town and something really happened to them? Or is this something that is mythical that people just keep saying exists? Where is the actual occurrences of violence or something of that nature where somebody went to a sundown town and something happened to them?
There are articles and stories as recent of this year of black men being found as strange fruit as of this freaking year, Tim. But you're not going to see that on national news. They can't have that feed into their narrative, Tim.
I don't know if I agree with that, because MSNBC or CNN would cover something like that. They're all over police brutality and beatings and shit. They would cover that. Not to mention at this point, and this is something I often push back on the right with as well, when they say mainstream media won't cover. What we're doing right now is media. There is so much media out there. You don't have to depend on the right or mainstream media to get a news story out. There's enough of us to get stories out. I mean, they weren't going to, mainstream media probably would not have put Derek Chauvin sitting on George Floyd's neck until the people started releasing videos themselves. So if what you're saying is happening, there's plenty of avenues for it to get out. I mean, if people are being brutalized in sundown towns, you don't need to depend on mainstream media to hear that.
Do you know who Earl Smith is?
The name sounds familiar. Keep going.
Earl Smith was a 58-year-old man found strange fruit in uptown New York State this year, Tim.
Now,
listen.
Strange fruit is strangled, right?
You know, but I don't think you can say it.
Yeah, dangling from a piece of vegetation.
Yes. But but again, there's always questions around this behavior, Tim. This isn't new, Tim. Listen, at the end of the day, we wouldn't know about George Floyd if those cameras weren't there.
That is true. That George Floyd would have been somebody who was resisting arrest and just happened to die of a cardiac event. Yeah, I agree with that. The
cases we know about, or we only know about them because they were caught on camera. I mean, we wouldn't have known about Ahmaud Arbery. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for BLM, that shit, because you got to remember when the Ahmaud Arbery case came out, it had been months after he was.
I don't think I can think of a single controversial police case where the police mistreated a citizen, where the citizen got justice when it was not on camera. If it's not on camera, it didn't happen. They gonna believe the police. I mean, I can't think of anything. Every case we've heard of where the police were, I would say maybe Breonna Taylor, maybe, because it wasn't, the actual event wasn't caught on camera. But in most cases, if it ain't caught on camera, the cop is going to get away with it.
Again, why did they end up having body cams, Tim? Why did body cams come about, Tim?
You can thank BLM for that.
You can thank BLM for that too. And so how many crimes have we seen because of that, where without those, we wouldn't get justice? So when somebody says to me, what I'm saying is propaganda or race baiting, they don't understand, because listen, if they agree with what I'm saying, it destroys their ideology, and they're comfortable in their ideology. They're comfortable in their whiteness. They believe somehow.
But there's a lot of black MAGA, Mike. There's a lot of blacks and Hispanics. I don't know anymore, but there's a lot of black MAGA is still extremely happy with the results of Trump. There's a lot of black people that voted for Trump, and I haven't heard any of them suggest that they're not happy with their vote.
Again, I'm not saying this is absolute, Tim, because this dumb motherfuckers everywhere. I just said if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that if you're black and you voted for Trump, you're a dumb motherfucker? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, 100%, Tim. I don't equivocate on this shit, because here's why I'm saying what I'm saying. We have too much evidence that shows that what I'm saying is true. We have too many resources to go find what I'm saying. It's not like I'm making it up. It's not like, Tim, I do my research. Now, the one thing you can say, I'm not even saying I'm always accurate, but I go back and check and fact check. Do you know that black people unaliving themselves by rope is not you know how small that stat is for us?
I ain't never heard of a black person shouting, you're holding down the block, you're not supposed to be dealing products on the block. I'm coming at your ass with a rope. I have never heard of that before.
Exactly. But here's the thing, and I know you have to go, but here's the problem with this. The people that want to say this is propaganda, and I always say this. If I'm wrong, then you can hold me accountable, but me being wrong hurts nobody.
Well, that's not true. If you're calling people racist, you're putting people in. If you're wrong about that, you're demonizing people.
Well, no, I'm not wrong about the racism.
No, but I get what you're saying. No, you said if I'm wrong, it doesn't hurt anybody. I'm saying if you're wrong, it does. Now you're just saying, well, I'm not wrong. But if you are wrong, you're demonizing white people.
No. Here's what I'm saying. I can't be wrong about racism exists. That's not the part I'm talking about being wrong about. I'm talking about wrong about the agenda. I'm talking about wrong about where they're going. Because what we're talking about right now is in Project 2025, by the way. Listen, Donald Trump is setting himself up to never leave D.C. Donald Trump is setting up D.C. to never leave D.C. Why would he invest $200 million out of his own pocket to make all these changes to the White House? That man ain't trying to leave. And so what is he doing right now? Insulating himself by taking control of DC. Look in Project 2025. This is the thing. People can say what they want, but what they need to understand, if you say I'm full of shit, if you say I'm propaganda, then at least get outside of yourself and go read a little bit. And then come back and tell me that you can't align what's happening with what was written.
I'll leave it at that. Mike, thank you. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get the lights on up. You guys know how this program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body. We are MAGA friendly, been MAGA friendly since day one, always will remain MAGA friendly. If you favor uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle without the host trying to tell you how you should speak or think, you are in the right place. I would implore you to follow the program if you happen to be watching on Clapper or TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Nevertheless, Trump, a wizard MAGA in Latin sorcery. What the hell? Trump is not paying for that ballroom. Well, Trump is saying that his supporters are paying for it. He is suggesting that it's not coming out of taxpayer money. Now, my guess is Trump is probably telling the truth and fibbing a little bit simultaneously. I believe that the upfront checks will probably be written by other individuals as opposed to the taxpayers. But there's a high likelihood that they're going to write a check up front to pay for the ballroom, and Trump has done something behind the scenes where the money will come back to them, and that will probably be at the cost of you and I. That's my speculation. But Trump is correct. They're not paying for the ballroom up front, but they're not doing that out of the kindness of their heart. There's probably some kind of backdoor deal or some kind of kickback. And let's be clear, Trump ain't the only person that does shit like that. That's not something that's unique to Trump. Most politicians do stuff like that. The only reason that Trump's going to get heavily criticized is because he ran on a campaign of draining the swamp, and he wasn't supposed to be like that. But as Jeremy, my first caller, stated, now that Trump's in office, he's changing and doing a whole lot of the underhanded, dirty shit that he claimed he was going to drain the swamp and not do. He's doing a lot of that stuff. He's slowly but surely making the rounds to become a typical politician. Before I continue on with the next guest, we're drowning in the Trump swamp. Larry says we're drowning in the Trump swamp. Followed by, I can't pronounce the name, says he is literally the swamp. Wow. I want you guys to hear something. This goes along the line of what we've been talking about. Now that my computer is up and running. This was said by Trump today. I'm going to play ignorant on this. I'm not 100% sure what he was talking about, but I want you guys to give me your opinion. We'll start taking calls right after this.
Instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face, and then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they get hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any such of this, and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want.
So what does he mean when he say they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want? And do you favor that? Because it is a crime to spit in a cop's face. That is definitely assault. But if someone assaults you, are you allowed to do whatever the hell you want? I want to talk to you folks and have a conversation on it. What do you think he means by that? That's a pretty strong statement. See, Mike said exactly what I said. Going back to the box, thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Go ahead and get the likes on up to about 50,000. 50. Going back to the box, we'll go to Andrea Boyer. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I'll start right off by asking you, Andrea, what do you think? And by the way, good evening to you. Andrea, can you hear me? Andrea, are you there? Okay, apparently Andrea, however I'm pronouncing it, is not there. We'll go ahead and move the program on. Musa. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Depends. Are they against Israel? We're not talking about Israel tonight. If so, we must protect our masters at all costs. I don't know about that. Musa. Good evening. Musa, are you there? I think Musa is either taking a shit or washing their hands. Once again, a lot of my guests are here, but then again, they're not here. So we'll go to Willard Coleman. Is he your daddy? Says Dre Ski. I'm assuming you're talking about the orange hair, orange faced guy we got. That's our leader. You're talking about the commander in chief. Is he my daddy? Willard, good evening.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. Now, did you hear the clip that I just played?
Yes, I did.
They can do whatever the hell they want. What say you? How do you interpret that?
I interpret that being an old white man, 79 years old. He mean as long as the person is not white, you can do anything you want to him. That's the mentality that he have.
Now you do realize you're painting him as a straight up racist by saying something like that, right?
We all know he playing the race card. He's throwing red meat to the white people. He letting them. That's why he having this conference in Washington D.C., which is majority black, majority ran by black. That's where he's throwing red meat to the white people, letting them know that he going.
But how does this work, considering that the National Guard, the FBI that he's deploying, there are tons of black National Guardsmen, tons of black people on the FBI, I assume a few at least. I mean, so do you expect them to go into D.C. and start operating in a manner that's racist?
They're gonna do just what black National Guard, black police, they're gonna do just what they told to do. They're gonna police their own people just like the white man do. They're gonna police their own people. That's the only people black people. That's the only people black people have ever been able to police was black people. So they know what to do. They know to do just like he said do.
So this almost sounds like a quote from Ice Cube from the 90s, black police showing up for the white cop. That almost what it sounds like. So you expect the black cops to come in there and provide no relief at all for the community and pretty much follow orders and do the same thing.
It may be one or two maybe, but the majority of the black cops gonna do just like the white cops do.
So how do you respond to folks like, and one of my BM says, always the white man, keep you down, stop. So he's saying that the black folks are always complaining that the white man is keeping you down and you need to stop that, or as some would say, race baiting. How do you view folks who view what Trump is doing as simply a measure to bring down crime and it having nothing to do with race at all? A lot of folks believe that, listen, the crime in D.C. has gotten out of hand. If it's mostly blacks doing the crimes, then it's going to be mostly blacks that get arrested.
That's true. But like any other president or I go along with it. I go along with it. All the cities need to be policed. All the cities need good policing, but not by a racist president. Not by a man that's dodging was running from the he's running from the law himself.
Well, he did have 34 felonious convictions. I mean, there was some of that probably that is actually true. But how do you respond to folks who suggest you don't have to worry about Trump policing D.C. because they're only going after criminals? If you don't commit a crime, you're not going to be involved in it.
Oh, that's a lie. Anybody that get out there, some of those guys, some of those white nationalists, some of those oath keepers, they gonna grab up anybody they want to grab up anybody that say anything wrong to them. They're gonna grab up it. It's not gonna be about crime. They're gonna take the easy targets. They're gonna take the soft targets. They're not gonna mess with the real criminals. Cause real criminals, if they mess with the real criminals, they're gonna have to hire some more people there.
So you assume that there's a possibility that some of the folks deployed to D.C. might be white nationalists?
They are. I have heard that. I have heard that being told that some of them white national oath keep, and plus they got oath keepers. Trump, insurrectionist people. They hired. They who gonna know what he did? Who gonna know who he hired? That's just a bunch of people that got hired. His people is the one that's out there doing this. His people were out there, the ISIS and different people.
Yeah, but here's the difference there. ICE is wearing masks and there's no way to identify them. Do you foresee the possibility that the National Guard will also be allowed to wear masks and perhaps remove their name tags from their uniforms?
It's gonna be ISIS in the mix. There's gonna be some ISIS in the mix.
Wait. You believe that there will be ICE patrolling the streets of DC?
That's correct.
What are you basing that on?
I'm basing on the president, his reputation. I'm basing on his reputation of what he stands for.
Okay, then I need to know from you, because some folks are asking in the comments, people bring up that Trump was regularly adored by the black community. Everybody from Nelly making songs about him to him hanging around Mike Tyson and Jesse Jackson. What is making you say the man is racist? What has he done?
All he was doing was that when he was in New York hanging around those black boys hanging around him, really, he wasn't hanging around them. They was hanging around him because he had a little money, and he was exploiting them guys. He know the black community. He was exploiting them. He was making money off of half of them.
Well, the whole music industry is like that. But I'm saying though, what has Trump done for you to feel confident that he is a racist? I mean, whether he's exploiting people in the black community, like I said, half the music industry done that to people in the black community. But what has he done to make you feel like he does not like blacks in general?
Like I was saying, he's running from the law himself. I can't get my words out. You can understand that, but
yeah.
I don't know. I can't get my words that I want to use. But he explored black people, and since he been stealing himself.
Well, but wait a minute. I mean, I think we can agree that Trump has exploited a lot of women as well. That don't mean he hates women. I mean, he's exploited the hell out of some women, and he still likes women.
He used women. He don't like them. He used women. He even whooped his own wife. He raped his own wife. According to the papers, he raped his own wife.
I don't know.
But she retracted it when she found out. She retracted it when she found out it was going to damage his reputation. But his own son didn't speak to him for a whole year. Till he found out he wasn't gonna be getting none of that. He found out he wasn't gonna be getting that money like he should been getting.
Well,
so he started.
Well, then listen. If you're a victim and you're willing to retract your story because you're getting paid, then I mean it is what it is. I mean, if you really want justice, you should stand by your claim. You don't reject it because somebody's giving you money, do you?
Yeah, because when Trump had control of money.
Yeah.
He been having control of money all his life.
Yeah.
But he just burned up a lot of money. He messed up a lot of money.
But let me ask you this though, in regards to the whole DC thing. While I get that you believe what Trump is doing is racist, what about the notion that it could likely bring down crime? What if it actually brings? Let me first ask you this: do you think what he is doing will bring down crime in DC? I mean, you're talking about hundreds of extra badges in that city. Do you see
the bad guys in DC gonna go high? They gonna go. They always know when the po coming. They gonna go high. They gonna cool down for a while. They gonna cool down. The bad guys gonna cool down.
If the bad guys go into hiding and things cool down for a while, hold on. If the bad guys go into hiding and things cool down for a while, would that not mean what Trump did is a success? That means crime is dropped.
No, that won't be a success. That just be a showing. That would just be a showing. They go high and then the National Guard go back home. They hadn't did nothing. They haven't done anything. What he gonna do? He gonna get those innocent people. Some innocent people gonna be out there.
Well, but think about what you're saying, though. If while Trump has extra badges deployed, crime drops, and you say once they go away, the crime will come back, then wouldn't that not be an incentive for Trump to ask Congress to leave them in there permanently? Because when they're here, the city is safe.
You won't leave them in there permanent because it don't cost too much money. It's gonna cost too much money. These people, they got to be fed. They got to be housed. It's going to cost too much money for them.
But how much money does it cost dealing with crime every day, or incarceration? I mean, you're going to pay the money no matter what. I mean, when you're talking about blood and treasure being lost to criminals, I mean, there's money being paid regardless, right?
Right. But it don't cost as much. It's cost. Look at 800. I think it's 800 National Guards. And plus, those people got to be fed. They got to be fed. They got to be housed. That's going to be a lot of money every day. Every day, there's going to be money.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. I got to move it on, but before I do, I'll tell you this. If it's white nationalists and oath keepers, as you say, my guess is they would do a lot of that for free without you needing to feed them. If what you're saying is true, if you give them access to D.C., as police officers, I don't think you're going to need to feed them. You probably won't even hardly need to pay them. But I got to move it on. It's our first time talking.
Say what?
Is this our first time talking? Can you hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. That's mine.
Okay, I guess we're going in and out. I got to move it on, but I said, is this our first time talking?
Yeah, it is.
Appreciate it. Good conversation. Listen, come back anytime, man. Always welcome. My door's always open to you. Thank you for coming through.
I appreciate you.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 60,000. It's enough for you guys in here if you let your thumbs not be lazy. This is uncensored programming. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Just being clear with you folks, despite the conversation you hear, MAGA are generally the preferred guests here. We just don't get a lot of MAGA. I can't make that happen. Trump is the president. He's in the hot seat, so he's going to get more criticism. We're not going to spend an hour or two criticizing Kamala Harris or Biden. They're irrelevant at this point. And of course, MAGA does not like hearing Trump criticized, so they don't tend to pop up as much. Nevertheless, we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor you for your commentary. You favor that. Feel free to tap the screen on my TikTok audience. Smash that like button if you happen to be watching on YouTube. If you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle without anybody being censored, feel free to give your boy a subscription if you're watching on YouTube. Follow the program if you happen to be currently watching on TikTok or Clapper. Whatever happened with the military should not be used as a police force in our cities, says Miguel. I'm kind of on the side of that. Here's my take on it, and I'll go back to the comment section in the box shortly. But my take on it is, why not just allocate more money for police? The money it takes, as my last caller was talking about, rightfully, that it costs money to keep the National Guard going. You're not for defunding the police. That's the liberal side of the aisle. Then why not just beef up the police? I don't think it's a case of wanting more police. I think it's a case of wanting more control. Because if you gave a ton of extra money to DC and they beefed up the police force, then the mayor and the chief of police of that city are the ones that are responsible for doing what it takes to lower crime. You just gave them money. But if you do it the way Trump did it, he can say, I'm the sole, I am solely responsible for doing this. I think it's more along those lines, as he want to be able to take credit for doing that to DC. So we'll leave it at that. Trump is more black than the brother crying in the box right now. You think my last caller was not? I don't know about that. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 50,000. I'll take the next caller at 50. Send the guard to rural trash towns. They need it. Not enough people there. Listen, I'm going to agree that there is more crime in big cities. I mean, you're not going to have a lot of crime if there's not a lot of people. There's going to be more crime in big cities. But the problem is is that Trump is doing it predominantly in liberal areas, even though places like Memphis and St. Louis that are in Republican states, they're when you think about the worst, most crime-ridden cities in America, you don't normally hear people talking about DC as much. It's more Chicago you hear coming up on the right, but in reality, St. Louis has been the murder capital a few years running. Little Rock, Arkansas has been in that conversation. Baton Rouge, Louisiana has been in that conversation. Memphis, Tennessee has been in that conversation. Jacksonville, Florida is pretty damn violent, but they happen to all be in Republican states. That's why you don't hear the right really criticizing those cities that much. They'll go after the liberal cities. Chicago, I don't think Chicago's even in the top 10 when it comes to murders per capita. Chicago's not as bad as they say, but it has a lot of ties to Obama. It's a liberal city. You know, they've had a history of tough gun laws, so it really makes a good liberal target. There is no tough gun laws in St. Louis, Baton Rouge, or Memphis. So you can't really attack it that way. And then the governors of all those states is Republican. Anyway, looking in the comments before we go to the box, tap the screen. Get your boy up to 50,000 likes. We'll take the caller at that. The cities are Democrat ran, though. St. Louis is only on the list because of East St. Louis, which is actually in Illinois. Now St. Louis got plenty of murders in its own. And all of the murders in St. Louis are not the responsibility of East St. Louis. By the way, the notion that Memphis or St. Louis is a liberal city, yes, but the governor of the state is responsible for the cities in his state, his or her state. Just like when a Democrat city in a blue state is poorly ran, they blame the governor too. Like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is not the mayor of Los Angeles, but you're blaming him for the crime there. So if Memphis or St. Louis has a bunch of crime, then the governor of that state gets blamed too. But because the governor is Republican, you can't go there with it. So all of a sudden you go quiet on it. But that's the point. It doesn't matter it's not just the politics of that city. The governor is responsible for those towns as well. He's not doing anything. Those cities are violent. St. Louis is pretty bad. I used to live out there. Says decent. I think that says what are the red city numbers? Well, when you ask what are the red city numbers, you're not going to have as much crime in red cities because red cities don't have people. Out of the top, we've done a live on this. Give me up to 50,000. I'll take the next call at 50,000. Tap the screen. Get the likes up on TikTok. The red cities are not going to have as much crime as the liberal cities. They just don't have the people. They don't have the population. They do not have the diversity. And when you look at the top 50 largest cities in America, we did a live on this about a year ago. Out of the top 50 largest cities in America, only 9 of them are Republican. And you got to go down to like the 15th largest city before you encounter a Republican city. I think the mayor of Dallas, I believe, switched over. But other than that, I think Oklahoma City was the first largest city that had a Republican mayor. All of that other shit, Philadelphia, Atlanta, DC, Chicago, New York, Boston, Detroit, all of those cities are liberal. So if you put more people in the city, you put more diversity in the city, there's just a lot more to conflict. You're going to always have more crime in liberal cities because that's where the people are. Republican cities are significantly less populated. So that has a big, that plays into it. The Republican Party don't mention that their cities are significantly smaller. Looking in the comments real quick, and you guys are tapping the screen, get me up to 50,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here tonight. Remember when Biden didn't release the list for 4 years and you never mentioned it? No, the right was mentioning it like crazy. When Biden was president, the right was all over the Epstein shit. And Trump gets back in office and suddenly the list doesn't exist and we shouldn't talk about it. You notice when Biden was in office, Trump never said once, stop talking about Epstein or the list didn't exist. He didn't say shit. He was fine with Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro and all of them, Candace Owens. He was totally fine with all of them hammering the Biden administration over the Epstein stuff. The minute he gets in office, after promising to release it, he changed his tune, and now we're like, well, let's go back to talking about Biden. No, you ran on Biden was inefficient. Biden was not being transparent. Biden was not letting us know what we wanted to know. And if we voted for you, you would do it. And then you get in office, you fail to produce, and you say, well, let's go back to talking about Biden. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. If he hadn't promised to do it, maybe he wouldn't be in that predicament. Nobody made the man promise to do that. He decided to do it for political capital, for political gain, and he's going to be held accountable for it. Now, in the comments, Chris says the list was sealed. Well, I will say this also. Jeffrey Epstein passed away in August of 2019. Trump didn't leave president. He didn't leave the presidency until January of 2021. He was president over a year and a half after Epstein died. Trump could have released a lot of this shit in his first term. He could have did a hell of a lot more to make this stuff known in his first term. And he absolutely would have at least known if a list existed by then. He had almost 18 months knowing Epstein was dead. He had almost 18 more months of being president and having power. He would have known if a list existed back then. So to come out now in June of 2025 or something like that saying a list didn't exist, some of that's kind of bullshit. Before we go back to the next call, a lot of you guys are just lazy as hell in here. Maxwell wasn't sentenced till earlier this year. You don't need her to be sentenced to know if a list exists or not, though. You don't need any of that. Epstein himself, you know a lot more about Epstein than to suggest that a year and a half after he died, you didn't know anything. They're going after Ghislaine. And by the way, you said she wasn't sentenced earlier this year. She was sentenced before that, was she? When was Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced? I think she was sentenced before that. You can't release evidence with someone on trial. I didn't say you have to release it, but you damn sure know if it exists or not. For Trump to be saying this late in the game, no list exists, that's bullshit. You know if there's a list or not. Because all of the right was saying that everybody from Oprah Winfrey to Tom Hanks to Will Smith was on the damn list. All these liberals. And Trump damn sure knew they were saying that shit. Not once did he step up and say no list exists or let's stop talking about Epstein. And if he had not won in November last year, he wouldn't be saying it now. He would be totally fine with the right continuing to hammer the Democrats about the Epstein list. Once he got put in the hot seat and was actually required to deliver on his promise, now he wants you to stop talking about it. Just telling you, look at what happened. That's all I'm saying is look at how he handled it. Continuing on, I'm trying to bring up guests. We'll go to the box. I believe you guys have tapped the screen to make it happen. Here we go. That is only a band-aid, not a solution. Fair enough. January 6th, Pelosi or Trump consented. Well, let me just say, in regards to January 6th, Trump lied. I don't think he's deployed the National Guard to the riots that were taking place in downtown Los Angeles, and it was only a little small area. He sends in, a couple thousand people? So he showed he could deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles. He's shown he can deploy the National Guard to the border to protect our border. And now he's showing he can deploy the National Guard to Washington, D.C. The idea that Trump could not deploy the National Guard on January 6th is a proven lie at this point, based on his actions. Unless someone can show that since January 6, 2021, there's been some kind of major legislation passed to control who can and can't deploy the National Guard. If that legislation does not exist, that means he had the power to do it during his first term and he lied about it. I stated before, it's just a matter of friend versus foe. Trump sees the folks in D.C., L.A., and at the border as foes, and on January 6th, those were friends. That's why he didn't deploy it. Chris, good afternoon, or better yet, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Good evening.
What am I getting wrong, Chris?
Tim, you're getting a lot wrong.
Okay, help me out.
You letting people jump off subject. This is about the D.C. crime, and you letting people off track. They taking you off track, talking about other stuff.
Okay, explain.
You understand what I'm saying?
Explain. I got my notes out. Help me out. What am I getting wrong? Help me out. What are they getting off track? What should be our focus in your opinion?
As far as your backdrop, this is about DC crime, right? This is about putting patrol in D.C. to bring the crime down.
Why wouldn't
Well,
he?
yeah,
Okay, wait. Why wouldn't he just simply reallocate more money to put more DC cops on the street? Why send in the FBI who has no training in traffic stops? Why not give more money to the people who are trained to do the job?
okay, so you talking traffic stops, Tim. We talking crime. We not talking traffic. We talking crime.
So
Uh,
that's
he's
where
talking
most of the encounters between law enforcement and the public. That's where it normally happens is during traffic stops. You get drugs off the street, you get illegal guns, you get folks with warrants. It's traffic stops. Something to
You speculating. You speculating. You thinking that.
Okay,
You
tell me
thinking
what
that's
it
how
is
they
then. Tell me what it is.
No, all you do, you put patrol on the streets, okay? You put patrol all over the place. You in a tourist town. He says it's a tourist town. We want to keep everybody safe, the visitors coming in. Okay, you go to a foreign country. If you see a lot of police, ain't you going to feel safe? If you go to a foreign country, Tokyo, Seoul, and you see cops everywhere, is you not going to feel safer?
Well, yeah, I'll
Pictures,
say
get your camera. You
yeah.
ain't got to
My
worry
answer
about
is
getting
yeah. My answer is yes and no. If I go somewhere and there's a whole lot of people standing around with heavy firearms and shit like that, I tend to wonder why the hell do they need all of this? And I don't know if I feel safe. It's somewhere I don't want to really be.
Okay, now you get me there as far as a heavy firearm. I agree with you somewhat on that. I mean, we see military, you're gonna kind of be, you're gonna be like, wow,
The
you know,
National
this is a little
Guard.
bit
Yeah,
different.
the National Guard.
Depending on what country you come from. Yeah, depending on what country you come from, right? You're not used to that. You know, but if you see regular police officers, you like cool. You know, we cool. Every block you walk, 2 cops, 3 cops together. You like, oh, you feel safe. I could bring my camera out. I ain't got to worry. Got popped upside the head and robbed and this, that, and the third. You know.
Okay. But that's what I asked you though. Hold on, that's what I asked you. Why not allocate more money to put more cops, people in police uniforms? No, he's bringing in the military, folks with long rifles and camouflage. So them the folks that Americans are not used to seeing on the street. They're not going to feel safer with those people.
Okay, I'm gonna push back on you. What difference do it make?
The
What
training,
difference do it make?
the training makes a difference. The type of weapons they have makes a difference. The National Guard is not trained with the heavy interaction with the public like the police are. The training, that's what I started out by talking about traffic stops and stuff like that. They're not trained to do that stuff.
But we're not talking about traffic stops, Tim. We're talking about just people feeling safe in the public. In crime, you know, crime is not going to happen when you got heavy military. You understand what I'm saying?
I
You're
don't
not
know
gonna
if
have
I want
criminals
to,
out there.
but I'm going to go back to how I answered your question originally. If I see heavy, long rifles and shit like that, I don't want to be around that. I don't. It ain't that I feel safer. I don't want to be around that. I don't want to be.
Why not? Why not though? Why not? What do it intimidate you or?
Yeah, because I've grown up to when I see that many guns in one place, something is going on here. I don't feel safer. I feel like something about to pop off.
Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Are Americans used to seeing a whole bunch of soldiers standing around?
Right, and that's the issue. This is what I'm saying. This is our citizens, right? It's going to be a big, you know, like, wow, what's going on? But a foreign person coming over, because a lot of foreigners come to D.C., it's like, okay, this is normal over here, you know. They have military.
It's not normal over here. No, it's not. If you are a foreigner that's visiting America, we got tons of movies out, a lot of our entertainment. You probably know other people in your family or friends that have came to the United States. It's not normal to come to America and see military personnel standing around everywhere. It's not normal. Even as a foreigner, they know it's not normal.
Is Washington, D.C. is the capital of the
But
country.
even in D.C., it's not normal to see people with long rifles and shit standing on every corner. And by the way, it's a difference if you're just touring around federal buildings and things like that. But if you're in neighborhoods at the local mall and shit like that, it's not normal to see armed soldiers standing around.
Okay, I'm going to push back again. Now, we talking about crime, right? We talking about getting crime down, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you think these long rifles will keep crime down in the city? Let me ask you that.
You know, I don't feel confident. Here's my take on it. I believe that it won't bring down crime. I believe it will alter the type of crime. This is what I mean. if you over police an area, I believe you will simply change who criminals are. In other words, the citizens will be intimidated and fearful of police, and the police will become emboldened, and the police are going to be the ones that are likely violating constitutional rights, violating your Bill of Rights. The police are going to become the criminals. And certainly with Trump at the behest, I mean, now you got federal officers. So if a federal officer commits a crime, it's up to Trump to decide whether or not they get held accountable for it. The guy who's already saying on video they can do whatever the hell they want. So my guess is the crime from police is going to increase in D.C.
No, you're thinking negative, Tim. That's not true. You're thinking negative.
Okay.
If you got cops hanging on the corner, they not bothering anybody. If you a normal citizen walking around minding your business, you a visitor here, and you're not doing anything wrong, they just there. They present.
So you don't believe profiling happens?
We're not talking profiling. We're not talking.
Wait, no, I am. I'm talking. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Does profiling happen?
In this scenario, it's not going to happen.
How do you know that? How do you know? Wait. What would make you say in this scenario?
No. Tim, it's not going.
How do you know that?
If you hanging out, listen. If you hanging out in the corner, you looking like you suspicious. You shouldn't be there. You loitering. Yeah, okay. They gonna come up and talk to you. Keep moving.
No. I'm trying to find out
what
though.
Are you doing here?
I'm trying to find out what is making you say in this scenario is not going to happen. What is that based on?
It's based on any other country. All you got to do is any other city in any other country. If you hang out in the corner and you just looking suspicious and you just not, you're not spending money, you're not doing anything. Yeah, they're gonna pull you over and probably talk to you.
What is your definition of profiling?
Profiling is, for example, you see, usually it's going to be young people. Usually, okay, I don't want to be discriminative. It could be old people as well, but usually it's going to be young people hanging out on the corner, not doing nothing, just hanging out. What are you doing here? Keep it moving. As you take a picture.
You do realize a person has a legal right to hang out in the corner without continuing to move, right? There's no law that if you're standing on the corner. Wait, hold on. If you're standing on, hold on. If you're standing on the corner down the street from where you live, there is no law that says you have to keep moving.
It's kind of suspect in this is a tourist area.
Chris,
you're gonna look sort of suspicious.
Chris,
just hanging.
Chris,
not doing
looking suspicious is not against the law. You can't anybody can have a different determination of you being a black man could look suspicious to somebody. You can't just tell somebody you look suspicious and start fucking with them. That's profiling. You can't do that. That's against the law.
Okay, but this operation is not about profiling, Tim. What I'm trying to tell you
sure as hell is describing it.
No. Trump gonna put some police in place to deter. Is deterring crime. Do you understand what I'm saying? It might only be 30 days. It might take longer than that. Because like you say, 30 days is nothing.
Yeah.
They'll go in hiding. Like one of your guests said, they'll go in hiding and they'll come back.
I believe that. I certainly believe that it will deter crime from the citizens, but I totally disagree with you that the police will. I mean, listen, there's a certain percentage of cops that are bad. If you, let's say out of 20 cops, 2 of them are bad. Hold on.
We're not talking about cops.
The military got bad people in it too. What do you think? All in the military are good?
Okay, good point.
So here's the point I'm making. Let's say out of every 20 cops, 2 of them are bad. If you increase the number from 20 to 100, that's 5 times as many cops. Now you're going to go from 2 bad cops to 10 bad cops. If you put more cops on the street, you're going to have more bad cops in public.
Right, so what are we supposed to do, Tim? You're trying to get rid of crime. You're trying to bring crime way down. We're trying to bring crime down to the 19th century, not 30 years ago.
Okay.
We're trying to bring crime down to the 19th century like other countries.
You want to bring crime down to the 19th century, a period of time when you could enslave or rape a black person and it wasn't even a crime.
No.
There was more. Hold on. There was far more crime. Wait, hold on. There was far more crime. Let me finish. There was far more crime during the 19th century. They just didn't call it a crime back then. You could literally criminalize against a whole race of people back then. It was more crime in the 19th century. Are you serious?
Let's say 1890, 1880. Let's say that year.
Don't matter what year. 18 anything. 18 anything. You weren't going to be held accountable for victimizing somebody who was black in 18 anything.
So why is everything about black? I don't get it. Everything about black. What do you mean?
Because,
listen,
well, if you want, we can make it about Hispanics. We can make it about women. Fact is, hold on.
But
let me answer your question. Fact is, during the 19th century, other than being a white male or a white woman, you could essentially victimize all the other races, and there was going to be zero accountability. Does that clear it up?
How about violent crimes?
Okay.
We talking about people going to a city to visit a city. You get popped in the head trying to take a picture. That's not cool, bro. And this is me and you. We can go to DC and get stuck up by anybody.
But I'm trying to figure out, where does the National Guard have training in solving homicides? Where does the National Guard factor in any of this?
It's not solving homicide. What is solving? We're not talking solving crimes. We talking about deterrent. Deter. If you see people on the corner, you know they're gonna arrest you. Criminals gonna stop doing what they doing. You know, maybe kids stealing a candy bar. Stop doing what they do.
I don't think well, Chris, I don't think you realize how big DC is. He's not deploying enough cops that they can see every corner. Crime is still going to happen. I mean, it's not like you deployed enough cops to have one on every block. And I mean, you still can still go do a drive-by on your ops. You can still sell drugs. I mean, it's going to still happen. I don't see how you believe. It's only like a couple. I think you're sitting in a few hundred or maybe 1,000. It's not that many.
So, Tim, you think USA has that culture? Do you think it's the culture of the United States?
What do you mean?
Is it the culture of crime, violence? Is it the culture?
I think, and I'll respond to that by saying this, because you asked the question, what do we do? What can we do? We need to bring down crime. In my opinion, we need to actually address the reasons why people are committing crimes, as opposed to flooding the area to proactively deal with crime. People commit crimes for a reason. We need to actually address that. Poverty, lack of opportunity. Keep in mind, he's firing every damn body in Washington, D.C. So the unemployment in that state, or that district rather, has got to be hitting through the roof. When you start making people unemployed and financially desperate, that's what causes crime. You need to address that before you just start locking people up. That's my take on it.
Right. Now, Tim, that example you just used was occurring. He just fired. You right? You just say he fired a bunch of
Did he not?
employees, right?
Yeah, I saw all the federal offices.
That's your example.
Yeah, he's firing everybody in D.C.
Let's talk about the last 100 years before he fired them. We had crime then. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So we can't blame it on today's firing or the recent firings.
No.
This been happening for decades in cities across the country.
Okay, first of all, so in other words, you're saying because there's always been crime, firing people doesn't have anything to do with why crime is getting committed.
No. You got a point, right? What I'm saying.
Address that then. Then address that.
Right, I thought you was trying to make it as this is the reason. It's not the reason.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. If you go into a town, Cleveland, Detroit, you get rid of all the jobs. You see what happened to the auto industry in Detroit. You see what happened to the quality of life in Detroit. You see what happened to the steel mills in places like Pittsburgh and Cleveland. You see what happened to the quality of life in Pittsburgh and Cleveland. If you go into Washington, D.C. and you gut out their predominant industry, you start firing all this. You don't see any effect that's going to have on the city at all, huh? Dencal. Thank you, Dencal. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dencal. That was nice. It's unfortunate, Tim, but you know what? In certain countries...
Why do you keep bringing up other countries? They ain't got nothing to do with this.
Tim, this is USA. We supposed to be the best country in the world. Why can't we get this crime situation under control? It's been 100 years. It's been since Prohibition. and you know all the murders that, excuse that, I'm sorry for using that word, but you know everything that went on during Prohibition was bad. Why can't we get it together? It's been 100 years.
Because of what I just stated. We're not addressing what's causing this. I mean, poverty has gotten worse. I mean, when you keep saying 100 years, I'll tell you one thing. When you look at the way the black neighborhood existed back in the 50s and
They
60s.
keep saying the black. It's not about black.
Well, Washington, D.C. is overwhelmingly black. Washington, D.C. is a black neighborhood. It really is. Okay. So what I'm saying is, when you look at the way big cities like DC, where it's predominantly black or ran back in the 50s and 60s, up to the point where the crack epidemic took hold, the crime rate wasn't that bad. The crime rate did not get to be really bad until the crack epidemic and drugs took hold. So we start talking about 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the black neighborhood's biggest threat was a white man coming through there. So I don't know about 100 years ago.
Well, Tim, this is what I'm saying. We're talking about crime. We're not talking about race. This is what I'm talking about. Crime in USA is, I'm not talking about race. I get what you're saying about the black neighborhoods, this, that, and the third. But crime been bad for decades.
What I'm saying is that's not true. If you look at crime in the 1970s, in areas like DC, predominantly black neighborhoods, it was nowhere near as bad as it is today in terms of murder rate. Was anybody doing drive-bys in the 1970s other than the mob?
They were doing drive-bys and doing Prohibition in the 20s.
Yeah, right. It wasn't black people though. It wasn't black people.
They were doing drive-bys then.
Right. It was the fucking mob. It wasn't black people doing drive-bys back then.
Exactly.
Right. So the crime.
So what I'm saying, why is you sticking everything on? What I'm saying is, why is you sticking everything on black people?
Because where it's happening at. Because we're not talking about Gulfport, Mississippi having the National Guard. We're talking about him. He's talked about doing it in Chicago. He's talking about doing it in predominantly black areas, which is why I'm talking about black. Hold on. Let me give you an example. You remember the crime bill from Biden?
No, I don't.
You don't remember Biden's crime bill?
No, it didn't. It didn't affect us. None at all. Can you refresh me?
You don't believe Biden's crime bill affected black people at all?
Can you refresh my memory?
Do you remember the 3 strike laws?
Oh my God! You talking a long time ago.
You just mentioned You just mentioned the 19th century. You're telling me really?
You pulling strings.
You just mentioned the 19th century.
Okay. You got me on that. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, the 3 strike. The 3 strike was.
Oh my God!
Fair? Was it fair?
No. What I'm simply saying is, if you get tough on crime, and you do it in areas that are predominantly black, you're going to net a lot of black detainees. This is what they were saying about Joe Biden. His crime bill locked up a bunch of black people. They said the same thing about the 3 strike. What I'm saying is what Trump is doing is going to net a lot of black people. It ain't meant specifically to target black people. Neither was the crime bill. Neither was the 3 strike laws. But the right has no problem bringing up Biden locked up a bunch of black people. That's what I'm saying. Trump is on the way to doing it. I'll give you the last word.
Tim, I just can't agree with you because you keep going to black. And that's my issue. We got multiple cultures of people here and races, but you keep going to black.
Let me ask you before I move it on. With Trump deploying the National Guard in D.C., obviously some criminals are going to get arrested. Do you believe it's going to be equal across the board? You think that it's going to be equal amount of whites and Hispanics getting arrested? Or do you disagree with what I'm saying? That the predominant...
Yes, I'm disagreeing.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm disagreeing. And what I'm saying is to you is there will be few arrests, period. It will be no crime. It will be less crime. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be no blacks, no whites, no Puerto Ricans, no nobody. Everybody going to be on their best behavior because they're going to see the police. It's a deterrent. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. I don't know any example in the history of America where more police equal them sitting around doing nothing and less arrests. More police are going to want something to do. If you put more police in an area, it's going to be more people getting arrested. You and I disagree on that, Chris. I got to move it on. I give you the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good talk, Chris.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And listen, I vehemently disagree with that. I believe the police, just like when you give them AMRAMs and you give them, a Iraq war surplus and things like that, they're going to want to use that shit. If you put a bunch of police in an area, they're going to want something to do. Now, what he is saying is crime is going to go down. So the police are just sitting around on the corner with rifles and sitting in Hummers and things like that. The National Guard is just, no. I believe that if they're there, they're going to do something. I don't care if you start having them address speeders and people running stop signs. They're going to have to earn their keep. If he floods the area with law enforcement, the level of what it takes before you can be pulled over or stopped by police is probably going to drop. If it's only so many cops in your town, then they got to respond to 911 calls, and maybe if you're reckless driving. If the area is saturated with cops, they may start fucking with you for just jaywalking. There's plenty of them here. Just like if you live in a major city versus if you go through some suburbs, you notice the suburbs may fuck with you more. They don't have as much to do. So if you got cops that don't have nothing to do, they're going to start coming at you for lower level stuff, such as profiling, standing on the corner at 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing there? Stuff like that. So me and my last caller do disagree a little bit on that. A deterrent is good for the country, says Chris. We'll see. We'll absolutely see. Our capital should be the safest in the nation. I'm okay with making the capital safest in the nation, but it should also not be so damn poor. I mean, if you look, this is what I told my last caller. By the way, tap the screen, get your boy on up to 65,000. We'll take the next caller. I'm okay with the capital being the safest place in the nation. Then put it in a wealthy area. I mean, you're not going to have a lot of safe area when everybody's poor and struggling to get along. Poverty incentivizes crime. And that's what my last caller was disagreeing with. But poverty incentivizes crime. People who need money are going to do something to eat. Dencal, what am I getting wrong? You see my last caller hammer me? I'm in the trip. Good evening, Dencal.
Yeah, he wasn't really hammering nothing. He kept changing his position. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He doesn't understand that you can't throw a couple of thousand National Guard in a city the size of D.C. and crime is going to go down. That's not the way it works. You have to get out into the neighborhoods. You have to develop intelligence. You have to do a lot of different things to really start clamping down on crime. Just stopping everybody doing the stop and frisk, yeah, you're going to take some people to jail for a little bit of, they got a bag of there for, maybe they was carrying around a firearm and they shouldn't have. But that's not the people that he's talking about. When he talks about it's basically saying that DC is a cesspool. You can't even walk outside. That's not the reality. And when people go into it saying, well, yeah, we should just have a deterrent. You sending people out there for 30 days is not a deterrent to criminals. What they do, they go sit down for 30 days because they already know you can only be there for 30 days.
Yeah, but what about what I just told my last caller? If they go there for only 30 days, because he has to get Congress to give him an extension, but if they go there for only 30 days and the criminals sit down and they know in 30 days these people got to be gone, that means the crime rate is going to plummet for a month, which would be a great incentive for Trump to go back to Congress and say, see, this is working. We need more time. And with the Congress we got in office now, they're going to absolutely give them that. So if they do what you said,
you're cherry picking. We don't have enough National Guard and active duty people to go to every city in the country and set up shop and walk up and down the streets. No. People don't have an inkling unless they've lived in a big city atmosphere what it would be like to suppress crime in Chicago. Yeah. It's so fucking big. You could put 10,000 people downtown at one event. And it's not going to stop the people that's too blocks over.
But I got to somewhat disagree. And, being from Chicago myself, I will say this. I was in Chicago. I was on the streets during the 1991 Bulls victory over the championship. And it got really rowdy in Chicago. People were, doing all kinds of bad shit all over the city of Chicago when the Bulls won their first championship with Jordan back in, I think, 91. The next year, expecting that to happen again, they had cops all over the south side, west side, standing on corners, and it was far less violent. I mean, it did work. One or two cops sitting here. I mean, I can see a little bit of benefit to it.
So what would you say the square foot perimeter, the square mile perimeter of what they did? It measures nothing compared to the whole South Side. They wasn't on every street.
Well, yeah, but no, that's true. But there, listen, there are areas where crime is more likely to happen. I mean, being from the South Side, if you go to near O'Hare, where it's mostly white and upper middle class, you don't need cops in that area. It's not going to happen out there. It's going to be in our communities.
Okay, well, I'll give you the best analogy I can give you. If that approach worked, then why was there still all that damn crime when we had the crime bill? Why when we had the war on drugs, when we was running up in everybody's houses and all of that stuff was happening, we had no lack of murders and crime in the city. That does not stop people from committing crimes. Just like you said, if you have means and the ability to escape those areas, people do when they have opportunities.
Right.
You have to remember, Detroit at its peak was about 2.1 million people.
Yeah.
And almost all of that labor was going to the big three. When they decided to start moving their plants down south where they could do right to work, they can't have no unions. All of those people lost their jobs. Yeah. So now you got an economy set up for non-skilled labor, because we have been doing that for decades in Detroit. You just graduate high school, find somebody that work at the plant, you get the hookup, you in there, you instant middle class. Now, if 1 million jobs done left, then the people start leaving. The people start leaving, then you lose your tax base to provide services for the people that's in the city. Crime gets worse. There's a problem. Yeah. There's a root cause that people are not addressing. They just want to we put a whole bunch of people out there, crime gonna go down. No shit. If the president comes in and says we taking all the guns away in America, will crime go down? Yes. We understand that. But there's certain things you can't do because you're violating people's rights.
I don't think Trump cares about violating your rights, though.
But we're going to have people going around, but we all know, and your last caller seemed to try to jump around saying, well, I don't think they'll be profiling. What else they going to do? If you put a motherfucker down in the middle of D.C. in Chocolate City, down on their corner, who is he going to profile? All the black people he see. Yeah. He's not going to see a white person and be like, let me check them.
I hate to even push back on this because I agree with you 100%, but there are some cases where white people get profiled, and that is coming to black neighborhoods to buy drugs. If you're in a white, all-black neighborhood and you're a white person, there's a chance you can get profiled. I've seen it happen. I mean, you have no business in this neighborhood.
So you got a 13-year-old kid in the open-air market who's running out there to a car, and it's a 32-year-old white guy who's looking all paranoid with his eyes bucked. Guess what? The little boy on the corner, the 13-year-old is going to jail. The white guy is going to rehab. Like, there's a system in place to make shit happen. Could you imagine what would happen if Barack Obama took office and he said, well, I'm going to send a National Guard to these red cities? What do you know?
A large-scale version of January 6th is likely what we're... And I've said that before, is that people favor this stuff because it's happening to someone else, whether it's the ICE and immigration raids, putting people on the streets of D.C. All of this stuff sounds really good because, cops wearing fucking masks and no identification. It all sounds good because it's happening to somebody else. It ain't happening to you. But if you put a bunch of cops in rural Alabama and they could wear masks with no identification, or a bunch of black cops patrolling the streets of rural Louisiana, they would suddenly not like it. It sounds great when you can say it, it deters crime or it's great for the community. Yeah, because it ain't happening to you. But when it starts happening to them, they have a major problem with it. I agree with that 100%.
I can't stand having conversations with people who going to tell me what's happening to me or the people that I know and love. Just out the blue. That ain't happening. Yes. Yeah. Opportunity.
But to have a guy like my last guest suggest that under that circumstance, the cops would not profile is kind of shocking. That's kind of, to have a brother.
That's like saying ICE is not profiling when they go to that Home Depot. Yeah. Like if they see a brother, you know what I'm saying, in a truck sitting on 22s, you think they gonna get him for immigration? No, he probably a drug dealer. They not gonna mess with him.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking to hear a brother say that if you flood an area full of black people with cops, they're not gonna profile. I mean, I don't look. I don't know what made him say that. I just don't even understand
But
that because
when the guy who's setting the standard, the rule, when the president is saying blue area, we all know what he's talking about. We don't have to imagine or somebody try to give an interpretation. We know what he's talking. And then when he starts talking, he never mentions one city in a red state. Never.
yeah, and it's hard to overlook that because, like I mentioned before, Memphis and St. Louis and red states are pretty violent, and yeah, you don't hear the right criticize those areas at all, and it makes no sense whatsoever why they keep doing that.
I'm here. I'm right here in Lower Georgia, and ain't no mass raids going on down here in the deep south. No, that shit's all happening for people's viewing pleasure, so he can say, "Look what I'm doing." If he wants to get all of those damn immigrants that's down south, just picking fruit and all of that stuff, and he could damn near go door to door down south in some of these areas and pick up all. But they're not doing that. They only doing, and we know that if there's a reason why he's doing it, he wants to hurt the blue states.
And that's where I'm not here to say everything Trump is doing is bad. I mean, I believe in securing the border and things like that, but it is the revenge stuff that I find problematic, which is what you're talking about, deliberately targeting the areas of your adversaries. Even though the same thing is happening in violent red cities, you're only going to blue cities because you don't like blue. I mean, that's where I have an issue with is when you're operating not necessarily as a president for the people, but to settle scores. I don't like what they did to me when I was a citizen. They tried to pin me with federal charges and so I'm going to become president and just go fucking after everybody. And by the way, MAGA likes that. They actually believe that he was wrongfully treated, so he has a right to just be, revenge in chief. That right there to me is probably obviously divisive, but I think it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, yes, it's dangerous if he continues down this road and he expands it like he said he was. He said that's not going to be the only state, and he talked about Chicago and New York and all of that stuff. And then what people didn't realize, if you watch the rest of that clipping, when Cash Patel got up there, he just started talking about we had the lowest crime numbers in the history.
So there's a lot of conflict of interest or hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is what I'm looking for. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen, regardless of what happens with his deployment of the National Guard to D.C. Trump is going to come out of it saying that the crime rate is the lowest it's ever been in D.C. history. He's going to doesn't matter what the actual numbers are. He's going to portray it as if crime has dropped in D.C. to the lowest levels since my last guest said the 1900s. That's what or the 19th century or whatever the hell he said. That's what's likely going to happen. Trump is going to hype up whatever he does. But I want you to. I played this clip earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but he was talking about cops spitting, citizens spitting in the face of cops. I want to play this again for not only you, if you heard it, but for other folks, because I want to hear your opinion on what the hell he means at the end.
Because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face, and then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit, and they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any such, and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want.
What do you think he means by they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want?
The same thing he said he wanted to give police immunity from prosecution. He's openly saying that right now. I sent you a text the other day. I don't know if you got it, but when he said that stuff, that's exactly the mountain you decided, the hill you decided to die on when you said, I'm not messing with nobody who's going to give police the authority to do any damn thing they want with me just because they think or they profile me. That's not fucking right. And for anybody to be trying to minimize it, like, oh, well, no, what he meant, what he said, what the fuck he meant.
Yeah, it is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you spit on the cop's face and he, curb stomps you, kind of like American History X or something like that. Listen, you had no right to spit on him. I understand his adrenaline was flowing and he did something, he killed you. I mean, I can see that being the defense. I mean, that, and that goes beyond just spitting on a cop. You take a swing at a cop, you do anything to piss a cop off. He is kind of opening up the door that they can use violence to any level they want against you. I mean, do whatever the hell they want is fairly self-explanatory. So
and there's a rules of engagement standard for these people, and I don't know if he doesn't understand it, but the city police, this local police, the marshals, FBI. ICE, they all got different rules of engagement. So just telling a police officer that you can go out there and do whatever the hell you want to, if you say you was in a shouting match with somebody and maybe a piece of spit came out their mouth and hit you, so now you got the right to, you know what I'm saying? That's not right. That's why the National Guard and them, that's why they have protective masks and body armor and all of that stuff. Because you're supposed to meet force with equal force. A spit is not no damn force. Yeah. Now, understand if you don't have nothing over your face, they can consider that because you could be trying to transmit a disease or, there's other things. But that deserves what? An arrest. Not an ass stomping.
Yeah, yeah, but that is what, because he said they can hit and they can hit hard. So obviously he's speaking in terms of violence. I mean, he's not talking about just arresting people. He's talking about doing things to you that are violent. So I asked this,
which he's already done multiple times when he told the cops, "Look, don't hold their head when you speak, and just push them in the car." When he told them at the thing, I'd like to knock the hell out of them. If somebody does, I'll pay their medical bills. Like, and then when we say, "Look, he's promoting violence," they say, "What are you talking about?" No, Obama, Biden said.
Well, that's going to be the go-to deflection. But yeah, it does sound like, and you're right, the hill I died on was that, with me, I didn't think his first term was that bad. But when he started talking about he wanted to give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities, that's what made me firmly decide I would never vote for him. But now that he's in office, because I had so many people tell me he wasn't going to do that. He's talking qualified immunity, and now he's here saying phrases like they can do whatever the hell they want. So it does sound like he's leaning more towards giving police immunity, because these are federal. If he sends in the FBI and the National Guard, it's starting to get more federal, and that means that if they do something wrong, he now has the ability to pardon them. I mean, because now you're dealing with federal officers, so he can actually make it so when he says, "I'm going to give them immunity from prosecution." If you sit in federal offices, you can actually do that. In DC in particular.
Instead of them acknowledging what we've been saying before it ever happened, now that it's happening, then they just divert to something totally.
Our public safety crisis stems directly.
Hold on, I didn't mean for that. Go ahead, keep going. I didn't mean for my damn thing to kick in.
Yeah, it's like all of the stuff we were saying back then when he's starting to do it. He was going to profile. He was going to take advantage of people. He was going to do all of these things. We were fear mongerers. He was not going to do any of that stuff. He was going to get just the criminals out. He was just going to do what's best for America. It was America first. He out here making deals all around the world with the UAE and Saudi Arabia, and he got the crypto coin, and he done quadrupled his wealth on his second term, and they still telling me something. But he gave up his whole salary when he was first running. Yeah, he gave up $400,000 for $400 million.
Yeah,
or a couple of billion.
He definitely, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, increased his wealth. I mean, crypto, he's selling all types of shit. Like you mentioned, he's taking a jet now. And I don't think it would be hard to get anybody to believe that Trump has made a lot of money off the White House. You're right. Giving up a $400,000 salary ain't saying nothing at this point.
Did you hear when they was talking about now he's predicting that they're gonna have that $400 million jet ready in about 3 months? So you trying to tell me you gonna throw about $1 billion at this plane when you could have threw $1 billion on the original one that's being built for them to speed up?
I don't think he ever had any desire to fly that other plane. Once he found out this was the most luxurious jet, he wanted that one, and he's going to probably fly that one until he's out of office. That other jet, he'll probably deliberately tell them to slow down on that. That can go to the next guy. JD or Marco Rubio or whoever follows me can fly that. I mean, I'm okay with this, and he's going to continue. He's going to continue ownership in using that after he leaves the White House, unless there's some kind of liberal that follows him and they pass some kind of law preventing him from doing it. But once he's out of the White House, that jet ain't going to the Air Force or to the Smithsonian or any of that other bullshit. He's going to be using that jet for his private life. And most likely, absolutely, if he's proceeded by J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, we're going to be paying for the gas on that jet. I mean, when he leaves the White House, they're going to have something put in place that he gets to keep that aircraft, and the taxpayers are going to continue funding it.
Right. And he's going to be able to keep some of that equipment that's put on there because he's now a former president flying around in his own jet. So he's going to have the special radars and the special, defense mechanisms and all that. But
that's crazy though, because you get I think like Obama, I think you get $1 million a year travel allowance, which is insane in itself, but you don't get your own jet and shit like that. I don't know how Obama or Bush get around, but they obviously don't get a whole Air Force One size aircraft to travel in. But Trump does it bigger and better than everybody. So my guess is he's going to do it. Before I let you go, did you hear he moved the man's picture?
Medgar Evers?
No. Obama's picture. So for folks who tour the White House now, they've moved it to the top of a stairwell somewhere like that. So if you tour the White House, you don't get to see his picture anymore.
Right, but he also moved Medgar Evers' painting from the common areas also. And then when we say that some of this stuff has to do about race, they say, why you got to keep bringing up race? But did he move Alexander Hamilton's photo? Did he move, Abraham Lincoln's? Hell, the dude that got the damn, he got the Declaration of Independence up there. Don't know what the hell it is. Somebody, it's a beautiful document full of love. It was literally a declaration of war against the British, and he had to.
That's our president. Cal, I got to move it on. Always a pleasure, man. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Good talk. Looking in the comments, someone says, Tim, he's almost 100. He won't be in the plane long. He's not almost 100. Trump is 79. 21 years from now, that plane would probably need to be repaired or replaced it'll certainly need to be repaired every few years, but that plane won't even be anything special 21 years from now. But Trump is only 79. He could be around at least until, late 80s. He'll be flying in that aircraft. Not only that, but shit, for all we know, Trump may sell the aircraft on to the next person and do whatever he wants with the cash. Look, who's going to stop him? You think anybody right now on the Republican side of the aisle, he literally, and I mean literally, could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they would say, I need to see the whole video. What else did he say to the guy? What did he say to Trump? I need to hear more. The Republican Congress is not going to get in the way of Trump on anything he does. So my guess is the man is going to have a jet to use after he leaves the White House. Looking in the comments, I'm sure Obama and Bush have a plane taxpayers are paying for. I'm not sure of that. And I'm certainly not sure it's the size of Air Force fucking One. If you want to give him a G6 or something like that, a little small private jet, that's one thing. But you're giving Trump a jet that is the size of a 747. Why? Why do you need to pay for something? The jet he owned, his own Trump jet, was a pretty big ass aircraft. Paid for it by him. Why should you have to pay for him to have a 747 after leaving the White House? Taxpayers don't pay for nothing. What? Oh, taxpayers don't pay for nothing. They do get a pension. You don't get a pension that covers a 747 or Archangel. You don't get that. That's not what you get. They do get a travel allowance. Taxpayers cover a former president for life, but not to that level of lavishness. They don't pay for that. You don't hear about George W. Bush or who else is alive? When Carter was alive, Who's left? George W. Bush, Obama. Are those the only three? HW's gone. Carter. Yeah, that's not right. Yeah, it's only three left, huh? Who am I missing? Bush, Trump, Biden. Biden is still. Oh, and Clinton. Yeah, Clinton is still alive. Okay, I'm like, damn. Okay, you don't hear any of them flying around on 747. Yeah, Bill Clinton. I forgot about Bill Clinton. He's still around too. I'm thinking like, damn, somebody got to be in there. Anyway, looking in the comments though. It is normal for an authoritarian. Now that might be true. It's normal for a dictator to have a 747. That might say authoritarian. That might be more accurate, but it's not accurate for a president to leave office every 4 to 8 years with a whole fucking 747 that they own. That would be a lot of money on the taxpayers. Every 4 to 8 years, somebody's walking away with a 747. No, that's a bit much. Did the taxpayers got to keep paying for all of those? No, that's ridiculous. When you're cutting off aid to people like USAID and you're messing with Medicare, Medicaid, but he gets a 747 on the taxpayers. You realize how many insurance plans and how many meals you could do for the poor with just the fuel that thing costs to fly across country? You realize how much money that's going just to that one dude who's already insane wealthy anyway? I don't know. At some point, that gets to be ridiculous. Lord Tim done unalive Bill. I forgot about him, Alicia. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 80,000 in the likes. You know we don't block, ban, or censor. No one is coming to America. That is something the right is not wanting to discuss. I see your comment there. Sassy Mo says no one is coming to America. Have you guys seen any clips, any articles on how bad the tourism is in Vegas? You can actually stay on the strip at a decent hotel now for about $100. The price of tourism in America has dropped a lot because so many countries are not coming here. The Canadians were some of the biggest tourists coming to America, apparently threatening to make their country the 51st state. It is not working well. So that's an area that you're not hearing as much outcry from yet, but Trump has really hurt tourism. Disney World, Vegas, all of that shit. They're hurting bad. They're hurting bad because of that stuff. Now, some are trying to make it sound like, well, in Vegas, you know, it's going to cost a lot more to eat and they're charging for parking. No, it's because of what Trump has done. A lot of the foreigners that came to America, even the Europeans, they've all kind of started boycotting and not coming here. From Canada, they've actually canceled whole flights because it's just nobody flying. They've limited the amount of flights coming to America. There's just not a lot of people coming anymore. That's costing a ton of money. That is costing a ton. That area is, you're not hearing Trump bragging about in tourism at all. You're not hearing them say shit about that because it's doing really bad right now. In the comments here, I don't know what I just hit there, but tap the screen, by the way, get the likes on up to 80,000. We'll certainly take the next caller. Jack the Ripper says, good. You're happy that tourism dollars are not coming into America? That actually makes you feel good? All of the hotel industry and travel, all of the jobs. This is why I mentioned before, and tap the screen, I'll take the next at 80. This is why I mentioned before, I don't understand why Trump was so damn shocked that his job numbers were bad. You've been firing people for the last 7 months. You've been costing jobs from tariffs to tourism to firing federal employees. Why would you think that your job numbers were going to be anything short of dismal? Now he's fired the labor commissioner that gave those bad numbers and replaced her. You can guarantee the next set of numbers will be the best in job number history. They won't be accurate, but you can guarantee they will be good. But fact is, it shouldn't shock anybody why his job numbers are low. Have you seen any industry since Trump became president that's been on a hiring spree? You can name a bunch of them that's been on a firing spree. If everybody's getting fired and nobody's getting hired, shouldn't that equate to bad job numbers? Why was that such a shock? People talk about the numbers are rigged. No, the numbers are going to be bad no matter what you think they are. Everybody's getting fired. Now, I see in the comments, Bama Landscaper says Apple. Well, let me just say this. When Trump is talking about bringing jobs and manufacturing back to America and the tariffs are going to do all of that, that may actually happen. I don't have a lot of confidence in it, but I'm just one person. That may actually happen. That hasn't happened yet, though. Trump has been in office for 7 months. None of that has officially happened yet. Apple ain't hired no damn body yet. That's something they're promising and committing to do in the future. His job numbers are based on what has already happened since he's been in office. Nobody is hiring people like that. There's no reason for his job numbers to be anything other than dismal. Everything he's talking about are predictions for the future. You can't get credit for job numbers based on what somebody promised to do when nobody's working, nobody's earning a paycheck yet. You don't get credit for that yet. That person could change their mind. There were promises to open up plants during Trump's first term that never culminated to reality. I believe they broke ground on a facility that was supposed to be built in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It never happened. Yet they're out there with shovels breaking ground talking about a big plant where a bunch of jobs are going to come here. And that never took place. You can't get credit for shit that ain't happened yet. Under his first administration, under his first 7 months, it's been nothing but people getting fired. His job numbers should be bad. I don't get why that is a surprise to anybody. Looking in the comments, Marty says exactly why you lost. Talking about the job numbers is why we lost? Just one hamburger today is $8. And maybe that's the reason no one is eating out as much anymore. Well, the price of food is going up under Trump, just like it went up under Biden. Trump is not meeting his promise to bring down the price of groceries and things like that. Now, you say the price of a burger is $8. That's why people are not eating out. Maybe. Not disagreeing with that. But Trump promised to bring the price of that stuff down. Folks are so broke, they are 50 cents away from having a quarter. Okay? You're old enough to have seen all of this in real time. The fact that you don't understand any of it, it proves you should not have the right to vote. What are you suggesting? What do you mean I've seen all of this in real time? I've never seen the National Guard deployed to major American cities. Trump is doing so much shit that has not been seen before. Have you not heard the word? Doesn't matter if you lean right or left. Doesn't matter where you get your news from. Have you not heard them use the word unprecedented lately? Trump is doing so much shit that has never been done before. What do you mean I'm old enough to have seen all this happen in real time? Where the hell you think I'm from? Kuwait? You haven't seen this stuff in America. He's doing all kinds of stuff you have never seen before. Unprecedented, huh? Let me go back to the box. Not releasing the Epstein files. Yikes. I don't think he's going to release the Epstein files. I really don't believe that. Somebody said 5 tip for private. You can request to come up. I'll bring you right up on Clapper. Somebody else said he has to keep crazy going to avoid Epstein. And it's working. The great nation has been brought on her knees by a common thief and a con man. Are you suggesting that Trump is a con man? Okay, let me go back to the box. Are we at 80? Yes, we are. Going back to the box, we'll continue on with Twisted 77. Good evening, Twisted. Welcome to the program. Federalizing DC. Twisted, now I'm assuming you probably favor that, right?
Oh, absolutely. What's the problem with it?
Well, you are sending the military to deal with average American citizens, and the military do not have the training for that.
You're sending the National Guard. That's different than the military.
Right, but he also stated that he's not above doing that.
Okay, and what's the problem?
They're not trained to do this.
What are you afraid of?
They're not trained.
You're terrified. Wait. Because you don't actually listen to what he says. You interpret what he says to what you think it means. He said they're going there to assist. That doesn't mean they're going to be pulling people over, doing any police work. The police are still going to be there in the same numbers that they have been. Okay? So they're there to assist.
So what if I get pulled over by a cop, then all of a sudden a police car is back there, a Hummer, a Humvee with soldiers in it pull up behind the cop car? Is that what you're saying? They're assisting?
Did I say that? Did he
You
say
said
that?
assist.
Did anybody say that? You're just making shit
You
up.
said assist. What the assist means is a cop on site.
Assist. What did he say exactly? He said he was.
No, you said it. I haven't heard what you're talking about.
So you didn't listen to the speech. You just listened to snippets of it, like you always do.
Okay, so clear it up for me.
Because you don't get the full amount of information. You get half of it, part of it, pieces of it, bits and pieces. I got a snippet here, a clip there, And I think I'm just going to sit this, clip it all together, and I'm going to get a meeting from it.
Okay,
but
so
you don't actually know because you didn't actually listen to it.
Okay, so I got you here. And by the way, I did listen to all of it, but I got a lot of shit going on throughout the day. I can't.
Apparently not.
Okay, but I got you here to clear it up for me. Okay, I got you here to clear it up for me. But you're here to clear it up for me.
I'm telling you, you keep over talking me.
Okay, go.
He's there. They're there to assist removing homeless encampments, moving them out. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, I heard that. What is he going to do with them?
He said they were going to give them housing. They were going to move them somewhere else, just far away from the city.
You believe that?
Well, he said it, didn't he? Until he does.
Oh, shit, he said he won the 2020 elections, Twisted.
Wait. That's your problem, dude. Because anytime he says something, you don't believe it. Automatically, it's false. Okay.
Hold on.
And then when he says he does, then you're like,
You're gonna criticize me, suggesting that anytime he says something, I believe it's false. When you don't do the same damn thing about CNN and MSNBC, don't you do the same thing?
I don't watch them. How are you talking?
That ain't what I asked you. You don't have to watch them.
Sources to you, and you don't believe them either.
You don't have to watch them to think everything they say is false. You do the same thing you just accused me of.
No, I watch everything and decide for myself.
Okay. So you don't just think everything coming from CNN is false?
No.
So Trump does.
Okay, good for him.
So I'm doing the same thing he did. So good for me then too. Then good for me then too for doing it.
Okay. So if Trump does it, it's okay, but then he's a liar, but then he's not a liar. What is he, man? Because you're all over the damn place.
The point I'm making is when you say that I don't believe anything Trump says a lot of lies. Are you saying he's an honest man?
No, I'm not saying.
All right, then. There's a reason why I don't believe him.
I'm saying no politician is honest. I'm saying you're not honest either.
He was supposed to not be a typical politician. Why are you comparing a guy that was not going to be a typical politician? Why is he always getting compared to Obama or Biden or other politicians? He was not going to be that.
Because they were the president. You don't compare another president to another president?
No.
What do you compare them to?
He was not going to be like them.
A president to?
Every
I
time.
don't care what you say he was going to be like. No. I'm asking you, what do you compare a president to?
If he's not going to be a typical politician, there's nobody to compare him to. Nobody. He's going to be better than everybody.
Nobody. So he stands alone.
That's what he promised. He's not doing it, but that's what he promised.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, who do you compare him to? Do you compare a president to another president, or do you compare them to, the guy who sweeps the street down his,
I compare a president to another president unless they tell me otherwise. He told us otherwise.
Oh, so he told you, so you're going to listen to exactly what he says.
That's why I keep saying the man lies.
All right.
That's why I keep saying the man lies.
So why do you care that they say he's doing things that are unprecedented?
What?
You were bitching earlier about him doing things that were unprecedented. Why do you care then?
Yeah, because a lot of the stuff he's doing.
To any other president, but they're comparing him to every other president when they say that. But you just said you can't compare him to another president.
No, they're not comparing. When he starts talking about getting rid of birthright citizenship, they're not comparing him to anybody. Nobody else done that. He did that on his own. When he's talking about getting rid of Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, there's nobody to compare him to. He's done that. Nobody else has done that.
Okay, and
it's wrong. It's a crime.
Let's get back to the point at hand, because we got to get back to DC. Because what you said with Chris, you contradicted yourself several times. First of all, you said having those military out there, as you call them, the National Guard. Okay, you said
they're not military?
That was going to make people. Well, the National Guard and the military are two separate things.
You're telling me the National Guard is not considered the military?
No.
Where have you heard that from?
It's the law, dude.
That's not true. That's flat out wrong. They are military.
Okay. All right. Shh. Let me tell you. I'll explain it to you.
Please do.
Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. If they were the military, they would not be allowed to ever be deployed on American soil. You know that as well as I do. You cannot deploy the military on American soil.
Didn't
You're not allowed
Trump?
to do that. That is why we have the National Guard.
Didn't Trump just deploy? Wait, hold on. Didn't Trump just deploy the active duty Marines to Los Angeles? Didn't he just do that?
The Marines are the exception. The Marines are the exception.
So you said you can't do it. Now it's an exception. You accused me of hypocrisy. Remember? You accused me of hypocrisy. You just said they can't do it. Now you're on exceptions. What else? What other exceptions do you have in your?
The Marines is the only exception.
You just said you couldn't do it. Now you're on exceptions. Did you not say you couldn't do it?
Just. See,
take your time. Take your time. Figure it out. Take your time.
Tim, how are you this fucking stupid?
You just said something that was
because you said in one line that having these National Guard out there was going to be bad. It wasn't going to do anything. Okay, it wouldn't stop any crime. But then you said it would stop crime. More cops will stop crime.
You just told me.
Why is he? Wait. You said why is he deploying the National Guard? Why don't they just bring more cops? Okay, but then you said more cops won't do anything. So which is it?
I don't see
what
how
is going to make you happy. Well,
okay.
I want to know what is going to make.
Okay, well let me answer. Let me answer the question.
What is going to lower crime?
Okay, let me answer the question.
Cops, more National Guard, less cops, no cops. I don't know because you keep going everywhere. Because anytime anybody says anything, you say the opposite.
I don't see how you can see my hypocrisy unless there's no mirrors in your house. You are literally hold on. Let's have a conversation.
You are not.
Okay, wait, listen.
Every time Chris said something, you said the opposite.
Okay, but at some point,
less cops is bad.
Twisted.
More National Guard is bad.
Twisted. At some point,
rifles is bad because it scares you. You're gonna piss your pants and run away every time you see a cop. What is it, dude?
Twisted. At some point, you're twisted.
You don't have a fucking answer.
Are we actually talking to each other? Twisted. I'm gonna have to listen.
You always do this.
I gotta drop you, man. I gotta drop you. You just talking on and on. I don't like dropping guests. The first time I probably dropped a guest in, I don't know, over a year. You're always welcome back, Twisted. But at some point, you're just talking. Look, if you got me dead to rights, I'll concede a damn point any day. But if you're just talking, he had no intention of letting me speak at all. I'm just going to continue talking over you. So unfortunately, I had to drop him. I don't like dropping guests. I don't believe in block banning or censoring anybody, but we got to have a conversation. It just can't be you talking. And that's what he was doing. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, but real quick, he said the National Guard is not the military. By way of yes or no, is there anybody in the comments that believe that? Maybe I'm getting it wrong. For you, I'm going to ask you guys a simple question. Is the National Guard the military? Yes or no? Do you see the National Guard, Army National Guard, Navy, do you see them as the military? Yes or no? He clearly said the National Guard is not the military. Because he's telling me, how could I be so fucking stupid? That was his actual quote. How could you be so fucking stupid? He said the National Guard is not the military. I've never heard that before. By the way, weren't they activated and sent to Iraq? So you actually didn't George W. Bush activate the National Guard and send them to Iraq? So I don't know how somebody could suggest the National Guard is not the military. But I do have a few folks on YouTube saying no. It's the first I've ever heard it before. Alexa, is the National Guard the military?
Yes. The National Guard is part of the military. It's a unique reserve component of the U.S. Armed Forces, serving both state and federal missions.
So apparently Alexa disagrees with him too. I don't know. But he's the first person I've ever heard say that and then continue on by saying, how could you be so fucking stupid? I hate to drive people. I really hate to drive people, but I was trying to plead with him. Let's have a conversation. He just was interested in going off and he wasn't trying to let me in, so I had to drop him because I don't know when he was going to end up not speaking. I normally give folks plenty of time to get their point across. So you don't have to just do that. You're going to get a chance to get your point across without censorship. That was not necessary. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, Trump is the savior of the world just behind Jesus, says MAGA Mania 72. You really believe Trump is the savior of the world? Did he cut off aid to USAID? You think Jesus would have did that? Say America first and the savior of the world at the same time? Okay. All right. You really think Jesus would have told all of those starving people In other countries, we're going to focus on America first and stop sending money over this overseas. I don't see that as being Jesus the savior of the world. Pretty funny though. Trump can't save his bladder. Damn. Anyway, let me go back to the box. I hate that I had to drop a guess. I do not like doing that. I don't ever want to hopefully have to do it again. Let me go back to the box. I do not like dropping guests. I don't mind getting criticized or hammered in any way, fashion, or form, but if we're not having a conversation, there's nothing I can do. Gen X, good evening. Welcome to the program. Good talking to you. Did you hear my last conversation?
I did. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. All right.
All right. You're looking kind of proud, boy. Good evening to you.
Love that fucking meme, brother.
Oh, my
Proud
Lord.
of your boy, baby. I think you should join the Proud Boys.
I don't think the Proud Boys will let me join the Proud Boys. Are they?
Well, fuck if we won't. Well, fuck if we won't. Dude, we love adversity.
Really? There's diversity. There's diversity in the Proud Boys.
Different opinions. Let me say this, brother. I'm packing my shit, dude. Everything. I'm living.
Hold on. So let me blow you up so the guests can see it. Where the hell's the? I don't know how I can do it. I don't. For some reason, it's not letting me do it. Oh shit.
You're good, bro.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to do it. Go ahead. What were you saying though?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to move, man. I'm going to Helena, Montana, moving from Zootown, and I am very, very happy. Now, let me go to your to the conversation. Let's get it right. The aircraft Trump, you're saying that Trump's doing, he's not keeping that, brother. He's not keeping. He's going to use it as he should, but he's not keeping it. It was donated to the Air Force.
Here's where our disagreement is, Gen X. He is telling you he's not going to keep it. We don't believe that is true. That's where the difference is you're going by what he's telling you, and his detractors don't believe him. I believe personally that by the time Trump leaves office, there will be a reason for why he needs to keep that jet, and I think that MAGA will be fine with it. Huh?
Do you have a crystal ball?
No, but I know Trump says a lot of things that don't come true. We're still waiting on the Epstein list. He's clearly on video making it sound like he was going to release it. I get what you're saying, but
it's the conversation from the Epstein list to the aircraft.
No.
You have a crystal ball that's going to tell you he's going to keep the aircraft.
No,
he's not keeping the aircraft, man.
Well, I'm just simply saying that taking Trump's word, he's shown that his word is not always trustworthy. He said a lot of things and he didn't mean it or didn't do it. So I'm just simply saying, I don't just take him. Right now, he is saying he's not going to keep the jet. There is no law stopping him from doing it or nothing. So we just got to take him at his word. And as far as I'm concerned, his word is not that credible, Gen X. The man has told a lot of lies.
Okay, now, let me ask you another question. What politician hasn't told a lot of lies?
And I'm going to say the same thing to you that I was trying to say to my last guest, is that wasn't he supposed to not be like a typical politician? Why are we always comparing him to other politicians when he fuck up? He was supposed to be the guy that wasn't taking a salary. He's not a typical politician. We're constantly saying, well, you know, Obama did that too, or Biden. Why is he always doing what a lot of folks on the right thought were awful politicians? He's always doing the same stuff that they were doing.
Because at least he does a lot of the shit that he says he's going to do.
And he also does not do a lot of shit.
Border thing, he is. He said he's going to declare war on the cartels. He is. Yeah. He said he's going to try to get the Ukraine-Russian war under wraps. He is. He's got a meeting with Putin Friday. The man is trying to do what he said he's going to do.
Do you really see him going from ending the war in 24 hours to giving Putin 50 days to going down to 10 days to now meeting? Do you not see how Putin is just moving the goalposts back and back and back with Trump? Trump originally started out thinking Zelensky was the enemy and Putin was the friend. Then he went to Zelensky being the friend, and Putin is the one that was the enemy, giving Putin 50 days to get his act together, knocking it down to 10 days to get his act together, which the 10th day was last Friday. He hasn't done any of the things he promised to do if Putin did not do what he threatened him for. He didn't promise that he didn't follow through on any of that stuff. Now all of a sudden we're having a meeting between Putin and Trump on Friday. For you to say he's trying after all of that, at some point, he's not succeeding, Gen X.
All right, maybe he's not succeeding. Did Biden do more?
You're comparing him to another.
Did Biden do more to end that war? No. Answer that question. Did Biden do more to end that war? No, he didn't.
No.
Now, Trump said he was going to end it in 24 hours, whatever. He's a fucking idiot, and he fucking talks through his ass. I get that.
I don't get that, though. Here's what I don't get. You give him credit for the things he's done right that he promised, but then when he promised to do something wrong where he's talking out of his ass, no, that's a lie. That's a failure. If you're going to give him credit for the successes, you got to call it as it is. It's a failure. You promised to do something.
I do.
Okay, so that's a failure. That ain't talking out of his ass. You promised to end the war in 24 hours. You failed at that.
Tim, I absolutely do.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
But he's doing a lot more trying to end that war. He thought he could go in there and just end the war. And I respect that. But the reality is he couldn't. And now he's trying to do just a little bit more to end that war. He's got a meeting with Putin in Alaska, Friday? He's at least really trying to make shit happen.
Gen X, you
come on.
What you're saying?
I know you're an intelligent. Let me say this, Tim. I know you're an intelligent man, and I give you that 100%. We've been friends for 2 years, 3 years,
at least. Yeah.
I know you're an intelligent man. Look at what he's trying to do, man.
You realize? Hold on. You realize what you're saying? What you're saying has participation trophy written all over it. Who gets credit for trying? Well, he tried to win the Little League Series, so he should get a trophy. You either won it or you didn't. You either succeed or you didn't. You don't get credit for trying. I mean,
is the Little League Series over? No, it's not. It's 7 months into it. The Little League Series is not over just yet. He's got 3.5 more years to win that series.
It's over with if you say you can do it in 24 hours, Gen X. Nobody forced him to put a time on it like that. He did that. He promised to bring down the price of groceries fast. He promised to release the Epstein the minute he got in office. Release the Epstein list. He's the one that put time frames on him. He didn't meet his own promise. That's a failure. You don't get credit for trying. Trump damn sure would never give a liberal credit for trying. So why do you expect folks on the left to give him any credit?
It's not a failure if you're still trying.
Even if you promise, even if you put a time on it. If I tell you the next time I'm up at bat, I'm going to hit a home run and I strike out and come back to the dugout and say, but the game ain't over with yet. That ain't what you promised. You promised it bad.
Hold on. If I tell you, if you come to Montana, I promise you we'll get burgers at $7.99.
Okay.
And you get here, and it's $9.99. Guess what? At least I tried to get burgers at $7.99, and the burgers are still delicious. And motherfucker, we had a great fucking lunch. Everything worked out. You know what I'm saying? And that is an invitation, my friend. Come to Montana, because I'm coming to Chicago in fucking June.
Okay, in June.
I've got an appointment in Chicago, and I would love to hook up with you and have a meal. Have a burger, have a beer. If you don't drink, that's fine. I know you don't drink.
No.
I do. I enjoy my beers, but I would love to hang out with you, brother. I would absolutely fucking love it.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm not giving the president credit for trying. I hear your side. I always talk about there is no need for participation trophy. So I don't want to hear that Trump is trying. Either you did it or you did not do it. Certainly when he is the one himself deliberately putting timestamps on how fast he can get shit done. I don't want to hear that, in the third year I finally ended the Russian-Ukrainian war, even though I promised to do it in 24 hours. So you're like 900 fucking days late? No, either you did it or you didn't. I mean, that's the way it's like we're giving him some kind of special scale to judge him on that we would not give a liberal that way.
All right, I'm going to put a twist on the game. He's trying to clean up D.C. And guess what? He's going to do it. Because people in D.C. are not going to be intimidated by National Guard, cops with ARs, whatever. If it makes me feel safer, rock and roll, baby. Fucking do what you got to do to reduce the crime rate.
I don't believe you can clean up a heavily crime city in 30 days, Gen X. I mean, unless he gets Congress to allow him to do this for a longer period of time, you're not going to clean up that city in 30 days. It's just not going to happen that quick.
He'll make it safer.
30 days?
He'll make it safer.
Well,
let me ask you this, Tim.
Go ahead.
If you go to a neighborhood that you know you might be mugged, and you go to that same neighborhood a week later, and there's a police presence there, or National Guard, or whoever, you tell me you don't appreciate that.
I don't know, Gen X, because like I told one of my callers, if it's a uniform cop, that's one thing. But if I'm going in a neighborhood and there are Hummers with National Guard and long rifles and shit, I don't want to be in that neighborhood. I don't want to hear that it's safer. I don't even want to be around that shit. I mean, I just don't, because, the National Guard, you're talking about people that they're not trained to interact with the public the same way the police are. I don't, they're used to doing things heavy handed. I just don't, that ain't something I favor, safety or not. I just don't feel right being around it. I would not want to be in a neighborhood like that.
Okay, let me give you an example. To quote you, give me an example. When Rudolph Giuliani took hold of New York City, he was the mayor, and you talked about this earlier, mayors, conservatives and liberal mayors. When Rudolph Giuliani took control of New York City, and I forget the year, within a year and a half, 2 years, the city was safer. There was a lot less crime. I mean, the crime rate dropped by, and don't quote me, I don't know that it was this much, but it may have been at least 30%. So the facts are that conservative mayors who are truly conservative do really, really well at preserving the city and making the city safer. What say you?
Well, it's a good question. That's a good question. If I'm correct, I think I remember during that time that the New York Police Department ended up apologizing for how bad they treated people. You can bring down crime and become you can bring down crime and become the criminals in the process. I mean, the more heavy-handed the police get, the more they'll bring down crime. But it ruins the relationship between the police and the public, and oftentimes the police get away with mistreating people. I believe the Giuliani government ended up apologizing because they treated people so bad.
Kim, you're 100% correct. The Giuliani administration did apologize for heavy-handed cops under Edward Koch, who was the mayor before Giuliani. But he apologized for heavy-handed cops and said that, in a nutshell, and I'm not quoting anybody, that we're going to re-police people without the heavy-handed cops, but administering accountability for everybody. And he did just that.
I'm not aware of the way you're making it sound. That's not what I heard. Is they ended up mistreating a lot of people. In fact, just about every area. Anytime you go after crime, gung ho, by putting a lot of cops in place to bring down crime, it usually results in people getting mistreated. Whether we're talking about what was his name, Daryl Gates or whatever out in Los Angeles, he was doing it. You talk about the Biden crime bill, which the right uses a badge biting over the head for locking up people, or you go at the Kamala Harris. Anytime you get real tough on police in the community, the police generally abuse their powers a little bit, and innocent people get harmed. I don't know of any area where they saturated it with police to bring down crime, and the police didn't hurt or mistreat anybody. They usually end up hurting people that don't deserve to be hurt via profiling, maybe gung-ho arrest, because a lot of cops bring their own drama to work. The wife has divorced them and they don't caught the wife cheating, so now they pulling over somebody and taking out their anger and frustration on the person. Cops bring their own drama to work. So the more cops you put in an area, the greater the statistical probability of some of them are going to be bad. I said this in the earlier part of the live. If only 2 out of every 20 cops are bad, and you suddenly go from 20 cops to 100 cops, you're going to go from 2 bad cops to 10 bad cops. I mean, it's just the statistical probability. You're putting more of them in the area. We all know all cops are not good. So the more cops, the more bad ones.
Let me say this about the Biden crime bill. I do not hold Joe Biden accountable for that. I do, but I don't, and here's why. There was more Republicans that supported that bill than Democrats.
You're about the only one I've talked to on the right that says that, because they were banging the shit out of Biden with the crime bill. I mean, most of the folks on the right were saying that shows that Biden is racist.
He tried to pass something, and I agree with the crime bill, 100%. But the way politics has come now, Republicans say, "Oh, well, he initiated the crime bill." Motherfuckers, you all supported it.
Yep.
Most of you did.
Yep.
And that's a fact. That's reality. That's the numbers.
But they don't like to bring that. Yeah, they don't like to bring that part up. But you are correct. When Biden passed the crime bill, there was not a whole bunch of Republican resistance to it. They were totally fine with it as well. But they like to beat Biden over the head with it without admitting that their party was woefully in favor of it. Biden was just a senator. He didn't do that on his own. I mean, he had a hell of a lot of Republican support.
He had mostly Republicans supporting that. Yeah. In fact, I think when Biden was a young man, I think he was kind of Republican bound. He was a Democrat, but he wanted to get favor of the Republicans too. So he did what he needed to do in politics. And I get that, and that's okay. Now, I agree with that crime bill, not based on race, but based on, dude, if you fucking hurt people, if you commit the same crime 3 times over, bye.
It ain't this. Wait, hold on. But it's not the same crime 3 times over. A lot of times, if you got 2 strikes, virtually anything you do, people were going to prison for the rest of their life for stealing a pack of cigarettes. I mean, that 3rd crime don't have to be shit. So it wasn't. Now, if you got 3 major felonies or something like that, that would be different. But no, that 3rd crime did not have to be that bad. You got a lot of folks that spent the rest of their lives in prison or got, life in prison for a 3rd crime that, I mean, some cases it was pretty minor. I think I did hear of a guy who stole a pack of cigarettes and they got him with his 3rd strike for that. It didn't have to be that bad.
No, and we agree on that. We agree on that. And I'll concede there and agree with you up there. 100%.
All right, well, Gen X, always a pleasure. I do got to move it on, but that's the point I was just making, though. If you saturate an area with the police, you can count on police to abuse their power at least to some level. I'm not saying all cops are bad, but I would damn sure never say all cops are good. The more cops you put in an area, the more...
If police are going to abuse their power, if police are going to abuse their power, Tim, they're going to do it with everybody. They're not going to do it with just blacks. They're not going to do it with just browns. They're not going to do it with just whites. If police are that stupid, if they're that untrained, they're going to, especially if they're federally mandated, they're not going to just do it for any single race. They're going to do it with everybody. They're going to do it for all Americans.
No, Gen X, what I'm simply saying is if you're a cop and you're going to abuse your power, you're not going to abuse your power against some rich kid driving a Ferrari. You're going to do it against somebody who doesn't have influence, who can't hire a lawyer, who's not connected to somebody high power at City Hall. And that's going to be far more people of that type in the black community. You're right. They may do it against poor white kids as well. But fact is, when you look at the amount of power and the amount of poverty the little bit of power and a little bit of money in the black community, fact is, black people make better victims. If you're going to abuse a group of people, that's the best group to abuse because they don't have that much power. They don't have that much money. They make better victims than everybody else.
Yeah, Tim, I disagree. Bad cops are going to be bad cops.
So you think a bad cop? Would?
I really don't.
So you think a bad cop would abuse a senator's son just as much as they would abuse me?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
We disagree, but fair enough. Gen X, Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
Love you, brother. I'll talk to you soon. I'm moving to Helena here pretty soon, and I'm going to have a housewarming party. I would love for you to come out and barbecue with us. I will pay for your plane ticket, my friend.
Why I got a barbecue? Why can't I like some other kind of meat? Why it's got to be barbecue?
Guess what? Us white folks like barbecue as much as you black folks.
I'm just fucking with you. I love barbecue, by the way. I'm just fucking with you. At least you didn't say watermelon. I got to move it on, Gen X. Thank you.
Have a good night,
All
brother.
right. Appreciate it. Looking in the comments. My God, there's a whole lot of people advising me not to see you guys in the comments. Real quick in the comments here. Handsome Sticky Fingers, hell of a name, says Trump ain't shit. Says Handsome Sticky Fingers says, you let your caller, your last caller is crazy. Thank you for cutting him off. He was definitely one of those craziest ones that come through. Oh my God. Well, me and Twisted don't agree, and I don't mind having people that disagree. If you think I'm full of shit, you can say I'm full of shit. We don't block, ban, or censor. The issue was he was just not allowing the conversation. I mean, he was just talking. I mean, he was just going on and on. I couldn't get a word in. And it's not necessary considering you normally get at least 10 minutes on the program. And I tend to give Twisted, because he is MAGA and my preferred guests are MAGA, I tend to give them even more time. But he just was not letting me speak. Like, well, shit. I mean, there's nothing I can do. But anyway, looking in the comments, I don't know what I just did there. Tim is the menu. Oh my God, Uncle Sneaky. What do you think I'm going to go out there and become the menu? What is that sound? What is the movie that was Keenan Peele, Get Out? Is that? I hope that ain't what you're talking about. And let's mention the most childish behavior from any president ever, says Jason. Yeah, Trump is a petty president. I don't think there's any denying that President Trump is a very, very petty, emphasis on petty. Just the whole notion that he's running on a campaign of revenge. I'm not a fan of it. I get that people believe that he was mistreated when he was a citizen. People were coming out there trying to arrest him for stuff or whatever the case may be. But I don't favor having a president get in there and literally decide I'm going to go and attack everybody I got an issue with, from Rosie O'Donnell on up. He is just literally a president of vengeance. I'm not a fan of that, but I do think it's working well for Trump because it's making people fearful of speaking out or anything against him. Even on the right, if you say something, he's going to come after you. That's why you don't hear the Liz Cheneys and people like that anymore. They're scared. You don't hear from any of those folks because he's frightened everybody. I'm not a big fan of that, being a president of vengeance. I do want to hear this clip real quick. This is Janine Pirro from Fox talking about what we're talking about.
Men doing it.
Which is flooding the D.C. area with basically federal agents. Because he's also he's just talking about the National Guard. He's talking about federal agents as well.
I saw you today in the briefing room along with the president and also the Secretary of the Defense talking about this move that the president is putting forth. The last time the National Guard was deployed here in our nation's capital, as you know, was 2021 after the deadly insurrection. Let me ask you, why take such extreme measures to fight crime now?
Well, I think that there is a crime emergency in D.C. And, people say, well, crime is down from last year. Well, so what? Last year, crime was too high. We had the fourth largest, highest homicide rate in the nation. So let's stop, namby-pambying this. What we've got in this great city, and the president has a constitutional obligation to make sure that this city is safe. And he's doing just that by today deploying the National Guard and making sure that there is enough armed forces, enough forces with the DEA, the FBI, the ATF, the National Guard, to make sure that we send a message to young people and criminals throughout the district that we are watching you, that it's not going to be the same old, that we are taking crime seriously. because you know, just like I know, if you live in this area, that there are too many young people committing crimes. They're emboldened to commit crimes because they know they're too young to be arrested. If you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you shoot someone in the District of Columbia, I cannot prosecute you. And I'm not just talking about federal crimes. I'm talking about my job as a local DA. Unless you kill that person, I cannot handle the case at all. And young people know it. And that's why we had an intern who went out for...
Now, I will go back to continue with the show, and this is a lengthy clip, but to me it sounds like they're going to be locking up kids. I get that if you're 14 and you commit a major felony, you should be punished, but I don't know. If someone is 14, do you think they should be getting life, should we just throw away juveniles under the guise that you're so bad you don't deserve to be out from a 14-year, 14, 15. You heard her say 14, 15, 16. So, and keep in mind, there was a time, some might argue that time still exists, where they did give life sentences to kids that young. So in other words, irredeemable at 14. We already know now at 14, you don't deserve to ever see freedom again. I mean, there was a time when we used to do that. I believe America has executed a 14-year-old. I believe a young black kid, if I'm correct, the story talks about how they had to sit him on phone books so that he would be high enough to meet the conductor they put on your head for the electric chair. They executed a 14-year-old. So, I mean, to me, it sounds like that's what she's talking about. Now, I don't, in regards to people suggesting that there's a color scheme here or going at the black people, whatever the case may be, I'm not going to speak on that specifically, but juveniles committing these major crimes usually are black kids. I mean, look, I'm from the inner city, from Chicago. There is a lot of people under 18 that commit major felonies. I mean, drive-bys, stealing shit, smash and grabs. It is a lot of folks that are under 18 that do that. Do you believe that it's okay to give a 14, 15-year-old 10, 15, 20-year prison sentence? I'd like to hear from you folks, and in my opinion, that person is fucked for life. I mean, it really is. If you're 14 years of age and they put you in jail for 10, 15, 20 years, you ain't getting out and becoming a model member of society. Not likely. Not as a juvenile. That's it. Because once you go in there, the people are going to take you under their wing and just turn you into a more hardened criminal. Anyway, looking in the comments, they keep doing because they've never been to lock up. You can lock them up. She's talking about charging them as an adult, though. You can lock them up, but if you're talking about locking them up for long periods of time, then you're not going to get back anything that is not going to get out and get their life together. If you put a 14 or 15-year-old in prison for 10, 15 years, chances are that's a career criminal coming out. That person is going to go back to prison, back and forth until you finally give them a life sentence. That's probably what's going to happen if you give somebody that young a lengthy period of time behind bars. I mean, that's it. That's going to be it. Looking in the comments, if we're looking for criminals, let's start with January 6th, says Joseph Quick. Well, they pardoned all of those folks. Those were patriots. January 6th was a love fest, if you ask President Trump. But continuing on with the program, Adio. Good evening, Adio. Welcome to the program, Adio. You must break the spirit and then rebuild it. That's how you get to change these people that we're talking about. Yeah, but our penal facilities are for profit. They're making money off incarceration. Their goal is not to reduce the recidivism rate. I mean, think about it. We actually have 50% of our inmates are back in prison within 1 year. 70% are back in 5 years. Yet on the front of the facility, they call it a correctional institution. You're not correcting the damn thing. Ain't nothing being corrected. These people are coming right back. So the goal is to fill up the cells because they get federal subsidies and money for that. The goal is incarceration. It's not to it's not to make better people. Deal. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong here?
Well, can I ask you what do you think they should do with them? I'm curious because you've seen all this. You've seen the system working or not working. What do you think they should do?
Great question. Two answers. First of all, I mentioned this earlier to one of the other guests. Number one, you got to address the root cause of why crime is being committed. That's the first thing. You gotta people. For instance, there's a reason why there's more crime in poor neighborhoods than rich neighborhoods. Even people from poor neighborhoods, when they get money and move to a rich neighborhood, they don't commit crime anymore. So there's a reason why the crime is happening. That's the first thing. The second thing is actually making an effort to improve the quality of the human being once they are incarcerated. We don't do that in this country. As I was just mentioning before you and I started talking, is that you got to actually, if you incarcerate somebody, we're focused on making sure the state is as harsh as possible, as opposed to trying to make sure we produce somebody that might be a model human being when they get out. No, we want it to be hard. I don't want them to have decent food. I got to pay for my food. Why should they get good food? I don't want them to have weights. I got to pay for a healthcare membership. I don't want them to get education. I got to pay for mine. We want it to be bad inside, but then we expect a good person to come out. That's not going to happen.
Right. Do you feel like maybe the liberals they're not really pro mom and father, like they don't really push the family aspect of family staying together with a mom and father in the home, so they have a dad and they can actually raise the kid up in a decent way?
What is the liberals doing? Give me an example. What is the liberals doing to break up families?
I don't know. I feel like there was a war against men.
Well, the liberals, yes. Here's the difference. The right is very religious, and religion is obviously more focused on a woman should be with a man, the hierarchy, God, man, woman, child. The liberals believe that everybody should be equal and free. So if you don't want to have a husband or a wife, you don't have to. The right, the religious section believes that you should be in an intact marriage and all this. So I don't know if it's that the liberals are promoting the breaking up of the family. They're promoting freedom. Whereas on the right, you may have a lot of women that are in unhappy marriages, but they've been told that you should be married. So they're just staying with the guy. I don't know if that's a better situation or not.
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't even want to blame the kids because I just feel like it's the way you're raised. It's what you're taught as a kid. That stays in with you your whole life.
In regards to the way you were raised, I can tell you there's plenty of folks that have came from intact two-parent households and still turned out to be really bad. I mean, I do believe the father should be in the home. I get the point you're making, but I just simply think the root cause of crime, there's a lot of factors. Poverty probably being the biggest one. I mean, if people are struggling, they can barely get by, the likelihood that they may do something wrong is going to increase. And we're not addressing that in this country. When you got a whole class of people being told you don't even deserve a minimum wage increase, I mean, you're kind of overlooking that. And that's the people who are making those low wages like that, that's where a lot of your criminals are coming from. So I do believe that if we address the issues of what's causing crime as opposed to just flooding the air with police, I think we could get further.
Don't you think people that have a lot of money, they can't be evil? I know a lot of people with a lot of money that are just evil people.
Yeah, but fortunately
they're doing white collar crimes is what they're doing. They're just not literally killing people, but they are killing people because they're doing white collar crimes. But they have a lot of money, so I don't think money determines if somebody's going to do something bad or not.
I totally disagree with that. I think that you're going to have a whole lot more people in poor neighborhoods committing crimes than rich people committing white collar crimes. I don't disagree with you that there's plenty of crime that happens in wealthier areas, but I don't think it's up anywhere near to the level of what it is in poor areas. And by the way, white collar crime is different than going out and actually taking somebody's life or causing some serious physical harm to them. I mean, you're talking financial crimes, which financial crimes are nothing to joke about, but the crimes that are happening in the inner cities are actually violence against people.
Yeah. It's funny because my brother's a doctor and he used to steal people's bikes out of their garage.
Damn.
You know, he got caught when he was a juvenile like so many times stealing mopeds and stuff, and now he runs a hospital. You know what I mean? So I think kids can make a mistake. It just depends how bad and how much you're willing to accept. You know what I mean? Like if somebody shoots somebody, that you have to draw a line at that point.
Yeah, but do you?
They can kill you.
Let's
They
say,
can kill you.
yeah, let's say a 14-year-old during a robbery shoots somebody in the leg or shoots them in an area where they survive. Do you believe the 14-year-old should be thrown away? I mean, give them 10, 20 years in prison?
I mean, God sakes, man. I mean, if they shot you, how would you feel if they shot you? We always put somebody else. If somebody else got shot, how would you feel if they shot you and you? And
I want you to be. Well, you asking me how would I feel? I want you to be executed for breaking in my damn car. That's why you don't let the victim decide. I mean, if you let the victim decide, everything you do would come with a life sentence. I mean, you can't let the victim decide what happens to the person. Otherwise, everything would be death. I don't care if it's breaking into somebody's house. Well, I needed that. You should spend 20 years in prison for that. So I look at it like this. If you throw somebody that young in prison, you are kind of throwing away that human being at that point.
Yeah, it's really, like I said, that is just such a tough call. You know what I mean? But, would it make an example to other kids? Probably not, because the kids don't really think.
Ain't nobody looking at that.
To think what's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think we have more than seen plenty of examples that being tougher on crime does not deter crime, because when you're committing a crime, generally at this level, we're talking about crimes of opportunity. Ain't nobody thinking about, I would break in your car if they only gave me 6 months in jail, but now that they give me 5 years, I'm not going to do it. Nobody is thinking logically like that. Or, I would sell this bag of weed if it was only 2 years in jail, but now that it's 6, I'm not going to. Ain't nobody thinking like that. They're thinking about how to cash in on what they're doing. If they were thinking logically, they wouldn't be committing crimes at all. So the people that are passing these tougher laws are using logic against a group of people that are not thinking logically.
Don't you think some of the states, they've thrown a lot of money at these problems, and money has not fixed these problems? Or you think they need to throw more money? They're not throwing enough money.
I don't think they've thrown money at it. I don't think they've thrown money at alleviating poverty. I mean, like I said,
wait, maybe they've given the money, but it hasn't reached, because the corruption of the city councilman, the money hasn't reached the people. How do you feel about that?
There is some of that, but even in that case, it's only going to be coming from liberals. The right ain't throwing money at them at all. When you say the money ain't reached the people, the right ain't even throwing money for it to not reach the people. The right believes in self-reliance, and you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So if you fall flat on your face, the right believes that either you figure out a way to get up or you just lay there until you die. The right is not going to do any of that. So they're not throwing money to try to help this stuff at all. They're like, either you get up on your own, or if you do something wrong, I'm here to lock you up. There is no help. There is no cavalry coming.
Yeah. So what do you think the best solution is?
As I just stated, jobs and opportunity. For instance, I mean, you could opening up rec centers and giving some of these young kids something to do helps out. Certainly, more jobs helps out. Like people asking for a minimum wage increase. If all of a sudden mom didn't have to work 2 jobs and she could just work 1, she could be home helping to raise her kids a little bit more. Now you got a lot of family, because you mentioned having a family in a home and how important that is. You got intact families where both mom and dad got 2 fucking jobs. The jobs don't pay enough. People are struggling, and the streets are raising their kids. Some people actually want to be good parents, but they can't be a good parent and pay the bills at the same time working at these bullshit jobs. Not to mention, if you do go out and try to better yourself and take out a student loan, now you're straddled with debt that the right don't believe you should get any assistance with. If you take out a loan, you should pay it back. If you're struggling, so what? I mean, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying.
And somebody in the comment, peace and love in the comments said, don't have kids. See what I'm talking about?
He's probably right, because it costs money to have kids.
Yeah. Well, and now you're now the right side of that. Now you lean right, correct?
I lean. I voted for Obama. Okay.
Who'd you vote for in the last election?
Trump.
Okay.
I voted for Trump. Well, and let me ask you, why did you lose the last election?
Why did the left lose the last election?
Why?
Oh, man.
They thought they were going to win. They thought they were going to win.
There's 2.
Let me tell you. Okay, go ahead.
There's two reasons why the left lost their last election. One being they only gave Kamala. First of all, Biden refused to admit, and they lied to a lot of folks on the left about his cognitive decline. And Biden then, once he had that horrible debate on June 27, 2024, refused to step down for damn near a month or more. So all of a sudden, you got Kamala Harris in there, who is not a good campaigner herself, but only with 100 days to run against a guy that we've known our whole fucking life. That's the first reason. The Democrats handled it bad. Second reason is Trump promised a lot of good shit. He was going to end wars in 24 hours and stop people from killing themselves. He was going to bring down the price of groceries immediately. People were pissed off with Biden with the transparency. Trump was going to get in there and release the Epstein list and let us know. Trump promised a lot of really good shit. So he won based on making great promises against a person that was not a good campaigner.
Yeah, I think the problem with the left was they had a lot of numbers, but it wasn't matching people's realities. They kept telling them things were doing great. Don't you read the numbers, and making people feel like they're a fool, like everything's going great, but then the reality is not matching all the numbers that they're telling everybody. This is the facts. This organization says this is not true, but it wasn't matching people's reality. Yeah. So as much as you told them this is what this says, it wasn't matching their life.
But that's what I mean when I say a bad campaigner. Is people can tell what you're saying. You're right. The Biden administration was talking about how great the economy was doing, and people are like, no, I can't afford shit. But Trump is doing that right now. Right now, Trump is talking about how great the economy is. People are like, no, it's not. I'm not doing well. I mean, most Americans are not seeing a whole bunch of extra money coming in their house since he became president. He's doing that too now. But you are right. Biden was telling people that things are going better than they were personally. Their personal perception was not what he was saying.
Yeah. And I think if they're more real and say, look, things are a little tough right now, but we're working through this, people respect that. You know, give us a couple more months. That's what Biden should have said. Things aren't great right now, but don't tell people how great things are.
I don't think that's going on. I don't think you're going to get
TikTok.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the benefit. I don't think you're going to get the benefit of the doubt saying that when Trump is trolling you the way he was. I mean, that's another thing that didn't help Biden out at all either, is the fact that you got a guy out there that has a huge amount of support trolling everything you do. If you go out there and fall down, he's online making fun of you. I mean, he was trolling everything. No other president probably in history has had their predecessor, because Trump lost to Biden, their predecessor just stay around, linger around, and just keep attacking you constantly. Nobody's ever had that. I mean, Trump was on social media almost every day attacking every aspect of Biden, from his policies to how he lived his life, everything about the guy. I mean, that people talk about having Trump derangement syndrome. He literally did that on Biden. Now, they don't call it Biden derangement syndrome, but it fits the definition of what they call derangement syndrome. He did that on Biden. That also hurt the Democrats.
But you got to realize 80 or 90% of the news stations, the Democrats own it, and they were trashing Trump for how long?
That ain't
every
true,
single day.
That ain't true. 80, 90. Yeah, that's not true. 80, 90% of the news stations are Democrat. I mean, your local, because you guys view anything that criticizes Trump as being a liberal news station. I don't see your local ABC, CBS, or NBC affiliate in your town. You know, CBS New York. That's not a liberal station. I mean, any network that's not pro-Trump, you guys call it a liberal station. That's not true. See, MSNBC, huh?
You know why? Do you know why? Because they wouldn't say one good thing about the man, like not one thing. That's how you know when it's sided. Somebody has to do something good. They would say nothing good about him. Nothing. You wouldn't get one good thing ever out of all the stations.
I think
that I didn't hear one good thing.
His economy, I think people were giving his economy credit, even on MSNBC and stuff.
No, they weren't. I don't think they were at all. I never heard anybody.
I'm listening to what you're saying. You, just in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. You don't sound like a guy that was watching a whole bunch of liberal networks to begin with.
No, I would put on NBC, ABC, and all that, and all I would hear is constantly trashing Trump all day.
I'll tell you this. Maybe
I'm wrong, but maybe it was a little bit more sided toward trashing Trump. He got his fair share too of the trash. I promise.
And that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, even if what you're saying is right. I disagree to some degree, but even if what you're saying is right, you got to understand there's going to be consequences to you trolling and saying all kinds of awful shit about everybody. You're not going to have the networks judging you fairly when you're treating the networks like shit constantly. It ain't like Trump was some great president just trying to make America great and people were just attacking him for no reason. He launched a lot of fucking attacks. He's still doing it. I mean, he attacked a lot of people. That comes with consequence. Now, I know MAGA believes that it's wrong to attack Trump, and if Trump attacks you, you deserved it, and he's telling the truth. That ain't how it is in real life, though. If you're attacking people, they're going to attack you back.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing. It really doesn't matter what the news is saying. We already know that. It's just after his time is up, say in 4 years, whatever, and you feel like things are better, that's the only thing that's going to matter to you. It's not going to matter what everybody's saying on this TikTok, either side. It's going to be like, are things okay for me now? That's all people are going to vote on. It doesn't matter what people are telling me. It means nothing.
Yeah, and I got to say, normally I would agree with you under Biden or Bush or somebody. I don't agree with you under Trump. I believe under Trump, if Trump, particularly, now I'm aiming this at MAGA. This is not to Democrats, independents, or traditional Republicans. But with MAGA, if Trump tells you you're doing good economically, it don't matter how you're actually doing. You're doing good economically. If he tells you, therefore it is. I mean, you see what happened on January 6th and stuff like that. If Trump says something, they just believe it. I mean, I use January 6th as a perfect example because January 6th was only 2 months after the election. Trump was still having the election investigated. There's no way they should have been there certain the election was stolen. The investigation ain't even concluded yet. Why are you here saying that Biden stole the election? The investigation hasn't even concluded. And you're already saying this. It's just because he told you. He ain't showed you no proof of this yet. He ain't even showed you his investigation being over with yet. Why are you here?
Yeah, I voted for Trump. Like I said, he's telling me how great everything is. So I agree with you. I don't think everything's that great either. And I voted for him, right? So I'm still just going to give him his time for things to work out, and then if it doesn't work out, I'm voting Democrat. I'm not swayed just because of the name Democrat and Republican. This is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. I want to just see what somebody does. If my life changes and it's better, and the reality is going to tell me that. No man on here, no news article, no statistics are going to tell me shit. It's just what I feel. If my reality. That's what I'm voting on, and that's what everybody I think is going to vote on.
Well, I will tell you, there's a little bit added to that. Like for instance, if Obama's in there and he's giving you a great economy and you're doing well financially, but he's taking away gun rights or he's banging on Christians and saying all kinds of negative shit about Christians, the fact that you got a good economy may not be enough. The reason why I'm pointing that out is because there are a lot of side things Trump is doing that may be deal breakers. For instance, me personally, I don't like the idea of giving police immunity from prosecution. I don't care what the economy is. If you do that, that's the equivalent to me of taking away Second Amendment rights to the right is. So there's things he's doing on the side that may be bad enough to some people that even if he gives you a good economy, it may not be enough for people to keep voting for him. He's doing a lot of that side shit like that some people do not favor. I don't favor even discussing taking away people's citizenship, like Rosie O'Donnell, somebody who's born and raised in America. I don't favor that. Or discussing, talking about sending homegrown criminals down to El Salvador. Americans that committed crimes, you're going to deport them to another country? This is what he's saying. So is a good economy strong enough for me to vote or support somebody that's sending Americans to foreign countries? Probably not. So it depends on how much side shit he's doing.
Right. How do you feel he's doing so far?
I don't have a lot of high marks, and I would give him. I think here's one I give him an A+ on: securing the border. I think he's done a really good job on securing the border. I said it before he got elected that he would be better than all the other Republicans running against him. He would be better than Kamala Harris and Biden at securing the border. Because I personally was saying I believe he's so gung ho on securing the border he would break the law to do it. I was saying that before he got elected. Now that he's gotten elected, I still believe that. I mean, certainly we're talking about birthright citizenship and ending things that are constitutionally protected. So I actually believe if you wanted a secure border, there is nobody on earth that's going to secure the border more than Trump. So he gets an A+ in that area. Economy, D. I don't see where grocery prices or anything is coming down. I'm not giving him any high marks on that. And I don't give out participation trophies. He made it sound like if he gets in there, he's going to do this shit quick. He ain't doing it quick. Now it's like short-term pain for long-term gain. That ain't what he campaigned on. Obviously, the foreign affairs, he was going to end the wars in 24 hours. Gotta give him an F on that. I mean, he said 24 hours. Nobody made him say that. He could have said, I'm going to do it fast, but it's going to take time. Nobody made him say 24 hours. He said that. So he gets an F on that. And then, of course, even going beyond the 24 hours, what he's done from going from the Ukraine started the war to Russia's the aggressor to giving Russia 50 days, knocking it down to 10 days. The 10 days expired. He didn't do shit. Now he's meeting with Russia on Friday. F. I mean, everything he's doing is falling through on that. That's an F. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's gotten worse since he became president. Now, I know he's claiming it would never have started, but it's gotten worse since he became president to the point where he's bragging about Indian wars we didn't even know shit about. Because the ones we do know something about, he ain't doing nothing to stop them. Now he's talking about Kosovo and all this other shit that we didn't even know was going on. So there are areas. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree. I just think, yeah, he's talking before he's doing what he needs to do it. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
He's over bragging and underselling, is what I'm saying. Nobody's making you make these bold ass promises.
I think, yeah, that's his personality. I mean, this is how he's been his whole life. I'm the best. I can do this. Nobody's going to do this better than me.
Yeah, because he hasn't been judged on it. He's been able to say it, not carry it out, and still do well. I mean, he's never really been held accountable. He can make these statements like Trump University, for instance. People didn't start suing him until he became president. He had obviously overpromised on Trump University and did not deliver to all of those folks. Ripped them off. Finally, he became president, and he had to answer to that because it was nagging in his campaign. But yeah, he probably has been doing that his whole life, is overpromising and under-delivering. But I can't hate on him for doing it. It's been working. He's been getting away with it.
I guess people just, you know what? I'm glad you just said that because he had a vision to give the people, whether it was a lie or not. He gave the people a vision and hope. The Democrats did not give any hope. There was no, I'm going to do this, we're going to do this from the Democrats. That's why they lost the election. There was absolutely no hope. So you're right. Maybe Trump did lie, but at least he gave them a dream and a hope that something might change, even if it wasn't going to.
Bro.
And that's what the Democrats miss. Zero hope anything's going to change or get better. And they didn't put that message out there. And that's why they lost.
Fair enough. I do got to move it on, but in the words of Sarah Palin, how is that hopey, changey thing working? Dio, I think it is?
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, anytime. Come on back anytime. Looking in the comments, how about no men in women's sports? Yeah, he'll get an A in that. He'll get an A in protecting the integrity of women's sports. For me, look, I'm going to just say what I always say on that. That's something that is overhyped and is affecting no one. I mean, I don't know, a few hundred people watching me right now. I don't think there probably is not one single one of you that got a child that's playing against a biological male in sports. Look, I don't believe biological males should play in women's sports. So I agree with what Trump is saying. But it ain't something I really give him much credit for because I don't think it's affecting anybody. I don't think 0.001% of Americans are dealing with that. It's just not really. You got whole counties, whole jurisdictions that does not have a single school that has something like that going on. That is exceptionally rare to have a biological male trying to play women's sports. It's not the right did very well in hyping that issue up. And I believe they got a lot of votes based on it. But in reality, it's something that everybody was sympathetic to that was affecting no one. Just affecting no one. And there's just very few girls that are playing against biological males in sports. In wrestling, basketball, football, it's just not happening that much. As a conservative you just wouldn't vote for qualified. Oh, somebody's talking to each other here. MAGAs, please know people who are progressive are not the enemy. You're not going to convince them of that. 16 women in transports in the U.S. are such a threat. don't believe there's even 16 women in trans sports. I don't look. At the end of the day, and I'll go back to the box in a minute here. Tap the screen. Get your boy on up to. We should be way higher. We should be higher than that. Get your boy up to 80,000. Put my spectacles on. But yeah, I don't believe that's really affecting people. I actually believe it's more based on hate. That's my opinion. This is an uncensored show. By the way, we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If you enjoy that type of commentary, feel free to take this time to smash that like button. Give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok or Clapper tonight, give your boy a follow. But we're here most weeknights. Go ahead and follow the program if you like uncensored dialogue where everybody gets to speak regardless of their political affiliation. Yeah, but I don't believe that really affects as many people. I think it's more about hate because they're also, in addition to talking about playing against biological girls in sports, a lot of it is the notion that they're harmful to children, as if there's a whole rash of LGBT, or better yet, T. Right now, we're just the trans. They're kind of laying low on the L, the G, and the B. It's mostly the T that they're messing with. How many cases have you heard of transgender people doing anything illegal to a child? I say this every single time this topic comes up. If you are keeping your child away from the transgender community and taking your child to church, you have things backwards. There is a significant history of church clergy, priests, pastors abusing children. Hundreds, thousands of them, dating back centuries. Your child is far more at risk in church than they are around the transgender community or at a drag queen show. The numbers don't lie. The numbers do not lie. Children are not getting abused at drag queen shows. They have a history of getting abused at churches dating back over a century. It's about hate. It's not about actual reality. It's about hate. Anyway, let me go back to the box. I don't know what I'm hitting. And it ain't just Catholics, Lutherans, Mormon, Baptists. I mean, all of those religions have a history, have a lengthy, significant history of abusing kids. And you're taking your kid to church, but keeping them from the transgender community. That is backwards as can be. Miss Mo Better. Good evening, Miss Mo. Welcome to the program. Tim. It's a rough night tonight. It's a rough night tonight.
It was rough for you, Tim. I was so happy you dropped that guy because he was just talking and chatting, and then he's in the comments chatting. Like I said, you saying he don't know shit, he don't do X, Y, Z, but you still here. Like, make that shit make sense. And that's the problem with people like him. You're a fucking hypocrite. Beat it.
I didn't want, listen. Well, listen, to be honest, I love talking to my MAGA viewers. I don't like to,
Get it.
It's just he was not having a conversation. He was just talking. And it's like, look, if you got a point to make, if you think I'm a piece of shit or I'm full of shit, feel free to say that. But then let me speak back. I mean, he's just going on and on and on. He wasn't leaving any room to get in there. So,
right. That means he doesn't know how to dialogue. Or he likes the sound of his own voice. He's not looking for truths. He's not looking for any of that. He just likes the sound of his own voice. Those people are annoying. Boy, bye. Anyway, I was listening, how they're saying, the border is secure and all of that stuff, and that you got rid of all the criminal stuff.
You disagree with that?
So why are you deploying the National Guard if you got it so secure?
Well, he's deploying the National Guard to Washington, D.C. That ain't got nothing to do with the border, though. He's saying
but that's to declare war on his own people. That's what that's doing. Because, like you said, once people start seeing that out there, they're gonna be uneasy because they're like, why are they here?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, but I don't know if I would call it declaring war. I mean, some folks are saying it will bring down crime. Do you see the military walking around as a deterrent?
Crime is already down, Tim. The numbers ain't lying. The numbers are there.
Yeah, but you don't drop it.
Down to 30%, 36%. Not just D.C. and New York, Chicago. All of those places are down. But what's happening is they don't want to go look up those statistics.
Well,
they just want to go on the notion of what Trump is saying.
Well, they're suggesting that even if it's down, it's not down enough. It's still too much crime.
Like you said, be crime. Which, like you said, now let me ask you this: how can all right, a landlord is charging $2,000 a month for rent, but you're only paying $7.25 to $8 an hour. How are they supposed to afford some shit like that? You're cutting the programs like Section 8 and DSS and stuff like that. And then you wonder why homelessness is so popular.
I know.
Because people are not affording. And now if they want to do something, start going after these landlords for start raising these rents so goddamn high that people can't afford to live in them.
Yeah, I know 3 people in the state of Indiana that are Section 8 that are one been living, they getting kicked out because of they're cutting the programs and they're like, there's just no way I can afford, because Section 8 pays a large portion of your rent.
Right. And then what happens, it trickles down because all right, now I have to work 2 jobs. Then a lot of these children are left on their own. Then they're going out into the streets, turn into the streets to maybe we didn't have enough to eat. Let me go steal this or what have you.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that part I don't think they see that, or I don't know if they're not concerned about it. But that is absolutely right. That if mom and dad are working like crazy, the streets are probably raising their kid.
Right, and then they say, "Oh, well, get a better job." All right, so then what's going to happen? I have to go to college. Yeah. They got to go to college, but then I can't afford to go to college, and I have to take out all these loans because the people here don't want to help. You go to these other countries, they give their citizens free education.
Yeah, to me, I've said this before, and I know a lot of the folks on the right don't like when I hear it, but when I hear a lot of stuff on the right, it's kind of a don't ask me for shit party. Whatever, like it's a pull yourself up by your bootstraps, self-reliance. Don't ask me for shit. I don't care what's going on in your life. I found a way to make it. You need to find a way to make it. Well, don't ask me for shit. That's what I hear.
Here's the thing about that, Tim. They will deny the fact that their generational wealth came from somebody else's boots.
Well, not all of them. I mean, there's plenty of people.
Not all, but a majority. A lot of it has from other people's inventions, from other people's labor, all of that stuff. We like you said, for a problem to be solved, you have to go to the root of things. Yeah. So we can't just stop at a certain point because stuff is carried over from years ago, Tim.
Yeah, but I don't. You got folks in my comment section. I see one person who has generational wealth. I don't know if it's that white have or people on the right have generational wealth. I don't know if I agree with you on that. But I do believe that self-reliance and don't ask me for shit creates a lot of poverty.
The ones that are in power they have a lot of generational wealth.
You said what?
It's the ones that are in power is the ones that have the generational wealth. Yeah, of course, I'm not saying that all have benefited from it. No. But again, the ones that are pulling the strings are the ones who from the generational wealth. Those are the ones who are cutting the programs. Those are the ones who are making the laws.
Yeah.
That's who I'm speaking to. Those are the masses that I'm speaking to. Yeah. Because again, the right, y'all, believe it or not, you have the same issues as the left.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, I mean, that's why you see more in areas where there are no liberals around, like the Bible Belt areas, the people are a lot poorer because they do have that don't ask me for shit mentality. It's just, if you're poor, you live in a right-wing state, you're going to either figure it out or you're just going to be poor for the rest of your life. There is no cavalry coming. They do have that mindset. Healthcare and all that stuff down there is non-existent.
And they're not being made to explain what the next step is. This is just what we're going to do now, period. There's no solutions. There's no solution to healthcare, to none of that stuff. To ending poverty, I don't believe they want to. They need criminals because prison system's a big business. Yeah. If you got everybody that are sovereign, upstanding citizens, what's going to happen to their wealth?
Yeah. How do you respond? In my comments, American Made says, "Don't be fucking if you can't afford your kids." How about that one where they say, "Look, I didn't make you have sex. You the one that went out there and was irresponsible, got pregnant. Why should I have to take care of your kids?" How do you respond?
It doesn't always start out that way, Tim. It doesn't all. Some people do go on with plans and they fall apart because guess what? We just lost our job. I just got fired last week. And then some people don't even get their pensions that lose their jobs.
Yeah.
So
So what you're saying,
I find that to be an asinine statement.
so what you're saying,
please go somewhere else with that.
Yeah, so what you're saying is it's not always a case of two irresponsible people creating a child they couldn't afford. In some cases, they actually could afford the child, and then something financially happened to them, like you said,
shit
losing their job.
happens.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, a lot of people that come up with these statements and stuff, most of them they're not at risk of losing a 401k. They don't have a mortgage.
Yeah,
they don't have car payments. They don't have stuff like that. You know, they might be a deadbeat. They just so happen to have internet service. So like it's situations come up to where some people lose out on things.
Yeah, it could be two federal employees that had sat down and planned their children, and now all of a sudden Doge has made them both unemployed. Mom and dad. I'm sure there's some real cases out there like that, where mom and dad then got fired by Doge.
Both people lost jobs. Listen, I've been at my job 18 years. There's people that was there longer than me lost their jobs because I worked for the federal government, Department of Energy. They lost their jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the Trump administration. I'm sure the Trump administration has made some financially responsible parents poor. I mean, he's fired a lot of people. I'm sure he's done that. It ain't always just irresponsible and fucking. Sometimes you got a president come in here and he just fire you. I'm sure that is happening.
He's trifling, and not only that, I have news for them. They're looking to cut 10 to 15% more. So how do they think? What do they think going to happen with crime? And the commander in chief himself is a criminal with stealing stuff because he for stealing. That was stealing, Tim.
What did Trump steal? Oh, you mean taxes?
Yes, cheating. All of that stuff is stealing.
Well, shit, the way he going after what was her name? What's her name? Letitia James. She may be in jail by the time he done.
Again, because he has a vengeful heart. And see, this is what they talk about. Oh, nobody has anything nice to say about Trump because he doesn't do nice things. He sets his own precedent. Give somebody something so they could say something nice about you, but he doesn't. You're going after people who don't bow down to you. You unjustly do things. How do you expect people to respect you at that? Let me tell you something, and this is what my late grandmother used to say all the time. Your character can carry you a lot further than your talent.
I agree with your grandmother. I do agree with that.
His character is terrible. He has a horrible demeanor, and people can't see past that.
The crazy thing is, I was going to say exactly what you said. They can't see past because the crazy thing is, MAGA don't believe Trump's character should get him in any trouble at all. I mean, as long as he's, what do they say? Don't pay attention to what he's saying. Pay attention to what he does. MAGA thinks that his character is irrelevant.
He does fucked up stuff too. He does fucked up shit, and that's why people don't respect him. No ones that talk that shit are the ones who don't have any kind of dental benefits or anything. They fucking toothless ass food.
All right, Miss Mobetta. Are you suggesting that MAGA doesn't have teeth?
Some of them don't. A lot of them don't. They don't have brains either.
Oh, my God. I'm going to leave it at that. Miss Mobetta, I appreciate you holding, by the way.
Hey, Mike, y'all tap that screen. Get this up to 200,000. We could do it.
Are we that high? Really? I don't know about that.
Get your focals on, Tim. You at 172.
When I get, as I've gotten older, I never wore glasses in my life. Last year or two, goddamn, 171.
Don't be too proud. Me and you the same age. I wear them. Yeah. Listen, don't be too proud. Put them things on so you don't see something wrong. Shit.
All right. That is good advice, Miss Mobetta. Always a pleasure.
Indeed.
Thank you. Somebody in the coach said that Michael says can't see shit. I can see everything else. It's just that little number at the top of the screen, and it happens to be. On my screen, it happens to be right up there where handsome liberal is. The letters are white, and my background up there is white as well, so they kind of blended in. So that's where I'm getting it at. But Mike, I see you in the comments. Pizza Lover says that explains a lot. Yeah. Let's talk about negative income tax. What is that, Michael? What are you saying? That people are working and not... Explain. What are you saying? They're not paying taxes? Let me know what you're referring to there. It says, let's talk about negative income tax. And real quick in the comments, handsome sticky fingers, thank you. Appreciate the support. Says, also, some parents out there who are very negligent and they just don't care. They just let their kids do whatever. That's the sad part. Also, speak on that. Negligence has something to do with the some of these mass casualty events happen by way of negligent parents, where you just letting your kid, sit around all day and being able to, 18, not quite an adult, but, I guess old enough to get your hands on a rifle. Some of that stuff has happened from that. Just negligent parents. I believe a couple of states have now started charging parents whose kids get access to their firearms and go commit a mass casualty event. Somebody says Cal Rittenhouse. Much more about it. Yeah, Cal Rittenhouse. Even though I 100% believe what he did was an act of self-defense, he had to defend himself. It was a lot of negligence involved in that. His parents actually took him to that shit. Why do you take your kids to a fucking riot with an AR-15 on them? Why? I mean, you a 17, you gonna drop your kid off at that? Yeah, Cal Rittenhouse, his mom, I think, took him to that. That is incredibly negligent. Like, only by luck did your kid survive. Yeah, he ended up taking out the assailants that were trying to kill him in self-defense, but Bicep Man, the guy who had his whole bicep blown off, the only reason why he didn't take you out is because he didn't decide to pop your ass from distance. I mean, that was really, really negligent to drop Cal Rittenhouse, drop your son off in the middle of that shit. That really was negligent. Negative income tax is a tax structure that replaces things like Section 8, etc., with cash direct to recipients. Could call and explain this shit. No, well, first of all, Mike, you can if you're on TikTok or Clapper, you could call. But in regards to replacing Section 8 with cash direct to the recipients, I don't favor that. I don't favor doing it that way because then, yeah, you probably gonna have some irresponsible people spending the cash on drugs and other shit. I don't think you need to give it to. Look, if you need housing, I'm gonna provide you with housing. You don't need to hold the money. I mean, you don't. Yeah, I don't believe in doing it that way. Do you think my baby's mama deserved 11,000? Damn. Somebody said, do you think my baby's mamas deserve $11,000 from me every 3 months until my child is 18 years old, so she doesn't have to work? Well, there's a lot to factor there. What? Okay, you said, first of all, you said baby's mama, so it's plural. I don't know how many kids you have, but $11,000 every 3 months. So what is that? 3,000 some odd dollars per month. You can actually look. I know there's a whole lot of women that are benefiting from child support in ways that they should not. But depending on where you live and how the quality of your child's life, $11,000 every 3 months is not a ton of money. Now, I don't believe, or I don't like the notion that it goes by income because then at that point, once you start making a certain amount of money, it can become a windfall. I mean, at some point, you could be paying child support that is way beyond anything anybody could ever refer to as child support. I think there should be a cap on it. There should be a cap on it. Or better yet, the judge should say, if you need more money than that, the father gets the opportunity to have the kid. If you're telling me you cannot survive off of 10,000 bucks a month or some shit like that, like when R. Kelly started getting in trouble, his baby mama started coming out saying we're homeless and shit. Like, you've been getting, your kids are teenagers. You've been getting R. Kelly type child support for over 10 years. And because he's dealing with the law, you suddenly fucking broke. What have you been doing with all that money? So something like that, that's a different story. But 11,000 bucks a month, if you're living in, New York City somewhere, look, it can be a lot of money to the father. It could be putting the father in damn near homeless and still not be a lot of money to the mother. So there's a whole lot of factors to play depending on how many kids and things like that. But I'm not going to pretend like the child support system is not unfair. I'm not going to pretend that way. I mean, it is a pro-woman's system, no doubt. Looking in the comments, only when I should be paying for my son That's it. I shouldn't be paying none of my baby mama's bills. None of them. Well, here's the problem. If, let's say you meet your girl, she living in a studio apartment or a one bedroom. Y'all get together, she gets pregnant by you and has a kid, and now she goes out and buys a 2 bedroom apartment. She wouldn't have needed that 2 bedroom apartment if y'all didn't have a kid together. So they are going to suggest that you should be responsible for some of her rent because her expenses are up somewhat by having a kid. And as the kid gets older, the kid is going to have the lights on in the room and all of that's going to run the light bill and stuff up. I mean, there is some argument to be made for it, but I don't think the way the child support system does it is fair. There's some argument to be made for it. Such as also when the kid is with the dad, they don't normally factor in shit for the dad, even though he has expenses as well. Looking in the comments though, let me go back to the box. Somebody says keep your legs shut. And I'll tell you this right off the bat, because you hear a lot of folks on the right saying if you don't want all this shit, then don't have kids. Passing laws that reduce a woman's right to choose is only gonna make this worse. It's only gonna make this worse. Because you're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna have children they don't want, and now you force them to have a child when they normally would have exercised their option to terminate the child. And they told you ahead of time, yeah, I was irresponsible and I got pregnant, but I cannot afford this kid. Boom, now they own the system. Now I know a lot of folks on the right tend to believe that if mom ain't working or if mom can't take care of the kid, both mom and the kid should starve. There's a lot of lack of sympathy or empathy on the right for this stuff. There's a lot of people who believe that a mom on welfare should only be on it a certain period of time and she should be permanently cut off. I get the idea of holding mom responsible, but you also understand you're telling that kid to starve due to mom's irresponsibility as well. You're starving the kid too. A lot of folks on the right are okay with that. Real quick in the comments, choose better women. Choose better women, men. Be godly and choose truly godly women. I don't trust the godly thing. I don't look. I know too many godly people that should be burning in hell. I don't trust the hell. Slave owners were going to church every damn Sunday. I don't trust the godly people. The Klan burns fucking crosses. They're godly people. I don't trust the godly people. A lot of them people should be burning in hell if you ask me. Anyway, let me go. Keep your God to yourself. I like that one. Let me go back to the box. Godly people. I don't know. But speaking of godly people, let me go ahead and kick it off with Jesus Freak. This is his actual name. You be the perfect person to bring up. Jesus Freak, good evening.
Good evening, and I appreciate you bringing me up.
Fair enough.
The reason why I'm the one that made that comment about telling men choose better women. A lot of these problems come from these men choosing ungodly women, and they have ungodly attributes. It's ungodly men choosing ungodly women, and they all complaining about each other. It's hilarious to me. Sometimes I just sit around and listen just to laugh.
But I will say this. While I agree you should pay attention to who you sleep with and who you choose, I don't believe that if you choose the wrong person, the system should sit by and idly let that person rip you off. Shannon Sharp type deals is what I'm saying. Yeah, he was wrong being a 50-year-old fucking with a 19-year-old, but the system should not allow her to have a come up because she caught somebody slipping. Just like if a woman chooses the wrong guy and that guy turns out to be an asshole, the system steps in and tries to help the woman. For some reason, if a guy makes a bad choice, they just tell the guy, well, you stupid for doing it. No, because that gives a woman an incentive, especially gold diggers, to go around and, and take guys. The system shouldn't help bad people get away with it.
The problem is you have men are supposed to be heads. So if you're a head, you should understand how the world works and work in the world based on the way the world works. This is why I tell men, be godly. So I'm telling them to get yourself right. I'm not just telling the women to get right. I'm telling the men to get right and choose better. But I have no remorse. I have no sympathy for dumb men getting what dumb men get, or dumb women getting what dumb women get.
Do you think it's always dumb? No. I mean, you could have some people.
Dumb.
No, you could have some.
You know better. You know better. Come on, I'm a man. I've been a worldly man. I was dumb.
I don't know.
See, I've been on both sides. On both sides of the street. I know how it is being a worldly man doing worldly things. But the difference between me and other men is I never got mad at the situation. I never got mad because I understood it was me. I chose to do this, and this is the outcome of it. Can't get mad about that.
No, I don't.
What you got to do is do better.
I don't.
Do better.
Yeah, I don't.
This is the conservative mind frame.
Yeah, I don't.
The conservative mind frame is do better. To see what Democrats do is what liberals do is they keep on making the same mistake over and over and over again, expecting a different result. That's why most of them are crazy. I've never seen a logical, intelligent Democrat ever in my life.
Really?
Just the fact that you liberal minded is gonna rear.
So you think Obama's crazy? You think Obama's crazy?
Yeah, he is. Come on.
And you think Trump is sane?
You heard the other rumors about this.
Hold on. You think speaking of making bad choices, you think Trump has made some good women choices?
No, I think he made bad choices, but he came out. Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this: he made bad choices, but he came out on top of his choices. That's all I'm saying. See, in other words, if you're gonna cry when you get caught, don't cry when a person get away. It has to be the same across the board. And I think Trump understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we all got a past, but the difference is liberals live in their past. Liberals never become past because they always still doing it. But then they talk about conservatives who messed up in the past, but they changed. Conservatives understood that, hey, I gotta change and I gotta get away from this because this is not productive.
You believe that?
They don't figure that out. They stay in it.
You believe that?
Yeah, I know that. Not only do I study the mind frame of liberals, I study the mind frame of conservatives too, and I see it.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Evident in their actions.
Why
look at them. Look what you're talking about. You're talking about people who having children out of wedlock and actually thinking it should be a benefit for them. That's stupid. The Bible warned you about it 2,000 years ago, but yet y'all still do it.
You do realize you do realize everybody don't read from the Bible, right?
Yeah, and that's why they stupid on that too, because it's the most read book in the world.
And
so what's the excuse?
I'm assuming a hell of a lot of people read Mein Kampf too. Just because a book is heavily read don't mean it's a good book.
Not heavily read, the most read book in the world.
Okay.
So if you haven't read the most read book in the world, you're stupid.
I don't buy that.
The majority of everybody else has read it. Why haven't you? It's readily available. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think most people don't read at least some of the Bible, but I don't believe that just because everybody read it, you not reading it makes you stupid. I don't see that. I mean, the Quran, I'm assuming the Quran is heavily read too. Have you read that?
It's heavily read, but it's not the most read.
Yeah, but does it have to be the most?
Most read and heavily read is two different things.
Okay.
It's the most read book. That means if the majority of the world have read this book, it would only beg that you should have read that book, but you haven't.
I know a lot of people who have read that book and turned out to be nothing but evil. I don't see that as some major incentive to read it.
You don't see that as a.
I think most of the.
How do you know the book is what? How do you know it's because they didn't follow the book is what made them really evil. See, if you would have read it, you would have known if that was the case.
I can explain. I'll explain that by saying this: the more further back in U.S. history you go, the more religious this country was, and the further back you go, the worse this country was in terms of how it treated humanity. So you go back to the 1800s, everybody was reading the fucking Bible. They were all Christian, and they were horrible people. Horrible.
No, the people. It's worse now than it was then.
No, it ain't worse now than it was then.
Yeah, it is. Come on, man. Yes, it is. You got to be insane if you think the world is better. More people now are going to hell.
I'm talking about in America. In America, it is better now than it was back then.
Yes. It's worse now back then.
No.
It's not better. Just because you have more access to evil does not make you good. No. That don't even make sense logically.
No, what I'm telling you is whole groups of people were being oppressed and killed at will in America back in those days.
That's everywhere.
We're talking about in America though. We're not talking about everywhere.
How do nations come to be? Because another nation probably conquered that nation. This is the history of all nations.
What I'm talking about.
That don't make you worse because that happened.
What I'm talking about is after we were conquered. I'm talking about once America became a nation and the conquering was over, we still were treating people horribly. I mean, we became a nation.
That's what happened in all nations.
Why does all what relative? Wait, what relative?
Tell me one nation that didn't have any.
What? Who cares? Then it's evil everywhere.
Watch this. Tell me one nation that conquered a nation that after they conquered the nation and had the nation subservient, they did not deal with that nation in a worse way. What? Tell me one nation that did that.
They were all Christians.
No, they weren't.
Most of them. Tell me. Okay, let me ask you. Tell me one nation. Hold on. Tell me one nation that was not very religious that did what you're talking about. Almost every nation you're talking about that did that stuff was a very religious nation. Either they were Muslim, either they were Christian. Give me one. Give me a name. Give me a nation.
The Roman nation, Genghis Khan nation.
And they weren't religious?
That's not true. And see, people that don't believe in God love to say that, but they never take into consideration how many billions and trillions of people have been killed under ungodliness.
I'm going to tell you,
way more that has been killed under godliness.
I don't believe that at all.
To the point that you can't even measure it.
I don't believe that at all. Yeah, I think far more people. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. Far more people were killed in the name. Most wars are over religion. Most wars are religious based, and that's where all the killing takes place. Most wars are based on religion. So I don't buy that at all. There's been far more killing under religion than not.
No, that's not true. The only problem is the religious nations were the nations that actually kept records. The unreligious nations did not. And it was way more of them. Study history, bro. You will know. Study history.
If I study history, I think I'm going to come to the exact opposite of what you're saying. But here's the point I'm trying to make. The fact that we're on both sides of this issue, considering how great you're saying religion is, if religion is so great, it should be so vastly different that I shouldn't even be able to point to all of the killings that happened under Christianity. Shouldn't be virtually any. If it's that great, it shouldn't be any that.
That's not the truth. No, that's not the truth. Because if you see, that's the point. People don't understand true Christianity. God says it's a time for war. It's a time for war. Yeah. So in any civilization that's birthed off of a religion or a belief, you have to understand it. For your belief to prevail, you must make another person's belief wrong or subservient to your belief. That's just common sense.
No.
That's war. That is the idea of war. If I got a religion and you got a different religion, we both believe something. That means one of us is going to have to give up our belief, or our belief going to have to be conquered for the other person's belief to overtake our belief. That's just common sense.
And if you don't have a religion at all, you don't have to deal with that.
In other words, what I'm trying to so what you're saying is a person that believes in nothing, have nothing to. So this will crack me up about people like you. Y'all believe. Okay.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Not having no belief. You guys believe that structure comes from chaos. Not believing in anything is better than believing in something. So you tell them if you got 10 people in a room that didn't believe in anything, nobody believed in anything, it would be more peaceful than in a room of people who believed in the same thing.
You want an answer?
Yes, I would like
that. Yeah, I believe it. If people don't believe in nothing, they won't be taught to hate the LGBTQ community. They won't be taught to marginalize women. All of that stuff's in the Bible. They won't be. There's a lot of hate in the Bible that you don't realize. They won't be told to not put a God over my God, or beware of false prophets. All of that stuff's used for hate. I'll tell you this: when you look at the freest countries on earth, they're not very religious. Most of the countries that are oppressed and not treated, they're very religious countries. The worst countries on earth are very religious. All that Taliban shit, all of that stuff is very religious. You go to Norway and some of these countries, in Denmark, where they're not very religious, it's the freest places you can go. So I think the evidence shows you're wrong.
Freedom is not always better. That's the problem. People like you believe a certain type of freedom is better. 10 people that believe what they want to believe something, and it's going to coincide with what the other people believe, instead of 10 people who believe in the exact same thing. It's common sense, but liberals lack common sense.
Freedom is not always better. What are you, a Catholic priest talking to a kid? Freedom is not. You realize how bad that sounds? Freedom is not always better. That sounds horrible.
Oh, they do. So let me ask you a question. So everybody should be free. So if I'm a say, for instance, you got a pedophile, and he believe he should be able to be a pedophile. So all freedom is good to you, huh?
No, you can have laws. You don't need religion for that. You can have
What
laws.
is a law? What is a law? There's a law. Do a law make you free, or do a law contain you?
There's laws can contain you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what it's like talking to a liberal. Liberals just y'all Fruit Loops. You know that. Come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I don't got no liberal friends, but if I did, they like a bag of mixed nuts. Each one of them nuts in that bag believe in something different. Well, you know what? I believe all trees should live. You know what? I believe all animals should live. But then you got that nut that be like, you know what? We need to kill our kids before they born.
I don't know what you're talking
y'all
about. I don't know what you're talking
about. Y'all are a box of mixed nuts.
I don't. You know something? I don't understand how. I don't understand how you can talk about liberals want to kill their kids before they're born when you don't want to do a damn thing for the kid after it's born. I don't see how that puts you in any better light than what you're complaining about.
I do, but I'm not one of those. I do believe I want to do something for them after they're born. I want to get them away from the liberals.
But you know what? I'm not talking about you specifically. You know damn well that the Republican Party. Hold on, hang on. You know damn well that the Republican Party that you're defending don't want to do shit for a live kid once it's born. I don't know how that makes them any better than the Democrats you're chastising. Doesn't make them any better at all.
I disagree with that. Because I bet you every conservative is willing to say that we should take the children from mixed nuts and put them somewhere where they can raise and become valuable, productive citizens. I bet you all of them will vote for that.
You do know that there are areas in this country that there is no liberal influence at all, and they ain't doing none of the shit you just talked about. There are plenty of areas there are plenty of red states. There are plenty of red states that have red cities and all red government, and they ain't doing a damn thing towards what you just said. They are looking at those kids and saying, I'm not doing shit for that kid. So what you're saying does not actually coincide with what's really happening in red areas. That's not happening.
Well, let's test that. Tell me that place you're talking about.
Tell me, what are they doing for kids in Alabama, in Louisiana, in Tennessee? Nothing. They're not doing anything.
Let me show you how my God is. The very first state you named is the state I live in. So you saying, what are they doing for kids in Alabama?
Yes.
Well, let me explain it to you. We have programs like the SNAP program. We have other programs like welfare programs. We have other programs like Feed the Children initiatives. We have a lot of programs for people.
Yeah, that's what they're telling you.
The problem is we want to make sure those programs are aimed towards the people of our country that need it first.
Right.
And then not people that's playing the system, but people that actually need the system. See, that's the only issue. See, what y'all get mixed up is wanting to help and wanting the help to go to so many people where it hurts the country. People like liberals are willing to help millions of people from other countries that come in from God knows where before they even help the people of their own country. Look at the state of the veterans.
And you're telling me...
And then you look who voting to hurt the veterans and who voting to help the veterans.
Okay, well, let's listen to this together. I want you to hear this clip. This is my first time hearing it, and we'll talk about it.
With the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, thousands of Alabama families could soon feel the impacts of potential cuts to SNAP benefits here in the state. WAY 31 reporter Paige Meyer spent the day at Star Supermarket here in Huntsville, learning how these cuts may impact local stores and their shoppers. Paige.
Georgia, with roughly 40 people a week relying on these SNAP budgets here at Star Supermarkets, it's clear that both local grocery stores and shoppers will feel any potential impacts. Now, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program provides food assistance for low-income individuals, helping to maintain good nutrition and health. According to the nonprofit Alabama Arise, the bill will shift some of the SNAP costs to the states, potentially requiring Alabama to contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars annually. So if the state cannot or will not provide the funding, SNAP benefits could be significantly reduced or even eliminated for many Alabamians. Now,
ain't that your state?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it don't sound like they're doing what you're talking about.
It is exactly what they're doing. I'm explaining to you what they're doing. They're making sure that the people that were put on it under the other administration are not on it anymore.
And
meaning illegal aliens and people that's taking advantage of the American people's system, who has overwhelmed the system to the system cannot even help itself. Let me ask you this. Say if you making $1,000 in your household,
Right.
would you allow other people to come into your household and eat with you if they're not participating or contributing? Would you do that?
Well, if I want to feed somebody who's starving, maybe I'll give them a meal or two.
Now, okay, so you said you'll give them a meal or two. Now watch this. What's different than what that clip just said? That clip said...
The clip just say nothing about illegal immigrants is what's different. You adding stuff that wasn't... The clip just say nothing about illegal immigrants. You're adding stuff that wasn't in there.
Okay, well, let me finish. It said that some of the people benefits would be cut. So that means they had been on it for a while. They had been on it.
It don't mean any of that. It don't mean any of that.
If I say some of their benefits are going to be cut, that means they had to be getting benefits in the first place for them to be cut.
Yeah, but it don't mean they was on it for a while. They could have just started getting it a month ago. It don't mean they was on it for a while.
Why? You just said you would give them a meal or two. So if they was on it 1 month, 2 months, if they was on it 2 weeks, that's giving them something, and they cutting it back. See, that's the funny thing about liberals. Liberals will say the same thing that them clips say, and act like they don't understand that. Why are you gonna give somebody 1 or 2 meals? Why don't you feed them for the rest of their life?
Don't ask me for shit. That's what I mean. I gotta move it on, man.
See what I'm saying? That's why I said, man, I hate talking. I hate talking to liberals because, man, when you really dissect what they say, you see how stupid it is.
I think you're off in a different universe, but you can come land on this planet anytime. We'll talk to you while you're here. I gotta move it on, Jesus. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you.
Anytime. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen. Did we get 200? Wow. You guys are really good. Somebody said I'm confused. These people give me a headache, says Clue. Well, listen, the man thinks that liberals do not have a lot of sense. You heard him state that. He thinks that if you're a needy child, you are better off in a Republican state. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but he has a difference of opinion. That's a lot of baby mamas that you got. Sounds like they got a village, says Handsome Sticky Fingers. $11,000 every 3 months is a lot of child support. That is a lot of, that's what, $33,000 a year in child support? I believe most states around one child is about 20%. So I think 2 children, it can be somewhere closer to upper 20s. 3 children, it starts to get around 30 some odd percent. So let's say it's 30% of your income. So that means you're making about 99,000 and they're taking, no. Yeah, well, you said 11,000 every 3 months. So that's actually 44,000 a year. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Jesus. Child support, like I said, I don't believe it should go based on income. It should actually go based on the needs of the kid. And I do believe both parents should be contributing. I mean, if you're giving 11 grand and the mom who has the kids is only having to pay, for little incidentals at that point because you're covering almost all of it, that's not fair. And there are people throughout the child support system where one parent is paying the lion's share of the child's expenses because the child support is high enough to cover the whole kid. I'm not a big fan of that, but it's the system we have. Real quick in the comments, Tim asked your call. Oh, I missed it out. I'm sorry about that. Handsome Sticky Fingers. Thank you for the support, though. Says, ask your caller, has he been to the doctor yet? I think he's hitting the pipe. Damn. I haven't heard somebody say somebody's on a pipe in a while. What type of drugs is he on? Oh, my God, he's tweaking when he's talking. Wow. He doesn't like liberals. He's on an anti-liberal prescription, period. He just sees everything wrong about the Liberal Party. So that's all. I think that, the liberals could give the weather report and he would say they read it wrong. He actually, in my opinion, based on what he was saying, is a perfect example of liberal derangement syndrome. Just, I hate everything that's liberal. By the way, Trump said the same thing. I hate all Democrats. He's calling from corner of McDonald's or 7-Eleven. Sticky Fingers, you crazy. Thank you, President Trump. We love you. What are you thanking him for? Bring back Brandon, fuck Trump. Whoa, damn, I've never heard that. Let's go, Brandon. He says, bring back Brandon, fuck Trump. Damn, Biden has prostate cancer. How many of you folks would rather have Biden in there in his early 80s with prostate cancer than Trump? You'd rather have a president in his early 80s with prostate cancer? Really? Yeah, I see somebody got hands raised, Mr. Splaggerville. Do liberals believe the BS they shovel with a straight face? My guess is you could ask that question to both sides. I mean, there are people who still believe Trump won the 2020 election, even though he ain't proved shit, and they believe it with a straight face. So, to me, the 2020 election is probably the biggest crock of shit, for lack of a better term, than I've ever heard of. Is that you can believe one man over your entire party. There is not a single Republican governor that says Trump won a 2020 election. I don't know of a single Republican senator that says Trump won a 2020 election. Maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene or Bobart might say it in Congress, but for the most part, all of the Republican Congress say that Trump lost the 2020 election. His whole fucking administration that served under him, from Barr to Scaramucci, all of those folks, Spicer, all of them folks say he lost the 2020 election. Yet he alone is saying he won it, and they will exclude the entire Republican Party as lying and believe him with no proof being provided by him. But it's the Democrats that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't understand that. I do not understand that. If he shows some proof or something, we could have a conversation, but you'd have to explain to me why every Republican politician in the country is saying they got lost if he actually won. Because it would help them out. Many of them would have won a second term. Mike Pence would have got reelected. Why would they get up there and say they got lost and say Biden won if Biden lost? Makes no sense at all that you're going to go with this one dude over the whole fucking party that's saying he lost. All the Republican governors, all of them that saying he lost, they all lying about it. And this one dude that's providing virtually no proof at all, you're going with him. I'm not trying to bring up the cult word, but that shit don't sound right. Handsome Sticky Finger says, I want a Nikki Haley badly. Nikki Haley, obviously right at this point, certainly from the liberal side of the aisle, they would probably prefer Nikki Haley over Trump, probably 100-1 at this point, because Trump is not only leading the country in the right direction, he's attacking liberals all over the damn place. Does MAGA know how many Republicans have been arrested for child crimes? Ooh, I don't even know that. Let me go back to the box. Biden lost January 6th was a setup. We all saw it. Well, Brian, then it goes back to my original comment. If all of that's true, why is the whole Republican Party saying otherwise? They're all just making it up too? The whole Republican Party just decided to defend the liberals? I mean, just about every Republican in power, all the way down to the state level, are not saying that Trump won that election. Why is that? That doesn't make any sense at all that his own party would be saying he lost in unison like that. I don't know. I can barely think of five prominent. I can't think of five Republicans that are at the national level that said he won. None of them are saying that. They're all the same. You haven't figured that out yet. Got nothing to do with it being a set. Oh, so you're saying that Mike Pence and Kamala Harris are the same, huh? Really? You believe that? Based on the fact that both of them have a lengthy career in politics and there's no proof whatsoever that Kamala Harris and Mike Pence think alike. No proof whatsoever of that. Other than it sounds great and it'll defend Trump. It's not true. And I said somebody in the comments said, Chris says he lost, the whole world knows. Yeah, he lost the election. Period. He lost the election. He tried to do whatever he could to make it sound like he won. Who was the president during the Capitol riots, but is DC cracking down on crime in DC now? That's a good point. He obviously could have deployed the National Guard when he blamed Nancy Pelosi. That's obviously proven to be a lie when he said he could not deploy the National Guard. That's clearly proven to be not true. Gangsta Grandma. I've been trying to bring you up. You've been going and coming.
Shut the fuck up, man. You are a sorry-ass excuse for a fucking idiot. You know, I'm tired of paying for this shit, man. I'm tired.
What did I
I've been on
do?
live all fucking night, and you couldn't add me.
I've been...
But you got a fucking goof ass that don't pay shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Gangsta, I've been looking for you, baby. You ain't been in here.
Don't call me no baby. You got your bitches, your little white kid ones all up in your. Oh my God, I gotta calm my ass down before I go to prison. And then you got a fucking moron over here with a black man saying, "Oh my God, Jesus." What the fuck, man? What the fuck are these motherfuckers drinking? The white man's Kool-Aid.
I don't know. I
You
don't
don't
know.
know if it's one box of fucking rocks? Are you fucking serious? When you stupid fucks in the red states don't want your kids to get education, you dick fucks. You want to be pregnant. That's what the fuck you want your kids to do. You don't like education and shit. That's why you got a dumb and poor.
Well, he says the liberals are uneducated.
Well, guess what? I'm not uneducated. My kids are going to a top league college. And they black.
Well, he tends to think that he even said Obama's crazy. He said all liberals are crazy.
Well, you know what? He got the white man's cock deep down his throat, saying yes, Jesus, to the white man's Jesus.
Now I got someone hearing you speak. Now this is a liberal says you don't help. She doesn't help our cause. This lady is
You know
clearly
what? Tell that
mental.
liberal to kiss my black fucking ass. Because you know what? The far left got us in this fucking situation. The pro-Palestine motherfuckers. The ones I did not voting for a black woman. Get the fuck out of here.
So you believe that the liberals are the ones that hurt us in the last election?
The far left liberals? Oh my God, this genocide. This genocide. We gotta help them. You help yourself, you get fucked. So we could help them. But oh no, those little white ones all protesting. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could push back, but you're right.
It's the truth. They said they would never vote for her because she was all about genocide. Now guess what, Pookies? Look what's happening.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I normally push back when I can, but you are right. The what were they saying? Genocide Joe has got to go, and clearly Trump is not doing
And
anything.
guess what? Joe Biden was helping. He was not giving them the 4-pound boom booms and everything else. He was stopping the fucking idiot. But guess what? Oh no, I don't want a black woman in fucking office. Oh God fucking forbid. She was trying to stop the shit. But guess what? Now you got an oxy fucking moron that doesn't give a goddamn fuck about him.
So let me ask you this, because one of the topics we're talking about is the fact that he is sending in the National Guard, rather federalizing D.C. What do you think about him making an effort to bring down crime in D.C.?
Crime's been down. It all is because of the black. He's going after the black cities. He's not going after the ones that got the most fucking crime, like Alabama, Tennessee, all the red states. The ones that got the most, murder.
You think there's more crime in Alabama?
Oh yeah, there is.
I haven't heard that.
Alabama, Chicago's not even in the top 10.
Yeah.
Chicago's not even in the top. Why is this bitch calling me white? See how stupid these motherfuckers are? The dumbest fucking rocks. Man.
Well,
I swear to God.
Gangsta Grandma, you and I go back like cornflakes and milk, but you do look white. You do look white. Huh?
I'm not white.
I know you're not, but you look white on your pictures.
But because I'm black. Oh my! See, let me tell you something. That's why these motherfuckers are dumb. You motherfuckers are dumb as shit. This black comes in every fucking goddamn shape. That's why they hate us.
Now what?
And we don't burn in the fucking sun.
Now, someone said they thought you were Latino. What is your? You are biracial, right?
I'm Afro-Latina.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So
my dad dark as you. And what?
No.
Dark as shit as you.
And mommy's very light.
And what?
And mommy's very light.
What? No, my mama is dark, and my dad is dark as you. They both dark as shit. And I came out light as. At least I didn't bake enough. And what?
All right. I'm just asking.
But I'm black as shit though.
Just as I see somebody say she is white in the ghetto. Really?
Let me tell you something about being white in the ghetto. No. See, I am not white. Well, I might be ghetto because let me tell you something. I'm saying everything I'm saying is a fucking facts. Half you motherfuckers are dumb as fucking rocks. Who voted for this clown? You're dumb because you voted for somebody that didn't give two fucks about you. They're taking everything from you to get to the rich. And you always say, yes, master, yes, master. Oh, and then like the black Jesus that was on, oh my God, we want to take all the liberal kids and give them to the red state. Really? Yeah, that's how dumb you are.
He actually did say that. In the comments real quick, hold on.
What? Your kids in the red state are dumb. The dumb.
Like I said, I'd push, I normally try to push back when I can, but you are right. The educational levels in the red states, when you look at, they show you the comparison for states. The red states are generally at the bottom of that. Mississippi usually is right bottom. Yeah.
The dumb.
Hand some sticky fingers in the comments. Says, Tim, apologize to Gangster Grandma. Get us some roses, some white chocolate candy. I'll make it better for you. Would you like some sausages? What the hell does that mean? So I owe you an apology?
I tell you. Did you see? Then I was going to have your fucking back, and you're still kissing the fucking chest. Well, snacks? When he called you a pedo? That was fucked up.
Look.
And you're going to still kiss that motherfucker. I wish that bitch, if that bitch would have called me that, I swear to God, his dick would have been cut the fuck off and shoved up his own ass.
Okay,
I swear to God.
Gangster, understand, you got to have patience, as Guns N' Roses once sang.
Look,
hold on.
You a pedo?
Hear me out. Gangster, hold on, Gangster Grandma, hear me out. People always ask, how the hell can I be so patient? Understand, a hell of a lot of you folks are just random motherfuckers on the internet that I'm never going to see. So I'm not going to get all upset or blow a blood vessel over somebody I'm never going to actually interact with in person. So when he called me pedo or a bitch or whatever names he used, I don't give a fuck about snacks.
All that kind of like, what the fuck, man? You gotta get some damn. If I was on that live, I swear to God, I would have put him in his own damn place. Because he's the one that voted for a pedo.
Yeah.
He's the one that voted for the shit.
Well, you have to.
You what? Because you an ally to the LGBTQ? What the fuck, man?
Well, first of all, you have to understand, I am MAGA friendly. I've always been MAGA friendly.
Because you allow them to disrespect your black. That's what's funny about the shit.
You don't think you disrespect? Hold on.
The one of the MAGA, I want to invite you to his barbecue so he can hang your ass.
Hold on, gangster, hear me out. Now, you said I'll let MAGA disrespect my black ass. You don't think you disrespecting me right now? Your first words were shut the fuck up.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm giving you the same damn fucking energy. I give it right back to you. I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you drinking the fucking uncooked protein. And you don't throw the shit back.
Uncooked.
You do.
Listen. I believe in respecting the callers. They're not always cordial. They're not always polite.
You know what? Let me tell you something. We would have been in this fucking situation. I shit you not. I'm tired. I hate this damn country. You know what I mean? I seriously hate this fucking damn country. We have a fucking idiot in
hold on. You
don't like our asses.
You hate your own country now?
I damn fucking right. You know why? Because we had the far left, that the blue maggots, that thinking that they wouldn't vote for her. We would have been better off with her. Look at the shit that we're in, man. He sent in the damn troops against Washington, D.C. He sent troops to L.A. You don't think that wasn't racist
Let me
Where
ask you this question.
Where are they at? In all the red states then?
When you say we would be better off with Kamala Harris, do you think the border would be more secure under her than Trump?
And then your black ass said, oh, she wasn't a good candidate. What the fuck is wrong with you?
She was not a good candidate.
She was a good candidate. She's more qualified than that dipshit.
That don't mean she's a good candidate, gangster.
She was a good candidate. That they just didn't like her because she wasn't black enough, or she wasn't fucking goddamn black, or the fucking white liberals didn't want her fucking ass because she so-called was G-side.
woman gets up there and says she wouldn't change anything from Biden when Biden is
Why should she? Why would she throw Biden underneath the bus?
because he was incredible.
When Biden did fucking shit for us.
Gangster. Biden was incredible.
No, you're not going to do this shit. I'm so done with you and the fucking maggots. Biden did a lot for us. Biden did shit for us. Now look what the fuck we're in.
You didn't hear what I said, though. Biden was, regardless of what you think Biden done for us, and even if you're right, Biden was incredibly unpopular at the time when she said, I would not do anything different.
Because they're so goddamn fucking uneducated. Our economy was going through the fucking roof. The only thing that Biden could not control was the fucking food prices. Then what? Was corporate fucking greed dip fucks.
People didn't like
that. Now look what you got. You got a dip fuck in office that's terrifying the hell out of us.
Well, I'm telling you, people did not like the border. People did not like the economy. People did not like the wars.
Why don't you fucking just say it? They don't like Mexicans. They don't like fucking brown people. They don't want none of us fucking here.
There's some of that. I'm not going to disagree. There's some of that, but I'm simply saying people were not happy with President Biden. And Kamala Harris said she was going to be another President Biden. That's not good campaigning.
She wasn't going to be another President Biden. She didn't want to throw her boss underneath the fucking bus. You know what I'm saying? She passed half the shit with voting. She did it. She broke the ties. You fucking dip asses. But no, you had the white man. Oh no, we gotta have you in office. We gotta have the racist piece of shit in office.
I'm just
the Biden. Let me tell you something. The border was never closed. He's doing this shit illegally. That's why you think the shit is good.
And by the way, when you mentioned Mexicans, Elv9815 says, I like Mexicans. I need my lawn mowed. So there are some MAGA out there that apparently
like Mexicans. Ask your white friend to do it now. You sorry ass bitch. And see if your white man would do it for you. And have him suck your cock too.
Gangsta.
No, I'm done. I am so fucking damn done. Because you know why? I didn't vote for this shit, and I'm paying the goddamn fucking price.
What has he done?
Our food prices are fucking through the roof. You know wholesalers? Yeah, our food prices are going through the fucking goddamn fucking roof. You know what I mean? And you over here say, oh, the gas prices are fucking high too, you dumb dipwit.
What was it like under Biden, though, gangster? What was the prices like under Biden?
I'd rather pay for it. It wasn't even that. It wasn't that high like it is now.
It was high.
No. We don't have tariffs. Our beef don't go through the fucking roof. And it's already fucking high. 2 Tyson's plants already closed.
Now see,
So what the fuck, man?
Well, Miss Sooner is saying wrong about Kamala Harris. I don't know. I think she was a bad candidate. That's my opinion.
She wasn't bad. You know what was the only thing bad about her? She was fucking black. And these half-right fucking dip fucks didn't want a black woman. Oh, they don't want an educated fucking black woman to come in and do the shit that she wanted to do. She wanted to give people fucking hope with getting first home loaners. Do you think this dip fuck is gonna do that? Fuck no. The $6,000 credit limit for your damn fucking baby kids.
So do you see?
What the fuck is that? Oh, this dip fuck gave you $200 fucking goddamn dollars. $200 fucking more damn dollars. What the fuck? You guys are stupid and pathetic. Kiss the white man's ass, see what's getting you.
Damn.
And the white libs, oh man, I swear to God, I hate them too.
What is happening under Trump that's that bad for you right now?
Really? Are you fucking serious? Tim, I see that's why you got the cock in your mouth, just dripping. You're gagging on the white man. Because you look at you, what's those shit? Really?
I'm just asking.
Small businesses are hurting.
I'm just asking.
Tim, small businesses, not all of us may not survive this shit because he's terrifying the fuck out of us.
Were small businesses not hurting under Biden?
No. They wasn't. We was making money. We was making money. He let us, black folks, Pookie, Ray Ray, we got more businesses. I opened 2 dispensaries under him.
Well, Trump is talking about possibly legalizing your product.
Oh, shut the fuck up about what Trump is fucking possibly going to do. Trump needs to go get more salt in his diet so he can fuck croak. Fuck him.
God,
He don't do shit for none of us. The poor white trash that voted for him, good luck, bitch. Your food stamps are gone. Your education gone. Your fucking, what is it, Medicaid gone. Red state's gone. You're already fucking broke. You like my state the most that gives you bitches a shit.
I don't know. MAGA seems to think he's doing better than you do.
I'm in a blue state.
You mentioned snacks, for instance. Black MAGA loves Trump.
Oh, yep, they like the raw dick in their ass. That's why they like it. They like the uncooked dick in their ass. Yes, master. They have interest. They have interest. They get the whips and the chains, and they like it. They like it.
You almost make it sound like Trump has something sinister in store for Black MAGA. They voted for the guy.
Don't give a fuck about us black folks. Trump don't give a fuck about Mexicans or Venezuelans or anybody. He don't like nobody unless they white and they rich.
So
they don't even like the poor white trash that voted for him. You stupid fucks.
Let me.
Like your little one, the $15 dishwasher, the little Jeremy. No, bitch, he don't even like you.
We got.
You're trash.
I want to get your take on this. We got somewhere a little bit shy of 3.5 years of
and
Trump.
And look what he said. Look what they say. Tell me about your kids going to stand. Yeah, bitch, my kids are going to stand. It's called Black Excellence. Try it sometimes.
All right.
Get your white kids on that shit, bitch.
All right, gangster. You definitely beat me down enough for today. I gotta move on, but
no. Let me tell you something. See, did you see the white tea trash? They big mad. They don't like black people stepping up. They don't like black women being educated. They don't. They don't like black excellence. They don't. And you see that? Oh, shut the fuck up because your kids are going. Okay, get your kids into school. Make sure they don't into the D word.
All right.
Because my kids are black excellence. I got my kids into college. They got their asses into, I made them into books. I didn't let them go to the gangs. I let them stay at home and they played sports and shit. See, the white tea trash, they don't let their kids do all that. You know what they let their kids do? Get pregnant at 12 years fucking old. And let them stay home. And they believe in they don't believe in ABs. That's what they do. You feel me? That's what they want their kids to do. That's why they want their white tea women to do. Yes, master. They have to bow down to their men. And they cannot get educated. Not my kids.
All right. Gangster, I have got to move it on. You're beating me up.
You don't add me no more. I'm taking my subs.
Okay? I got you. I got you. I gotta go. I got you. Moving on. Damn, listen. When we say free speech, every single time I have to get at monologue after talking against the grandma because she's probably the perfect example of what we mean when we say we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I could be sitting on ice and after talking to her, I'm sweating. She don't make it easy. She doesn't make it easy. Bring her up every time, please. Love her, says Crystal. Does gangster grandma have good genes? I love that. I love that question. What is the girl? Sweeney? Something Sweeney? Does gangster grandma have good genes? I love it. Handsome Sticky Finger says, I don't need no adult entertainment anymore when you got gangster grandma. Also, Tim, you can't win. Give her a free trip to Vegas. Gangster makes me work for it. It's a harsh reality anytime she comes on. I mean, her literal opening statement was, shut the fuck up. God. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Wow. That was rough. That was rough. I'll have to hit the reset button. We talked about Trump deploying the National Guard. It's probably getting late. Maybe I've been on here too late. Jesus Christ. Damn, was she high? I don't know. Somebody asked me, was she? I don't know because Gangsta Grandma come with that energy all the time. I think you could wake up in the middle of the night and she would start out by, "Why the fuck you wake me up, you bitch ass mother?" I think that's the way she starts out. So I don't know if she's high or not. I think she just has that type of energy. It's like putting a 9-volt battery on your tongue. She's going to be in the retirement home screaming at the nurse. That could happen. That absolutely could happen. Gangsta is passionate. She's angry for a good reason. Okay. You know something, oddly enough, despite how harsh she is with her rhetoric, there's a lot of fans of Gangsta Grandma on the program. I meet people in person that bring up Gangsta Grandma. I mean, anytime I see people that are out in public that know what I do, Gangsta Grandma's name routinely comes up. So she is, a lot of people like watching her. I know some folks criticize her in the comments. They're calling her crazy and saying she's missing teeth or whatever, but other folks really like her. So it is what it is. Like I said, we believe in free speech. You don't have to agree or disagree with the host on this program or anybody in the comment section. When we say uncensored, that we mean it. Left or right. Left or right. I had a right winger this tonight, Twisted77, who I consider a friend of the program. Tonight I had to drop him. First time I've dropped a guest, probably a year or more. He just wasn't interested in having a conversation. Just wanted to talk. He was critical of me, no problem with that. We've had a lot of spirited debates, but tonight he was just not interested in hearing the other side of a debate. And I was like, at some point, I had to cut him. I hate doing that. I hate anything remotely resembling censorship, but if I got a guest on here that just wants to go on and on and on, it's not a conversation, and that's kind of what happened. Taco, I see that in the comments. She's great like a train wreck. Let me just say this in regards to my last guest, Gangsta Grandma. When she has the harsh rhetoric, I'm going to give you some phrases you've probably heard before. Talks like a typical New Yorker. You ever heard of that? Heard somebody say that? Shoot straight from the hip. You ever heard of that before? Doesn't pull any punches. Hits back twice as hard. You ever heard anybody say those phrases before? The reason why I'm bringing that up is because you can't criticize Gangsta Grandma if you've been part of people that have said that. I like the fact that he talks like a typical New Yorker, shoots straight from the hip, all of that. Okay, well, she's doing the same thing. She's just not doing it on your side. Don't be a hypocrite. Keep that in mind. A lot of things that she has said, a lot of the way she speaks and orates, Trump does the same thing. Trump has been very insulting to reporters and things like that, calling them stupid and saying words like bullshit on stage and things like that. Trump has said the same shit. So if you support Trump and you got a problem with Gangsta Grandma, then you're being hypocritical. You just are okay with it when it's on your side and you don't want to hear from the other side. But she's only slightly less harsh than Trump, period. Looking in the comments real quick, put her in an all-white nursing home. Why? She's passionate. She's passionate about her opinion. I get folks that are passionate all the time. Loves calling people low IQ. Like I just stated, that's what you get in this environment. I would tell you this. I don't know all of her politics, but if you had a Democrat that spoke like Gangsta Grandma, they would get votes. I don't know if they would get enough to win. I can't speak on that, but I guarantee there will be a whole lot of people that like them. After Trump started attacking everybody and has normalized that, there's a whole lot of Democrats jonesing for someone that speaks like Trump. The Jasmine Crockett's, there's a lot of people that support them, and Jasmine Crockett is not at the level of Trump, at least not yet. Gangsta Grandma is. Gangsta Grandma is at that level. So there's a lot of folks. I don't know what her numbers would be, but there would be a lot of folks supporting somebody that talks like that. Because there's a lot of folks on the right that are supporting somebody that talks like that. So just think of it that way. Don't knock it if you're supporting it on the right. Talks like a typical New Yorker, shoots straight from the hip, calls it as he sees it. Punches back 10 times as hard. All of that same shit. You just heard it. You just heard it from the other side. Anyhow, Crockett hands down Trump is no match. Here's the problem, though. I think Trump gets the advantage because Trump will say whatever. I don't think Jasmine Crockett will. Like, Trump will just say, in 2020, you were seen taking a bunch of persons out of a Coach store. To Jasmine Crockett, he'll say. He just make up some shit. Jasmine Crockett ain't likely to do that. She'll get back, but it's hard to win we used to call it signifying or it's hard to do it when somebody just make up some shit. You and your friends be eating cats and dogs, crazy shit like that. I don't know if Jasmine Crockett would go to that level with it. Trump will. So that gives Trump a slight advantage when he'll just throw anything out there. It doesn't have to be factual at all. True, he will make stuff. Yeah, he'll just say anything. It's hard to have a debate or a contest with somebody who'll just say anything. Shit, unless you're going to go in the mud and do that too, you're probably going to lose. You're probably going to lose to him. Jasmine Crockett comes with receipts. Yeah, but if you come with receipts, you're not going to have as much ammunition as somebody who doesn't need a receipt. And Trump doesn't need a receipt. The Haitians were eating ducks from the pond in Ohio. Listen, we had about a dozen shows on the cats, dogs, and ducks. And I challenge folks, send me something that proves Trump's claim. I stated it has to be a cat, dog, or duck. That's what Trump said. It has to be in Springfield, Ohio, and a Haitian migrant. Send me a video or a picture that proves that. Not one person could prove that. By the time it was done, I was getting pictures of fried dogs from Cambodia. There was no evidence they could prove it. There's a video of a woman the police are encountering that is sitting out in the middle of an apartment complex. It looked like she has a dead cat or something in her hand. They were trying to use that. When the police car clearly says Canton. It's not in Springfield. The damn police that is addressing her is clearly from a different town. Springfield, Ohio is what Trump said. He didn't say Canton. And then, of course, there's no proof that the woman is a Haitian migrant. And by the way, human beings have been cooking animals to tenderize the meat since the invention or discovery of fire. Nobody picks up an actual cat and just bites into it. So obviously the woman had mental issues. No Haitian migrant, even the one, no culture around the world that eats these animals are picking them up and just biting into them. That woman was fucking crazy. And they were trying to use that as an example. This woman just sitting on the sidewalk outside with an animal just biting into it, fur and all. And that shows they don't do no shit like that. Your mouth is not even designed to digest nothing like that. Anybody doing some shit like that is crazy. I don't care what Haitians eat. They're not picking up animals and just biting into them like they're some kind of fucking wild animal. The fact that they actually tried to use that as proof is insane. That's the point. They don't know. They don't know. Do they ever want to know a Haitian person? Yeah, they don't. They don't. It was Trump said it. It was a lie, and then of course MAGA was, basically scurrying to try their best to prove what Trump said to be true. And there is no proof of it. There is no proof. Even to this day, there's no proof of it. And that's why you don't hear of anything coming out of Springfield anymore. If they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Trump done nothing to stop it. So what happened? Where's the follow through? Nothing was done to stop it. Notice the people in Springfield ain't complaining about it. They just all decided in sync we don't like cats and dogs for dinner no more. That makes sense to you? It was a lie. There was no mass amount of complaining before, and there's no mass amount of complaining after it. Obviously, it was a lie. Vance is a crack baby. Damn. What? Jasmine Crockett is ready to demonstrate foreign policy expertise. I don't know what Jasmine Crockett's foreign policy expertise is, but I'll tell you this. I don't think any of us has expertise in all facets of government. If you actually do what Trump has promised to do in his first term and failed to do, which is surround yourself by the best and brightest, you could get in there and be awesome at foreign policy. If you get in there and pick somebody else as your intelligence director, your secretary of defense, if you pick the right people that are good at what they do and you take their advice, you could make some excellent foreign policy decisions. Even as Jasmine Crockett, you could probably do that your damn self. If you pick the right people that are good at what they do and take their advice, you're good at. Don't ever believe somebody, as Trump says, I know more about this, and this than anybody. That's what he always said. I know more about this than anybody. That ain't true. No one guy knows every damn thing. That's why you surround yourself with an educated cabinet. If Jasmine Crockett does that, she could be excellent at foreign policy. Just go out and get the right generals. Go out and get the right ambassadors. You can easily do that. Anyway, looking in the comments, as long as it comes from Fox News, sure. Yeah, that's how Trump kind of runs his campaign. He's really dibbling and dabbling in the conference with Fox. I don't know why so many people on the right in particular suggest that CNN and MSNBC are biased and they lean left and they don't say shit about Fox News. You realize how many people from Fox News has either went from the Trump administration and started working at Fox News, or went from Fox News and started working at the Trump administration? They are that fucking linked. I get that there are plenty of liberals working for CNN or MSNBC that favors liberal policies, but they're not getting hired by the liberal government like that. These folks are literally calling Trump on his personal line and showing up at rallies on stage. MSNBC, which is probably the furthest of the big networks, MSNBC is not as far to the left as Fox is to the right. Now you got Judge Jeanine Pirro working for the government. They literally are coming straight from that network. That network is probably as close as you can be to an American network being state TV. It's about as close as you can be to it. They don't say anything bad about Trump. In fact, they don't even discuss it. It doesn't even come up. That network is real close to being state TV. If Trump says it, they're going to be defended in on the next segment. Regular people can't even get jobs like that. Yeah, that's true too. That is true too. If you want access to the Trump administration, try to start off as an intern at Fox and climb your way up from there. That's probably the best place to go. That's probably the best place to go because there's so much connection to President Trump and Fox. All of them. Laura Ingraham, because when January 6th Hearings Committee came out, they were all calling him on his direct line trying to get him to stop the riots on January 6th. Laura Ingraham, what else? Sean Hannity has his personal number. I think the only one he was pissed off at the time was Megyn Kelly, which he's kind of made up with that now, but she was at the network during that time. Bill O'Reilly was 2017, so he would have been gone already. That whole network is just connected to Trump, connected to him. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the whopping 222,000. Wow. You guys showed the program some love tonight, so I do appreciate that, and those who supported the program. For you folks who enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, like Jay Roberts, who yells out MAGA with an exclamation point. For you folks who favor all sides of the aisle dialogue, feel free to follow the program. If you're watching on Clapper or Instagram, give your boy a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, give your guy a sub. You've been great, says You Got Dan. We appreciate you. Thank you. 3 years from now, the world will suffer. Wow, who says that? 3 years from now, the world will suffer. Someone suggests that might be happening already. So we'll leave it at that. Laura Loomer almost broke through, but fucked it up. Hey, that's how, listen, like I said, Dan Bongino's another one that came from the Fox News. There's so many people came from Fox that work for Trump. I don't even think, considering how much Trump supports and works with Fox, I don't think he actually has the right to call another network biased. I just think his credibility is shot when you're working and hiring a network that's that biased to even criticize another network and call them fake news. The network you're supporting had to pay $750 million for lying on your behalf. I don't even think, in my opinion, he doesn't even have the credibility to point out bias in another network when you're supporting them like that. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You know what I always say. Show your boy some love. Give me a sub. Give me a follow if you're watching on Instagram or Clapper. Until tomorrow, y'all guys take care. I got to get up and work for the man tomorrow just like everybody else. Thank you for tuning in. Catch you tomorrow. And thank you folks that happen to tune in.